Hello, everybody. If you hear the beating of a drum in the background, it is one of my neighbors who today has decided to play some very loud music. Totally fine by me. I'm not exactly the quietest neighbor myself, but in case you hear like a low thudding in the background, that's what that would be. For all the VOD people, today the plan is to kind of do like a live react to this Lonerbox versus Lauren Southern video. This is not a prepared review. I have not done a line by line of it. I guess I don't intend to at this point. I think it's kind of old. I'm going to prepare a line by line for this BxBullet versus Destiny situation because I think there's a lot to talk about in terms of advice for the audience, even some advice for the streamers, and to track some of the arguments and points that were made in the order that they were made. So I feel like that would benefit from a line by line. Again, today we're just going to do a basic, like, fresh watch of this Lonerbox thing. That being said, full disclosure, I have not seen it. So, you know, I don't know what happens in it. I don't know how well things are handled. I got a few notes about it on Discord, but that's about it. So not sure exactly what to expect there. And if we miss anything, I'm terribly sorry, but that is the nature of doing this live and not having prepared it in advance. Hopefully the transcription for the Destiny versus BxBullet thing will be done by tomorrow. After I'm done with stream today, I'll probably take some more notes on it than I already have. And then once I get that transcript, I'll notate it. And then we'll be maybe ready for the stream on Saturday. If it's not ready on Saturday, I might just do it on Sunday. But that's the plan. Very quick turnaround on that. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, thank you. I am doing well. I'm doing very, very well. Wow. Thank you for that. Appreciate it, Commodore.
Love you, bud. Keep up the good work.
Yeah, I'll try. So that's the plan. I'll go through some initial notes that I have about this BxBullet conversation, and then we'll jump into this Lonerbox video. How about that? In the meantime, I have a new track from resident DJ Jacob Sampson. Let me go ahead and grab that for you guys here. So this one is titled Witchy. Might want to put on your speakers for this. If I had nicer speakers here at the house, I would hook them up and listen to it. I think it's more of like a club type beat with like, you know, a booming bass or whatever. So might sound better on that than it does on headphones. But in any case, I do enjoy it, and we'll share that. And then we'll go to one more Jake Me Off or Jacob Samples track, and then we'll jump into it. So enjoy.
Don't let you go ahead, don't let you go ahead.
Hope you enjoyed that. That was again by Jacob Samples Sampson. Next one's going to be Cutesy. Enjoy. Oh, my apologies. That track was way shorter than I remember it being. We'll play this one just to end the DJ segment, and then we'll get into the stream. Talk to you in a bit.
Hell yeah, dude, we're breaking into it.
Oh, thank you. Wow.
ありがとうだってばよ。
You like tulips? How about you put tulips on these nuts?
Hell yeah, dude, we're breaking into it.
Music Hassan fishing mode.
That's enough of that then. All right, time to get into it, guys. Let me do this, and then I will shout out to the stream. Bloop. We'll move to this scene. I'm going to do the alert on the Discord real quick, and then we should be all set to go.
What the fuck?
Sam.
Yes.
What is this?
Don't forget the announcement. I got it. Don't worry. So we'll do this. We'll do this. Watching Loner. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing good. Hope this is one of the better days of your existence. If it's not, let me know. Ones in chat if you're having one of the better half of the days that you lived so far. Twos if that's not the case, one of the worst half of the days that you've lived. That'll be good to know where you guys are at. I sometimes like to start the stream with that just to have an idea of like how you guys are doing. Because I mean, it's never going to be one of your like best days. Like it's very unlikely that that's going to be the case, but it's good to know when you're having, one of the better days, one of the better halves of your days. I guess we won't have a link. That's fine. That should just let people know. They know where to go. I'm positive. I'm feeling great because we're making progress on the website. So, I can't complain about that. Let me go ahead and exit this here. 1.5 just finished a massive project for music school. That's good. That's definitely good. The end of a project is always a nice little period, huh? The 1.5s are interesting. I guess it's just one of those middle days, huh? What up, bookfucker? That's always a good start. Hope you're having a good day. I am having a good day. I'm having a really good day. Granted, I stayed up till like 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 o'clock in the morning. But I got all the sleep that I need and I'm feeling rejuvenated. I'm feeling pretty good. Bit of an update on the booksmarts.twitch and a few other updates, then we'll get into the Lonerbox video. So first and foremost, I am feeling positive about the booksmarts.twitch site. I have finished pretty much the interviews for the developer people who will be in maybe higher level positions, like leadership positions. I finished talks with some UX designers. So that would be people who are working on user experience or how is something going to be laid out such that it is accessible to people. It is guiding people through the website in a way that is going to make sure that they see all the information they need. So for instance, one of the things on the DGG website to kind of exemplify or whatever this point, let me go ahead and open up destiny.gg. One of the things, for instance, that I want to look at here is if we're looking at the DGG thing, let me make sure that appears on the screen. Okay. So you see how it says that the stream is offline right here? And it says it ended 4 hours ago and that you can join the chat while you wait. There's a lot of little decisions to improve upon a website design like this. So for instance, if I go to the website and I see that the stream is offline, how long does it take me to figure out when is the next time that the stream will be online? Well, we have a debate me thing here. If I look at the top header, it's YouTube, Instagram, Reddit, Facebook, positions, Discord, donate, subscribe, shop, bunch of shop stuff, bunch of Reddit stuff, more Reddit stuff, videos, broadcasts. There's not really a good spot here for figuring out when the next time he's going to be live is. As a matter of fact, there's no link anywhere on here to his calendar or his dates, right? So this is just one problem to exemplify this user experience thing of many that I would want to like adjust or make better in my own version of this kind of website. So for instance, if I were the one designing this, I would probably put up here dates for when the next time I would be streaming it would be, or my schedule or a calendar. These are the sorts of things that we're going to be keeping in mind when we're designing the user experience for the website. And, you know, that there's just a bunch of little things like that. Beyond that, there's also a lot to think about in terms of the user design for the streamer. It's looking like this project will be an open source one so that everybody can contribute as much as they would like. And it being open source would also mean that other streamers would have access to it. They'd be able to implement their own version of it. Now, the focus initially is not going to be on making this something that's accessible to other streamers, but over the course of development, I'm sure I could bring on people to help with documentation that would make this available to other streamers and that would guide them through the process of setting up their own version of it. I'm in contact both with Cake, who's the main developer for the DGG website and updates for it, and some other people who have ideas on how to improve upon that implementation of the idea. So everything from the ground up, we're going to rebuild. And that's the plan at this moment in time. There's kind of two parallel processes going on there. There's the one for the chat and the design of the chat. And then there is the one for the website itself and the design of the website. I think that I'll be able to make good strides on the website itself in the next month or two. So hopefully we'll have some kind of working sample of the website in the next month or two. And I may go to you guys for help with that. So it may be that we run some experiments to see how people are interacting with the site, with the help of those user design people. And I'll give you guys some links to example sites and you guys will click around through it. And from that experimental data, we'll figure out what is working, what is not working, and feedback from the community. As of this moment, what I may want help with are people with a sense of like color palettes in design to kind of help with maybe figuring out a new color palette. If we don't, I might just go with the color palette that we were using before, that kind of green or yellow and black and white, and then we'll do that and maybe have a dark mode and a light mode for the website, with the dark mode of course being the default because it looks better. I'm excited for that. So all that's happening at the same time. This next week or two, I should be contacting the various developers who reached out for help with a kind of broken down task list of the different features and getting people working on the core functionality of the website, which should be really, really cool. That's the plan at this moment. We'll see how that goes. I'll have a better idea of that by next week. But needless to say, I'm pretty excited about the direction that the website is heading in now. Cake. Yeah, Cake. I like Cake. Whatever happened to the Fabian guy? So I don't want to reveal too much about behind the scenes information. But to do like a TLDR, Fabian has a different idea of how he would want to work on the website in a way that would be comfortable for him. And it kind of conflicts with the idea of having a bunch of people come on board to help with it. So right now I'm exploring different options, and then I'll get back to Fabian with whatever the decision is. So hopefully by the end of this week, I'll have talked with some other lead developer type people with industry experience that will outline their plans for getting the website done. I'll compare that against Fabian's plan and how Fabian wants to implement the website, and then make a decision as to like where we'll go moving forward. But that's currently the update with Fabian. I don't really want to say too much more than that. Communist smarts, BGG for the people. Yeah, maybe that would be kind of cool. Make framework over source, then build on it. I don't know anything about any of that you just typed. Open source would be cool. I have a full-time dev job, so I don't want to apply knowing that I wouldn't have a ton of time to contribute, but it would be nice to have a smaller way to help. Yeah. There's going to be lots of smaller parts for people to help on, I believe, at this moment. So there's a lot of things with everything from Google Calendar integrations to payment processing to a few other things. So if you would like to help with the website, send me what kinds of technology stacks you're used to working with, what languages you're experienced in, what kind of professional experience you have, what kind of time you could dedicate to the project. Send all of that over to booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com or do !email to get my email information, and I would be happy to have you on to help. Now, granted, I think we have more than enough people right now, but it doesn't hurt to give applications. One thing that I understand from the business world and has been kind of, reinforced by my current working with people, it doesn't matter how many people you have at the beginning of that funnel of figuring out who's good for the project, because many things will come up. People will fall out. People give you availabilities that are not necessarily in line with what they can deliver upon. People have different ideas for what the tasks are and how much they can actually contribute. So feel free to apply. I think we have a good amount of people right now, but that could change as of tomorrow, right? So that is something that I learned about with the commentator thing. So I had a lot of people who could give comments and feedback on videos for the reviews. And basically the idea was, once the transcript is complete, I can give that transcript and some commentation instructions to people. They can leave their comments on the debate, follow a very simple or much simplified process compared to what I normally do for the review. So that's 2 watch throughs. 1 watch through you do just taking very basic notes about what your takes were on that initial watch. The second one's going to be to fill out some different questions that I have in the commentation document. And I think that people realize that my job and the way that I do it is not easy. And to even do 2 watch throughs and to fill out notes is a time-consuming process. So if you would like to help with that, especially if you have a background in education, psychology, communication, or some other thing that would give you unique insights on these debates, or you're really familiar with the debate space, that would be cool too. I would be happy to have you on. If you're a Debate Bro person that feels like I don't often give enough credence to the Debate Bro perspective on how these conversations go, apply. If you're somebody who feels like I don't often talk about the psychological implications of the way that people are communicating, apply. If you're somebody who works in law or in policy making and doesn't like that I don't include perspectives on that, apply. Any kind of unique perspective is definitely wanted, though be aware that the commentation process is not necessarily as easy as you may think it is. It's not as easy as just writing notes about what you think about the conversation. I think I'll be improving upon the process a little bit to make it easier for people, but I don't think there's a lot of fat I could trim on that right now. So if you're interested in that, let me know, and then I'll give you more information about it. Just let me know your educational background, your professional background, what kind of time you could give to these projects, which would include your time zone. Please give me your time zone and days of the week and times that you're available. And just know that the turnaround time for this would be anywhere from 1 to 3 or 4 days. I learned a lot through the process of working with people on the aristocracy versus Anna conversation. I learned that like following up with people at regular intervals, perhaps daily, to make sure that they're working on it and that they're making steady progress on it would be good, because everybody put it off more or less to the last minute, it seems like. So like I said, if you could get it in 3 to 4 days, that would be cool. And everybody took the 4th day to do it, and some people are on the 5th or 6th day. And so I learned, just the same as with school, you have to stay on top of people, whether they're students or workers, to, work in a timely fashion, because people will put things off to the last minute. And unfortunately, at the last minute, you realize why there was like a 3 to 4 day period for getting it done, because it's not as easy as people had thought. And there's no way to BS it like you would a school project, because there's very specific requirements for what you include in your commentation document. And I think a lot of people came around to realizing that on the last day of the required time to turn that in. Booksmart's out here making moves. What a king. Yeah. What about pull requests? Or I don't know, dude. Are you reviewing BxBullet debate soon? Hopefully by Saturday, if not by Sunday. I hope to have all that done and to cover that in a proper like line by line way. So yes. Are you okay? Already answered that. Will the work be paid? You can give me an amount that you would want to be paid, but you would really have to justify that kind of payment, whether it's for the commentating or the other thing. So for instance, if you want to commentate and there are 6 or 7 people, of which maybe 60% will wind up following through with the commentation document, and when you do the time calculation on how much you would want to be paid, it is somewhere in the neighborhood of like $200 to $400 for your one commentation document, you need to realize that I'm probably not going to pick you because one commentation document, from my perspective, is not worth $200 to $400. Oftentimes when I do the streams, my commentation isn't worth $200 to $400. So that's what I would say regarding that. And same with the development thing. If people are willing to volunteer their time, and we can divide these projects between the various people that are willing to volunteer their time, and we get everything done, then it wouldn't make sense to pay somebody $50 an hour for their 4 to 6 hour part of the project if we have more people who are willing to extend the deadline for when things are due, but get it done, for free in an open source way. So I would tentatively say yes, you can include what you would want to be paid for that. But for both of the projects that I'm describing, it's probably not something that will work like that. Now, assistant stuff, which I guess if you have experience doing scheduling, if you have experience doing project management, definitely reach out. Again, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I'm still looking for somebody with a background in project management or with an understanding of things like Gantt charts to kind of plan some projects for me and create timelines for that and stay on top of me about that in like an executive assistant kind of role. But outside of that, I think I found some solid people for doing a lot of other stuff, like helping me with prepping documents for the streams and planning out stream segments. So I think I found people that are going to help me with that, but I still need somebody with a project management background. If you exist, let me know. That would definitely be a paid position. If you want to be paid for that, just let me know how much. Volunteers are greatly appreciated, but that's something I'm more than willing to pay for. Makes me wonder how people like Demon Mama and Denims got their website going so quickly, because they're using the DGG code. Has today's debate review been transcribed and annotated? That's so cool. It has not. It has not. So to be clear, today is not a line-by-line type of thing. This is just a live viewing. I've never seen this debate before, so we'll just be going into it without any information about it. Does anyone have any quick overview about what the debate was about? No. Came in late, have masters in counseling and work in the field. Where would I apply? Rewind. You're on YouTube. booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. Who's the motherfucker who disliked the YouTube stream? A hater, dude. A hater. Get some booze for the BxBullet debate. I listened to the whole thing already at 4x speed. I have some takes on that. We'll get into that in a second. I just want to make sure I go through all my plugs. I know a good dominatrix who can do that. Oh, cool. Is the tech stack already decided on? No. Hopefully it will by the end of this week, though, or by the end of next week. Yes, project management, the personification of an Outlook calendar. Kind of, but not really. If you think that a project manager is simply the personification of an Outlook calendar, you may not be very experienced in project management. Are you just covering the LSLB talk, or are you covering LS's review thing as well? I don't care for LS's review thing. Like, I think it was a fine video, but we won't be covering it. We won't have enough time. If you have any experience with me and like live viewing something, we may not even get through the entire Lauren Southern Lonerbox talk. The way that the channel works, and I think that this is a happy medium between shilling and providing free content for everybody, is I will watch this thing for as long as I have the patience and for as long as I can bear it. These debates tend to weigh on me. And when I get sick of it, I will say, okay, if you want to continue the watch of this, you can donate such and such amount of money and we will continue. But otherwise, I do this out of personal interest in content for the stream. But the moment my personal interest wanes to the point of just wanting to turn the stream off, I'm quite frank with you about that. If you want to continue, I'm happy to do it as like paid work. But when it's not paid and I'm frustrated with it, I don't want to continue with it. And I don't think it's right to make me. So I'm not going to push myself through something that I don't want to do. And at the point where I feel like that's what I'm doing, then I give it to the audience to pay for more if that's what they really want. If you think a project manager is blah, 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 you're probably in need of a project manager. This is true. Why not watch something you enjoy watching, Booksmarts? I'd rather see you happy. The things that I enjoy watching are not necessarily super marketable and interesting to people, so we often watch things that I know that people are already interested in listening to. That's why. So, you know, I think it's fair to ask people to pay to continue watching if that's really something that they want, but generally I'm not interested in these things from the get-go. Like, of my own accord, did I listen to this? No. And I listened to the entirety of the BxBullet versus Destiny thing. That's how interesting I found that. And I haven't even watched more than like a couple of minutes of the debate that we'll watch today. So that should show you. I don't really watch Lauren Southern content. I don't find it particularly enjoyable, especially her conversations where she's addressing criticism. If you would like to look at any of my other reviews of Lauren Southern, of which there are a couple on the channel, you can go to the channel on YouTube and search Lauren Southern. So I'll show you that right now because people are in need of help and they need hand-holding. Oops, we'll go to this one. Oops, ignore that. Ignore that. Let's go ahead and put this here. And I'll click here. I go to my channel. Okay, so if you're on here, then you can click search. You can put Southern. And there you go. So I have my conversation with her. I have a review of her talking with the SERPs. I have a review of her talking to Destiny. And we have Xander Hall versus Lauren Southern. Lauren, we have quite a few of these. So if you want to find anything regarding Lauren Southern, you can find those there. I've said kind of numerous times in the past my takes on that. I think that she has a really difficult time parsing through criticisms that other people are giving her. I've understood why she has a hard time with that based on what she's told me, but at the same time, I think it's good to hold her accountable to her general failures of being able to take criticism. And we've discussed that at numerous points. I'm sure we'll see that rear its ugly head in this conversation. Yeah, so that's my expectation for this. It's quite low. This one is courteous, but gets on the details of migration law, so you might get bored. I bet I will. Have you seen the Pixels voice-to-text feature? No, I have not. Don't worry, Books. I enjoy the rage content too. Okay, I'm sure you do. The bullet debate was painful. Even I was struggling to finish it, and I seem to have a stronger stomach than you. Yeah, it helps when it's on 4X. I'll say that. Let me see. What else do I have to go through? The site's going, well, okay, I said if you're a web designer or a color palette person, you want to help with colors, that's cool. If you are somebody that can do basic art for a sub badge, let me know and include some ideas about what kind of sub badges you would want to do. Include prices for what it would cost to get those sub badges. I'm happy to pay for that. Yeah, if you could include sketches of some different ideas or motifs for the sub badges, I would be interested in hearing you out. Don't send me just a general portfolio and stuff, because of the graphic artists or illustrators that have messaged me so far, they just include a portfolio, and I cannot help but look at the portfolio and be like, I have no idea if you would be able to do the sub badge thing or not. So if you're interested in helping me do sub badges, because I know you guys whine about it all the time, message me, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com, and we can go from there. Book, you should check out Destiny's new debate. It's a really productive and good faith convo. I don't know which one you're talking about. If it's the BxBullet one, I wouldn't describe it as such. I enjoyed that conversation you had with Lauren Southern. It gave an interesting insight into her motivations and character. Well, I'm happy you enjoyed it. A lot of people didn't. Have you watched any Lonerbox content / do you already have some sort of opinion of what he's like as a debater? Good question. I have seen Lonerbox on panels, and I have seen him on one-on-one debate that I did not finish. And I have watched his video on Lauren Southern, both of them actually. Here's what I will say. I do not think, from what little I've seen of Lonerbox, that he is a particularly strong debater. I don't think he's a particularly strong streamer at getting across his ideas in like a timely fashion. I think he's kind of slow, and that's to his detriment. I really do enjoy his videos, though. The two that I've seen, I really enjoyed. So I would say that my respect for Lonerbox is more so as a YouTube creator, more than it is as like a streamer or as a debater. This one could prove me wrong, for sure. And it's not like a super strong opinion. But one thing we talked about when we were discussing the Doe stuff on the Doe stream, which if you didn't catch it, again, you can go look at the VODs and catch that one. I think that it's important to remember why you respect somebody or why you want to watch them. For instance, I don't follow Destiny for his Twitter takes. I don't like them. I don't like the way he engages on Twitter. I don't follow Sean for his Twitter takes. I don't follow, all sorts of people. I would follow Bastiat for his Twitter stuff. I think Bastiat's good on Twitter. I would follow Know Nothing or Know Something, I guess, on Twitter, because his Twitter stuff is funny to me. Do I enjoy Know Something's debates? No. Do I enjoy Bastiat's debates? Usually not, right? So I think it's important to remember in what context you like a creator, what stuff you think they do well, and just try to focus on what they do well and what you enjoy. I like Lonerbox's videos. I don't really like his debates. But today we may have a different opinion at the end of the stream. Not sure. Anyone can do a sub badge. Sure, anyone can do a sub badge. And therefore, I'm hoping that we get good emails from people about that. He's not a great debater / live person at all. Okay, well, that's an opinion. How can your brain keep up with 4X? Practice. Lonerbox's videos are really good, though. Sure. It's like he was arguing with someone else, not even engaging in the debate. That's not good. Well, we'll see. We watch different streams. Maybe. Every time I've tuned into Lonerbox, he's very long-winded and slow at talking, so I just have a rough time with it. But I'm the same guy that watches videos on 4X, so you know, these things go hand in hand. Some people are really funny and interesting on 1X, you know. Some people I enjoy listening to on 1X. Other people I definitely do not. And so it's a small club of people that can keep me entertained at 1X on stream. I enjoy Twitter mastership posters too. Me as well. You're a man of taste. Bastiat is good on panels, but 1v1s are boring. Sure. Booksmart sounds great on 1X. I'm happy to hear that you think so. Let's transition. Hey, Booksmart to the future. This is where a timestamp needs to be. Let's talk about that Destiny versus BxBullet thing for just 2 seconds, okay? So people on Twitter have already been messaging me about needing to cover this. And I will tell them, I agree that rhetorically, he does not do a great job, right? Here comes the tone policing, all right, that you guys love me so much for. I think when the tension in the conversation gets that high and you're both kind of very invested in these positions, or you're both getting heated, and you both feel like something is on the line with the conversation, I think it would have been worth it to take a second and chill the fuck out. When Destiny is saying that she is psychotic, I think I have a few other notes here. When he says that she's just word vomiting, like, we probably need to take a step back and chill the fuck out. I think that Steven was definitely heated in that conversation, and that was to the conversation's detriment. Now, it may have been fun for the audience. I don't doubt that. May have been fun for you guys to watch. May have been a fun conversation for people like Bloodsports to listen into. And while BxBullet is talking, if you're just looking for the points that you've heard on Destiny's stream that he's made fun of, that other people are putting forward in various videos and tweets and stuff like that, you'll have a fun time, because she walks into some of those. She says some shit that you know or you believe is incorrect, or things that you think are misguided. And when she does that, Destiny freaks out. And then you get to enjoy that because you already got the explanation of why that's incorrect. What's unfortunate is I'm not sure that Destiny did a good job of communicating that stuff to Bullet necessarily. And that means that Bullet didn't have a very good conversation there. So I think if everybody would have chilled out at a couple of points and just taken a step back, that would have been fine. The fact that we had to mute each other at a couple of points in that conversation, the fact that we were talking in the way that we were and belittling each other was not good. And I think it led to what I would consider to be a not so great conversation. So he was playing LOL, Bookman. When I say something, I know you probably don't mean it this way, but when you tell me something like that, it feels like an excuse and not a very good one. So, you know, like, that's fine, but what would the advice be? Maybe don't play League when you're going to get into a heated conversation with BxBullet. Bullet had a lot of good points, but Destiny will never concede to Bullet. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but it seemed like both of them were kind of unwilling to make concessions, and points of concession were missed. So unfortunate. Like when she was like, why are you focusing so much on on this one tweet and blah, blah, blah. She included something that I would have latched onto like a fucking parasitic flea. She was like, I had to soften that position after some back and forth. Like, oh, amazing. You changed your position. Interesting. How did that happen? How is it softened? How can I understand your position now and how it's changed from that initial position? And how can I get you to say to me right now what your new version of the position is, and to give yet another concession on why that initial position was incorrect, right? Because I agree, the first position was incorrect. It was not worded so greatly. But I'm wondering if we vary in the degree to which we think that that was incorrect or was worded poorly, right? And so I thought it was unfortunate that we didn't necessarily capitalize on that. But again, when we're screaming and yelling and we're getting super heated, that's not going to happen. BxBullet, like, at one point said that she doesn't care about this different context of movie shoots. And Steven, while he's putting forward positions about like, well, you're pointing guns at people, you're breaking those basic rules all the time, is heated. He's repeated this position numerous times to his chat. So it almost feels to him like he has a chatter that's already watched everything that he's talked about in here, still arguing about the same stuff that he's already argued against. I know that feeling. I feel like that after reviews and stuff where people didn't watch the reviews. When I have to repeat myself, I get heated. And I think we saw that here as well. And then when he does finally try to kind of, okay, let's shut the fuck up about everything else and let's go point by point, it's already like 3/4 of the way into the conversation. And at that point, I think it's kind of off the rails, right? We definitely needed to pull an emergency break, get everybody to calm the fuck down, then engage with that. And I don't think that was done successfully. I don't think it was wise a Bullet to just disregard the movie context. But yeah. And she very clearly has some like personal positions that she is projecting onto Baldwin without a ton of information to support it. So when she's saying things like he was recklessly pointing the gun at people, what a charged and loaded statement. What a charged and loaded statement that we're going to have to dismantle and like pick apart piece by piece, because there are a lot of problems there. And yeah, there's just so much of this going on in that conversation. It's a mess. Even that was a lie, because there was a video from her stream right before she got on the call with Destiny where she reaffirmed that her position that she softened ... I assume you typed something else, but I don't see it, so I'm ignoring the entirety of what you just said. I honestly wonder if a space for creators/streamers to go to have better conversations would be helpful, on camera or no. I offer this to people. Nobody wants it because it's not good content. Hey, public call to streamers. This kind of shit happens again. You want to reschedule and have me be in the middle of it? I'm available to do it. I would love to do it. But, you know, like, I don't know if that's necessarily what people want. If it is something that they would want, I would gladly be the place for that to happen moving forward. And I've reached out to streamers behind the scenes and offered this to them. So, the gauntlet has been tossed. I'm available for it. People can message me. People can get my schedule, my availability. I can coordinate with their schedule and their availability and make it happen. So, I agree. We need a space for that, but nobody is like mature enough or sticks to it enough to make it happen. I'd be more than happy to. I agree, dude. I think hot button issues like gun control/safety are going to get really, really contentious, but agreed. I was kind of disappointed we didn't see more progress. Me as well, especially since the seeds for progress were definitely there, in my opinion. He's not interested in anyone changing their minds or coming to better conclusions. He wants to scream while playing League. He's childish.
What the fuck? Sam.
That's an opinion. Thank you. Fluffy Cute Bear, let's hear what you have to say.
Dropping by between PhD thesis writing sessions for a quick booksmarts break. Hope all is going well.
Wow, an educated person. Good to have you here. Neither of them had a really good position on that issue. Both of them were so heated that they said things that I'm not sure are in line with what they actually believe. So, like, at one point, and it was so crazy to me, Destiny had said, or he had agreed, that a bullet had gone through the camera and hit 2 people. And I was like, oh, that's not, I think, what you mean to say there. And then I'm like, oh, it's not going to come up again. Nobody's holding him to that. And then he got a clip from his chat where Bullet said something. And in that clip was him saying that stupid fucking thing. And he plays it like 3 times. And some people in the chat were like, well, that is definitely not what you meant to say had happened or something like that. And he just ignores it. Like, if we want Bullet to give concessions on stupid shit that she said, maybe it would be helpful to clarify this. Like, Bullet didn't attack it as much as she definitely could have at the beginning of the conversation, but I think it was early enough to where she didn't know how heated this was going to be. But like there were just a couple of points where it's like, holy shit, that's not great. Whatever. Line by line, we'll drag these things up. They were both repeating points, but Destiny called Bullet psychotic when she did so. Lol, it was weird. Yeah. Here's the other thing, and this is a common criticism of all the Debate Bro people, Destiny, Relly, everybody that's a Debate Bro, is you think it's very clear when you ask a question or when in your mind you constrain the conversation to a couple of single points, you think it's crazy or it's unreasonable. Holy shit.
何が?
I'm a man of my word.
Oh, you're the guy from Twitter. It's the guy from Twitter. Somebody on Twitter was like, I'll pay you 200 to like cover this conversation. There it is. All right. Well, I'll definitely work even harder to try to get that done by Saturday then. Holy shit. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Holy shit. Thank you. I can't say thank you enough times. That's super awesome of you. I really appreciate that. That's rad. That's definitely helpful, especially when I have to take like an entire day of not working on website stuff, not working on assistant work stuff, not working on Discord stuff, not working on Nightbot stuff, just to like look at a conversation like 6 times and take notes. So that's definitely helpful to make me want to do it. And when we launch the website, hopefully I can set up like goals for different conversations. And if people want to pay for the prep time that's involved with doing a line by line on a conversation, then we could do that. And that would be super rad. So thank you for that. That's super duper cool. I hope to like put in some features with the website that will make it to where like people like you who are clearly willing to put down like what I consider to be serious amounts of money to make the content they want to see from me happen, a means of picking that content and making it happen, right? So thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. That's really, really cool of you, cats. Thank you so much. Yo, Booksmarts, check this out. I don't want to check out shit. Destiny came off super unhinged in this conversation, even though I agree with his overall point. I think he didn't really engage on good faith. He looked like Vosh in this one. I didn't even think of that comparison. It is a little Vosh-esque, I suppose. It took Destiny so long to even concede it was a live round in a different stream. It went one person and injured another, and he was still talking about blanks. Thank God that you noticed that. Thank God. I thought it was fucking crazy. I saw the exact same thing that you did and thought that was crazy. Like, I think he's getting lost in the sauce on gun issues a little bit. And I think he gets lost in the sauce on like positive interpretations of the chatters or contrary remarks and things like that. I do this too. A lot of streamers do this. Relly does this more and more now, like to the point where I might talk with Relly about it a little bit. Like we saw this in his conversation with Vivian. Getting that heated is not going to make it to where you're going to make the points that seem so obvious to you. And it makes you start to ruin the foundations of the position you're putting forward in the first place, which is what happened there when they were talking about blanks. And like at the time where the stream was live, I had already read in reputable news places that it was a bullet that went through 2 people. So like, the fact that we were still talking about blanks and we don't know if it was a blank or whatever, when I had just read an article telling me the contrary, was another thing that was like yanking at me. And I felt for the chatter that it tried to make this point. So it was too early to draw conclusions because we don't know all the info. Yes, maybe. But there's the other thing. And this is a criticism I had of Wicked Supreme in one of his talks as well. It's very difficult to put forward opinions about what had happened while always keeping one foot in this free zone of like, but we don't know, so we can't say anything. Like, you're making very definitive statements throughout the entirety of this conversation, but when Bullet makes a definitive statement that you disagree with or you feel like the facts disagree with, I don't think it's rhetorically or optically effective to jump back to like, we don't know enough, right? It has to be a very specific situation where you can have this balance of having a very, very strong opinion that you're yelling about, that you're saying that points to the contrary are psychotic, while also being able to say that we don't have enough information to have strong opinions about it, right? So it has to be a very specific situation. I don't think we run into those all the time. So I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. Do not listen to this fraud. He made it on LSF. Yeah, I did for the Saikuno thing. I got a couple of really mean messages from Saikuno fans. I don't even think I was necessarily being super mean to Saikuno. I like Saikuno. I think he's a positive dude. I just think it was funny, like, to imagine the way that the conversation went between him and Ray. Are you saying it was performative? I don't know, dude. I spaced out for a minute, so I don't know if you said this already. Destiny won the argument by every metric, in my opinion, but I hated his constant use of psychotic. Sure, I hate this idea of win and lose, dude. Anytime I say, like, this person did better rhetorically or whatever, they're like, I can't believe Booksmarts thought that fucking so-and-so won the conversation or won the debate. Like, no, bitch, it's not as simple as fucking winning and losing. I'm not like that with these conversations. I hate that that's a normal thing that we go to, because like, even when they're debates, I don't necessarily look at them as like win or lose situations. I look at the performance of the people relative to their other performances and then gauge like how they're doing. Or I compare it to what the conversation could have been and who was an obstacle to that. And that's a weird way of looking at things, but people are so entrenched in this idea of like who won or lost that like when some other opinion comes up that's contrary to that kind of binary, they get really upset. His whole point was that there wasn't enough information to blame Alec Baldwin's anti-gun stance. Kind of. You're making me cringe. I won't respond to this stuff because we're going to cover this on the day that we cover this. Some people call blanks live rounds. The term, it's not, yeah, he focuses on that a lot, but like, it wasn't like, I don't know. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this when we get to it. Okay. I get that point, but I think that's another one where he's lost in the sauce. Like, this isn't the point necessarily to focus on with the live round thing. It was maybe a couple of days prior, but it wasn't at the time where he was streaming. I was definitely talking only about arguments earlier. I know you're a rhetoric guy, and that's not what I'm good at. Haha. I just knew psychotic was probably bad rhetorically. Yeah. And I might even refrain from saying who is better rhetorically in that conversation or whatever. I may just avoid this idea of who did better at all, because all you guys are doing is goading me into a place where I say something that will get me in trouble. That's honestly how I'm starting to view it. If I say that Hans was the person who could have done better in the Demon Mama conversation, you guys will think I said that Hans lost and Demon Mama won. You guys just take it in a way that is immature, and I'm not saying all of you do this, but enough of you do this and enough of you are immature that I can't talk about things at that level anymore, which is fine. That's the reality of streaming on Twitch. You know, there's going to be lots of people like that, but yeah, that's definitely a lesson I learned after that last serious line by line that I did. Among others, there were a lot of lessons that I learned, and a lot of them had to do with my personal failings. I would say that's a personal failing of mine as well. I need to understand the way that you guys are going to interpret statements that I say. And if I can predict that they're going to be misinterpreted, it's probably best not to make this statement at all. So that's something I'm going to have to change in the future. Do you find BxBullet rhetorically effective? Usually I find her charitable in face-to-face debates. What do you think of the rest of her rhetoric? I have no comment. Say something that will get you in trouble. No thanks. Also, on set, you would never call a gun cold if it is known to have blanks in it. That's a hot gun. Not going to comment, but there you go. You have my claps. BGG already running into issues. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The police comes out about live rounds. Destiny, for some reason, brings up Hollywood live rounds for no reason. When cops talk about live rounds, I'm sure they mean the real type. No comment. Hey, Booksmarts, you're cute. Thank you, bearded bastard. Booksmarts, so you're calling Destiny a know-nothing and saying Bullet was absolutely correct? Do you always evaluate a debater relative to their usual performance, or do you switch between an objective standard? It's a mix, right? Like, if I've seen their other performances before, I'll talk about that like it did with Hans. But generally, it's about what is the potential of this conversation? What could it have been? Who made decisions that hurt that potential? And then I'm going to condemn you for the decisions you made to hurt that. At the same time, I'm going to give you points for things I think you did right. Example, Relly conversation with Vosh. When Relly is like, hey, it seems like you want to argue with somebody else. I don't want to continue on this. And he's pulling the emergency brake on the conversation. Total praise for Relly. When Hans puts D-Mom in a situation where it's a hypothetical that nobody can answer, I'm going to punish him for it. When Hans decides to like make memes and jokes that are going to piss off Demon Mama and distract from the conversation, I'm going to fucking slap you on the booty about it, right? If you make decisions that are going to make this conversation harder, that are going to lead to an outcome that is going to be negative, that is going to increase the tension of the conversation, that is going to hurt your ability to communicate your points or find common ground with the person in front of you or prove them wrong, these are things where I'm going to spank you for it. And when you do things to the contrary, I'm going to praise you for it, right? So that's how it is. You see Destiny's talk with Abba about this? No, don't care. Appreciate you trying to keep the online space positive and open. Yeah, why are you on LSF? Holy fuck. Why do you keep talking about LSF, dumb fuck? Are you brain dead, rotten, bro? This Agent Zed dead guy, like, he's like, ha, I can't trust you. You're an LSF. Why are you an LSF? Holy fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Bro, you're obsessed with LSF. How about you log off, go outside, fucking ask your mommy to tie your shoes for you, and go dancing around the leaves, bro. It's fall. Go enjoy the outside. What was the impossible hypothetical Hans gave to mom? Go watch the conversation. Look it up. Control F the transcript. I have no interest in answering that, because I've answered it a billion times. Could the same argument be applied to parachutes? Would it be the jumper's fault if they died, or the parachute maker and inspector? I don't know. I don't know enough about parachutes, and I won't pretend like I do. Can you please not look directly into the camera when talking about the spanking? Thanks. It tickles the pickle of some people, so I'd like to. I'm going to work out. Yep. Do you think you'll be biased for this debate in a similar way to the Hans D Mama? If so, how would you try to fix it? I don't. That's the thing. That's another thing you motherfuckers have taught me. Don't overcorrect for a bias. Correct for it, sure, but don't overcorrect for it. I'm used to thinking that the correction of a bias is like an old Ford. I'm going to have to really slam into that accelerator or whatever when I'm in the low gears to get that bitch cranking and to get it to a place where I think it needs to go. What you guys have told me is, from your perspective, this gas pedal is like that of a Ferrari. It's very fucking sensitive, especially in the low gear, and I need to treat it very delicately. So in the next one, I'm going to treat it very delicately. I'm going to be like, okay, we're not driving an old school Ford pickup. We are driving a Ferrari, and I need to be very, very careful with the gas pedal that is like correcting for my bias. Because you guys think I'm overcorrecting, which it's up to you guys whether or not I'm
Spank
doing
me,
that.
Buck.
There you go. There's your spanking. So, you know, and this is where, like, I admit to being wrong, even if I don't believe that I'm wrong. So, like, I don't believe that I'm necessarily overcorrecting or overly charitable, but if 80% of the audience tells me that, it is what it is, right? Concede. Okay. Next time I'll do it differently. We'll see how the outcome is. And if it is better, then I've been proven wrong. Until I'm proven wrong, I still think it's good that I'm correcting to the extent that I'm correcting, but I'm very open to being wrong. So much so that I will run an experiment in your guys' favor to see if it turns out differently, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So that's, you know, that's how it is. And I think more people should do that. So I'm going to live up to it and I'm going to do it. It's not about winning, losing. It's about keeping the conversation productive and moving forward. Neither Bullet nor Destiny did a good job of listening to each other to move things forward productively. True. Are you viewing this from an outsider's perspective, trying to be impartial to both sides? No, not necessarily. I mean, but like, where is the conflict of interest? Like, I get that, like, I've covered Steven before, but this isn't like what they say about Relly, this kind of racialized, that's your fucking master, bro. He's your fucking paycheck. Go back to Master Steven. My entire career is built upon criticizing Steven. So I'm going to criticize Steven. It's going to happen, right? BxBullet. We had one good panel together, but this was not a good conversation. So it's not like I have any loyalties to either of these people that interfere with my ability to do this. If this was Vosh and Destiny, definitely worth kind of trying to overcorrect. Here, whatever. I'm going to look at you guys from my perspective objectively. Like, where did you fuck up? Where did you do good, if ever? What are the points here? Where could we have gone? Like that's what I'm going to try to make clear. And so that's going to be my approach. There's not going to be a ton of like trying to correct for this, that, or the other thing. The optimal way to watch Booksmarts is to watch on YouTube and chat on Twitch. Go ahead. I get double the viewers that way. Let me just contemplate why I watch Booksmarts for a second. Oh yeah, just both wholesomeness and mad rose. Yeah, maybe. Okay. I'm going to turn the lights on because it's getting a little bit dark in here, and then we'll jump into Lonerbox video, all right? It is dark. Look, someone clipped this stream and posted it on Destiny Sub. It's the top post there right now. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And if I look it up and it's not true, what platform are you on? Oh, no. You're on Twitch. You better hope that this is correct. If it's not correct, you know what's going to happen to you. Drum roll, please. Let's go ahead and look this up, eh? Let's go ahead and look this up. Somebody might be getting banned right now. Is this what's going to happen? Is this what's going to happen? Dum, dum, dum. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, just KKK memes and Anna drama. You're fucked. You're fucked. Ban this person for 100,000 seconds. You have my blessing, Knights of the Round Table. 100,000 seconds. Racist jokes. 100,000 seconds, party people. 100,000. How long is that? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. But I know enough to know that this motherfucker's a liar and they deserve the fucking sword. 100,000 seconds. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. You fucked around and what happened? You certainly found out. That's what happened. In the meantime, I'm going to look for this Lonerbox video. Here it is. Yeah. Congrats. Congrats on that one. Really good job there, party person. That's a very lenient ban, sir. Well, it's a day. Yeah, that's not that bad, isn't it? It should be 1 month at least. No, it's not, dude. Okay, mods. Why is this person still in the chat? If I literally have to go and do this, I'm hiring more mods. I'm bringing more mods on. I'm not Hassan, so you're not getting a computer from me. / timeout. I can't believe I'm having to type this out. I cannot believe this. This is incredible. Incredible. And you're gone. And you're gone. Not even a 3-day? Nope. 100,000 seconds. Congratulations. Hire me. I'm really good at doing absolutely nothing. Well, you would fit right in with the rest of the Twitch mods. Oh, shit. So.
You guys hear me?
This is the start of the video. I have it nice and timestamped. Again, I will make it through as much of this as I can, but we'll see. Actually, I think you guys liked a different view. I think you guys liked this one, right? You guys prefer this view, right? And I think the other thing that I'll probably do here is make the chat a little bit larger. Hopefully all these keys work. Yeah, there we are. All right. Mod all gray names? I don't think so. B view is best view? Yeah, B view is always best view. Okay, we'll give this a watch. I'm going to put it on 1.2. Sorry, VOD people. Learn how to catch up. Practice. This is your practice for learning how to listen to things at higher speeds. If it is annoying, I'm going to put this at 1.4. Lonerbox talks very slowly, unlike Lauren Southern, so I may need to put this up higher. I will let you know when I do. I kind of like that view, but also the other one. Well, I was going to make a sexist joke, and I will refrain from doing so because we are on twitch.tv. Only Booksmarts can have me show up. See, started streaming 60 minutes ago, and I'm conveniently just in time for... Okay, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This is why I timestamp videos. Fuck you guys.
Hello, yeah.
Hey, how's it going? All right, do you have video or are you just voice? I can't tell.
I do have video, but it's too late. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. How's it going? You're live, by the way.
Yeah, I'm very well. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I've only watched the first half of your video, by the way. I still have to watch the second half, so if I don't know all the points you've made, that's why I will get around to it. But
well, my favorite bit comes next, but that's
oh
just
no!
typical,
Oh no! What's that one
fine.
about?
The 10 tons of HIV.
Oh,
The Booksmarts.
the 10 tons of HIV. Okay, well, I will watch the whole thing. But what did you think about my commentary on the first half? What are your thoughts on that?
I only caught the last few minutes. I was in like another part of the house doing stuff, but
okay, no
yeah,
worries.
I was like, I only asked to call because you skipped over the bit where I said that the lead up to the interview.
Yeah, someone asked me to go back.
I didn't pick the whole. Obviously, I saw.
Wow, that deserves a whole pause. Call me pause champ. And call this big dono cast play.
Also, thanks for looking out for the VOD people. I'm a VOD people usually. I'm going back to YouTube now.
Aw, good to get the $50 tip from the VOD people. If you're a VOD person, just know I stream on Mondays and Thursdays at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and Saturdays at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And if you catch me on one of those times, you could donate like this lovely VOD person did. I do appreciate it. You could donate offline as well. Just go into my Twitch chat and do !dono. I appreciate all the donos, both online and offline, and they help to support the stream. I need to be better at chilling because income is looking less good. Luckily, I'm in Bucharest, Romania, and I'm saving money on stuff. But yeah, I took a month off, and it's certainly hurting me in the pocketbook. So I appreciate all the donations. Can't VO Megalo D watchers just lower the speed? They could, but they get pissed. They're very finicky. I pay attention to you guys and your stupid fucking opinions, and I also pay attention to the VOD people and their sometimes stupid fucking opinions, okay? I understand it. Like, I get frustrated when somebody's watching a video on 2x and I'm watching on 4x, and all of a sudden I'm listening at 8x. As much of a god of high speed as I am, I cannot understand an 8x video. So I understand the VOD people. I actually don't think it's that dumb, honestly. Anywho, let's go ahead and continue.
That you interviewed, I put that in my video. I show you interviewing panels.
Yeah.
So
like, what did you think went on there? Like, what did you think was happening? Did you think we were like,
I just like
faking it all?
My sister is a journalist. I know that people do film stuff after the fact. I just thought the whole like the evidence board and the like the shipping app stuff. And like the porn acting. I just thought that was kind of funny, you know.
But like you introduced it as Lauren Southern is a lying fake journalist.
What is this?
Thank you for the Twitch Prime. I do appreciate that. Uh-oh.
Time to throw some Prime your way.
Thanks. I appreciate it. If you have a Twitch Prime, you could also sub. If you haven't used your free one for the month, now is your alert. So interesting here. We started out kind of really cordial and fun and back and forth. This is the first bite of the conversation. So Lonerbox said that he has a sister and he understands that journalists will fill things after the fact. But she's pointing out, well, if you knew that, then why did you have such a heated take about my journalism and stuff? Now, Lonerbox could respond here by going to one of his critiques on the other things that leads him to believe that. Maybe not just the filming things after the fact. Maybe he has more substantive points that lead to that conclusion, which he should go to. If he gets tricked into defending this point as the one leading him to believe that she's a lying journalist or whatever, that would not be good. So that's the trap here. Let's see if Lonerbox falls into that.
Well, what I thought with that
when you
was
just said
because-
your sister does this and people set up shots.
Well, they don't.
Okay, more of the setup. Let's see if he catches on to it.
What is this?
Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Actually, I have advice for Lauren. You guys are going to hate this. If you mean to trap him, so she's walking this tightrope of, I need to make sure that my audience understands the setup for this trap so that when it springs, it has the full impact it's meant to have, while also making sure she hasn't spent enough time on it that Lonerbox can think about the trap and avoid it. So right now she is making this trade-off where she is giving Lonerbox more time to like perceive what's going on and to think about a response, because she's trying to set it up for her audience so that they see the gravity of the point she's trying to make here. I would actually say it would have been better to let him give the off-the-cuff response, like, because he's already starting to talk, than it would be to continue to set this up. I think a viewer like me would probably already understand what's going on here. So that's taking away from what could have been a trap here for Lonerbox, given he was already talking. But again, let's see if he walks into that or not.
They don't build fake evidence boards like 3 weeks later. That's something I think that's maybe limited to the alternative media.
Oh no! Oh no, Lonerbox. I don't think this is a good move. So I don't think that's your primary criticism, is that like she made up these like porno style scenes after the fact. I don't think that's the big deal here. So I don't know. Now we're gonna have
Take
to
a fucking
argue.
type right now too. I just finished a big art commission and I'm feeling like being a patron of the arts myself. Much love.
Thank you for giving back. Thank you for giving back. Hopefully I can divert some of these funds into the people that do the sub badges for me. That would be really cool. Again, if you would like to do sub badges for me, send some ideas for what you would think, or your portfolio. And your portfolio, not or, to booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com, because I definitely need sub badges. Wait, aren't you explaining how to become an obstacle to the conversation? So there's a balance here, right? Lauren is, at a lot of points, an obstacle to a conversation, but you need to think from Lauren's perspective. What is she trying to do here? I think that Lonerbox had a lot of very salient criticisms for Lauren. So what is Lauren's goal in this conversation? Lauren's goal is going to be to refute the criticisms that Lonerbox has put forward, and in this specific instance, to kind of throw some questions at the general conclusion of his video, right? So if that's her goal, this is certainly a way to achieve that goal, the same way a trap question would be if you're in a debate, right? So I understand the purpose of what she's setting up here. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Now, in terms of like reaching understanding, I don't think that's the purpose of this conversation that they're having with each other. The purpose of this conversation is not to reach the understanding that she had fucked up or whatever. She's actively fighting against what Lonerbox is putting forward in his video based on what he just told her. And Lonerbox is going to have to defend the general critique of his entire video here. So they're at odds here with the things they're trying to accomplish. This isn't like we're discussing a topic, right? And that's going to be the difficult thing here. Now, in an ideal circumstance, Lauren would ask Lonerbox what his critiques were, or would bring up some from the video that she agrees with first, then disagrees with. But I don't think we live in a reality where she's going to talk about critiques that she thought were really good and then go into critiques that she thought was bad. If you are in your real life, which is oftentimes an angle I want to give on these conversations, and you have problems with the criticism that somebody has given you, try to find the ones that you agree with. Give those first. Say, so when you said A, I definitely agree. Sometimes I go way too hard on A. And when you said B, I could totally see that. I didn't see that before, but B is definitely a problem for me. That being said, the one critique that I didn't really understand or agree with was C, because I feel that blah, 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 blah about C. And then the other person is at a place where it's like, oh, they've agreed with two of my criticisms. They're not crazy. So if they have problems with this third criticism, they're probably acting in good faith, and then they'll move forward, right? So that's the advice for at home. That's not the way I think that this conversation is going to go, unfortunately. That makes sense. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. What is the command for the email? ! Email.
Yeah.
It wasn't a fake evidence.
What's the context for his situation? Lonerbox made a video criticizing Lauren Southern. As a matter of fact, he made two of them. It was partially based on the conversation that I had with her and partially based on takes that she had in immigration and in activism that she engaged in, and another video that she made. And now she is calling him back to talk about the criticisms that he made and maybe some problems she has with them.
Evidence board, though, was just an evidence board that was on the wall that we actually did end up using. It was a bit of a prop for sure, but it wasn't like fake.
Okay, I'll take your word. So about Panos' lawyer.
Yep.
Good. I'll take your word for it. Let's fucking drop that, put it aside. That was not a winning engagement, right? And move forward. Okay, so unfortunately, he's going to come out of this optically scathed. So she swung her sword. She gave him a little bit of a cut on the cheek there, maybe a cut across the bridge of his nose, and he's bleeding a little bit. So be careful moving forward. Don't get stuck in these traps, Loner. Very good of you to realize it so quickly and get out of it. You get points for that. Let's see where this goes from here.
Saying the phrase, we were laundering it.
Yep.
You have the
Okay, you're gone, Agent Zed. Congratulations. You're blocked on YouTube.
full footage of that, out of interest.
I can get
Saying the phrase, we were laundering it.
Yep.
You have the full footage of that, out of interest.
I can get it. Yeah, it's all on hard drives. They'd be hard drives in London, not here, since my.
Because I'm just I'm just very intrigued about the idea of a lawyer who would like admit that he.
Well, he didn't know it. He had no idea he was being recorded, obviously.
Yeah, but even just speaking to a total stranger as a lawyer, like,
well,
no better.
Of course, there was and I won't lie about this. There's obviously with journalism, and this has happened to me the other way around, where I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I thought this person was actually sympathetic to me. There's a degree of you have to be like, yes, I'm super sympathetic, otherwise people won't be honest, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested with this. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. She gives several points where she understands that something is funky about this interview that she did with the lawyer that she used one quote from in her video that Lonerbox was criticizing. So I think that Lonerbox, if I'm remembering correctly, had some criticisms in his video about the use of some footage from a lawyer who made some claims that were like pretty fucking strong, and that maybe a lawyer of sober mind realizing what the application of this quote would be would not give it. And she readily admits he didn't know that he was being filmed or recorded. Oftentimes you have to set up situations like this to get people to say things they wouldn't otherwise say. I certainly have been in this situation. She's giving a lot of concessions here that would be towards Lonerbox. So let's see how Lonerbox uses this. She understands that there's something iffy about the way that she did that, though she's couching that in like, this is the way it's done and this is the way other people do it. How does he respond to this?
I was thinking with, so is there more clarification off that recording? Because the two big things I felt that were very missing from that interview with the lawyer was no clarifying question. So him following up saying we were laundering it. We don't know if that's him describing the charges, right? Or actually saying.
You know what? I'm gonna ask I do not have it on my computer here. The hard drives with all of that footage on it. When we were traveling, so we went to Turkey where we had all of our stuff confiscated. That was after our trip to Greece. We were literally mailing hard drives back to London where my editors were throughout our trip. I didn't take any of them home. I was sent edited copies of the film, full transcripts, and usually we would do like, you know how when you open Discord you can do a screen share with editing and watching and cutting. We do that. So I don't own all of the footage on my own hard drive. I have obviously all the final copies, but I can absolutely request and source that if you want more context.
Yeah,
so it'll probably take me a minute, but
did you edit that video?
So so far the conversation has kind of cooled down a little bit. She has this long description about why she doesn't have footage. I want to make a note about the music. So I had several people whine about the music going on and how she probably should have turned off the music. I agree. If you're going to be talking with somebody, you should probably turn off the music. I think Relly knows this for his stream because he's a good streamer. Lauren is less of a good streamer. She's still learning about stuff like this. So maybe a takeaway for Lauren would be to turn off her music. Especially if she's going to have somebody else in the call. When she's talking, probably okay. I think people would be fine with it. But when we have two people talking, the music is an unnecessary third soundtrack to what should otherwise be like a 2-track conversation. So we don't want to talk about LSF YouTube chat. You guys are embarrassing yourselves. Just talk about what we're talking about. Enough about this LSF. That person got banhammered for a reason. She also had the music on when listening to the video. Yikes. Yeah, that's... Neat good, as the Germans would say. Neat good. During the conversation it wasn't on, she added it for YouTube. Yikes! Why? That's the dumbest. If that's true, that's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. Why would she add it for the YouTube video? That's even worse. I was giving her the benefit of the doubt that she's just streaming and she's got a lot going on and she didn't think about like the audio experience. She added it to the YouTube. Why would she do that? I'm just happy for Booksmarts becoming a notorious LSF streamer. Okay, bro. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you watched the VOD and don't remember being that annoyed. Okay. So this music is obviously a failure at multiple levels.
Did you edit that video?
Yeah, I was part of the editing for sure.
Well,
and it's been like 3 years.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna try to put you on the spot or anything.
No. Like I'm happy to actually source it because I know for a fact we wouldn't misportray it.
Good on Loner. Yeah, if it was a long time ago, I totally get that. Not trying to put you on the spot. He did ask a question that almost seemed like it, so he's knowledgeable about how that's being perceived. Good points for Loner here. I appreciate the empathy. He's realizing the position that Lauren is being put into. So good stuff. You may hate Lauren, so you may disagree with me, but I think it's good to have this kind of empathy and understand the position that your words are putting people in. If I were to give a counter example to this, I would say that like when we look at how sometimes Supreme handles the conversation with people, and I love Supreme, I'm biased, I really like Supreme, he's a personal friend. I think that sometimes when he gets into interrogation mode where he's asking very pointed questions and he follows the scent of like an inconsistency or something like this, people feel the heat of that, especially in how he's asking these questions in his tone. And I think that if he were more accepting of that, more understanding of the position he's putting people into, and he made that clear through the way that he's talking or through his tone of voice, he could get people to unravel even more, which is the purpose of that interrogatory technique, right? And it may be his style to put people on the spot, make them feel hot under the collar, but from my understanding in private conversations, that's not necessarily his intended purpose. So if you want to soften that, doing what Lonerbox just did here is a good example. Just realize the position you're putting people into, and if that's not your intention or that's not going to help what you're going for, then try to diffuse it by saying what he said.
Anything to that degree, especially...
Yeah, because in the video, instead of a clarifying question, because again, that is one thing I know that journalists are supposed to do, I'm sure you'd agree, you're supposed to ask, because he asks Panos the clarifying question. He asks, can I just clarify, you categorically deny the charges? He had to make him say it twice with the question preceding it. Whereas all I hear is, I think it's Kaylin's voice going, what? As in like just making up like almost just a grunt. So that's not, there is no clarifying question, and we don't know the lawyer's name.
Yeah, so okay, George was talking to him off to the side. But yeah, I can go and grab the full footage because I have no doubt in my mind that is exactly what he said. And you know what, did you end up going over the Ariel Ricker footage as well in your film, in your little video?
Okay. I don't know if this is intentional, but Lonerbox needs to keep track of when Lauren does this. This is twice in the conversation we've already saw this, where he asks a question, doesn't really get the answer he's looking for to a question, and she's able to give a first part that's going to be like, yeah, so I definitely think that he said that, and I think that's have you seen the full footage about whatever? And now if we talk about have you seen the full footage for whatever, it can either spin into the way that she wants this whole point to end, where she goes, because in that footage we do blah blah blah, and I think blah 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 is the way that it ought to be done, and I think in this other, and then she can go on and on and on. Now we're 20 steps further from what the initial question was. So you have to be careful with that, because Lauren does this in other conversations as well, and if you let her, she'll go off somewhere else. This is something that Destiny was probably afraid of in the BxBullet conversation, where BxBullet would start to talk about something else, or would talk about gun safety in general, or would go to larger level points, and he doesn't want her to escape from the specific thing that he's asking. About 3/4 or 4/5 of the way through that conversation, he starts to say that she's psychotic, right? Or he continues to say that she's psychotic, and I need you to answer this one question, and blah, blah, blah. It's that fear of going to something else and letting the conversation get away from you that is causing him to react that way. And it's something Destiny's very well aware of, and something that Lonerbox should also be aware of in this kind of conversation. Because if you let it get away from you, then you're losing control over it. And the more often you let that happen, the more often the other person is in control of like the optics of the conversation or where it goes.
No, I think Jose, the YouTuber, had already covered that to kind of an extent, and it kind of was relevant to NGOs, but this was, most of my data was specifically NGOs in the central Mediterranean.
Not, okay, so yeah, because it's no secret that like these.
And there we go. Here is the second point, right? When Lauren goes off onto one of those sorts of other questions that seems tangentially related, she has another point that she wants to make. So anytime you let her or you entertain that without immediately at the end going back to what your central question or point was, you're going to let her get to her second question or her second point. And that's what she's setting up with these. So you have to be aware of that when you're talking to Lauren.
NGOs are often partaking in sketchy activities, especially after talking to Ariel Ricker. She was like, yeah, absolutely. We have people.
This is a really weird framing. Other person is clearly afraid of answering the question. Why are you blaming the person answering the question? I am giving advice, Russell Weebs. So when you say blame, like, you have to realize that is what happened here. He let her get away from the question by using this kind of talkative technique, right? And what I'm saying is to be aware of these things, right? This is advice to Lonerbox. And I don't, like, I'm going to set aside this idea of, like, afraid of answering the question. Is it that she's afraid of answering the question, or is it that she is confident she can redirect this question, right? The one does not necessarily mean the other. So I'm going to set that aside because I don't care to argue that with you. But like, yeah, I'm not blaming Lonerbox for this. I'm pointing out that this is a technique that Lauren will use and has used in the past. And we want to be aware of that when we're having a conversation with her. And if part of your goal is to hold control of the conversation, which is a positive thing for you, then you want to be careful about letting her take that narrative to other places, because it might not work out in your favor. Remember what I said at the beginning, that Lauren's purpose here is going to be to refute a lot of the criticisms Loner is making in his videos. So when you let her go off on her own without a leash on that conversation, she's not necessarily going to go in a way that you want her to go. So you want to be careful about how much slack you're leaving on the conversation for her to guide it, right? That's something to keep in mind here. How are you holding up? I'm going fine. I think this is a fine line by line thus far. Typical questioner blaming behavior. What is the advice for the Lonerbox then? Let her loop around the question? No, like I said before, respond to whatever she said if you really feel the need to. And then at the end of that, tackle on and bring it back to what you originally wanted to say, right? Or dismiss, spend a very little amount of time on what she had just said, repeat what you had said before if need be, and then go back to what you were asking, or go back to the purpose of it, or reframe the question in a more specific way that keeps her from going off on a tangent again, right? The whole point is just refocus at the end. If you need to make a statement in response to it, make it. But at the end of that, make sure that we're refocusing, right? Because we don't want to give up in this tug-of-war game between where the focus of the conversation is. So that's the advice there, which I feel like I'm repeating. I feel like you should have already gotten that from what I said earlier.
that, you know, go and take jet skis across the water. We call them angels, and they grab people and bring them over. We absolutely are training people how to get refugee status, pretending they're Christian and persecuted, because as you know, you even mentioned it in your video, Turkey is a refugee safe country.
And this is prepared stuff. So remember, she is not somebody who is going to go into this and say random bullshit. She has like prepared for this, and she's looping it all back together. She's using Lonerbox's own quotes, his own words from the video to reinforce whatever point it is that she's trying to make. You have to be careful for this stuff because Lauren will come prepared for this, right?
Country.
Yeah, I'm very curious. What country?
Okay, I'm going to end all discussion of this, and I'm going to file it under shenanigans. If you don't know what I mean by shenanigans, it means that the next person to bring this up, I am going to time you out because we're going to be distracting from covering the rest of this conversation. I feel like I've already explained this question thing. I'm going to address it one more time, and then we'll be done with this. So Afterlife, I'll read your question, then no more of this. If you weren't afraid of the question, you would just answer it because you would think your answer would make you look good. If you redirect the question, then you obviously don't think you have a good answer, or at least an answer you feel good about giving at that time, ergo being afraid to answer the question. So this does not at all respond to what I had said to Wrestle Weebs. And that is the problem with the paragraph that you just sent me on my screen, is you don't include anything of what I had already said to Wrestle Weebs about this. You didn't include the 2 points that I talked about that do not necessarily imply each other, right? So I'm going to ignore that because you made no effort to include in that anything of what I said or an understanding of what I said. If anything, you betrayed yourself by demonstrating that you did not listen to that. So congratulations. That was the last comment about this question blaming thing or being afraid to answer questions. Like I already said before, Lauren could feel like she has a better answer by going this other direction. And so far, that's working out better for her than answering that question. Does that mean she's afraid of answering the question? No, not necessarily. I could be fine with answering a question, but if I think I could do better by giving you a lecture about something else and wrestle back control of the conversation away from that question, that doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. I could very well be okay with answering that question. You could put me in a room with God, force me to answer the question, and you would not smell a lick of fear coming off of me, right? It's just that I think it's better for me if I respond in this way, right?
Poggersy.
It does not mean I'm afraid of the question. This is like going a little bit too far for me. I understand how you get there, but I'm saying like just keep that in mind, that not answering the question does not mean you're afraid of answering the question. This is a point I hear echoed by a lot of debate bro people, and I just don't think it's the case, and I want to push back against that. Just because somebody doesn't answer your question does not mean they're afraid of answering the question. There are lots of other explanations for why they didn't, and I think the one that I gave for Lauren here makes a lot more sense given how we're seeing the conversation play out. So that's the end of that. And I hope that we have mods in the chat, so no more about the question blaming, being afraid of the question thing. I'm kind of getting sick of it.
In particular, are Christians getting persecuted and that Muslims aren't?
Well, Turkey is majority Islamic, so that's what the claim would be coming from, because it's really difficult, obviously. When I was in Lesbos, there's a place called the Life Jacket Graveyard, and we put footage
I missed
of it.
what he asked
So
because I was still thinking about what the fuck this question thing was about.
Yeah,
This is pretty semantic, but whatever. Be careful.
I'm very curious. What country in particular are Christians getting persecuted and that Muslims aren't?
Well, Turkey is majority Islamic, so that's what the claim would be coming from, because it's really difficult, obviously. When I was in Lesbos, there's a place called the...
See, look there. She answers the question. Turkey. Turkey is the answer to the question. And now she is going to go off in this entire story about her time in these countries and her time in these places because she thinks that that's better for her. So again, this comes back to like, just because she's not giving us these concise answers, or just because she's going off on these story rants, that doesn't mean she's afraid of answering the questions. She has in her mind the way that she wants to talk about all these topics and a script that she has that she wants to get through. And she's going to inject that at every turn that she is able to. This is how she handles conversations with numerous other people. It's how she handled the interview with me. It's how she handles talks with Steven. It's how she's handled other talks that I've seen, other debates of hers. So this is something that she does and you have to be aware of.
Life Jacket Graveyard. And it's we
Anecdote Andy. Sure, if you want to call it Anecdote Andy, that's not far from the truth.
Footage of it. It's just like hundreds, thousands of life jackets in a pile from people who have just landed on the shore. And in it, you can find people's documents, like partially burned or thrown away. And typically that's because they've been told by traffickers or by NGOs, you can't have your documentation on you because you can be deported if you have your passport and you've come from like a non-refugee country. Or if you've already got refugee status, obviously you're going to be sent back because it's like, no, you can't country shop. You've already been given safe asylum. What I'm saying.
Oh, good. Finally, a very specific point here from Lauren and a very specific response from Lonerbox. So we had the anecdote Andy on the in-between, but then she makes a point about the advice that NGOs are giving and the circumstances of country shopping. And she's giving specifics now that I think Lonerbox is equipped to combat against. She's not letting him interject here. Let's see where she goes with this interruption, though. Is she going to try to save her skin from the things she previously said, or why does she not want to let him jump in here?
Is we found like refugee papers for Turkey in this time.
Okay, so back to the anecdote Andy thing. Okay. I don't think that will save her here, but let's go ahead and see if Loner has the chance to respond.
Yeah, so what I'm asking about is the thing with the Christians thing, because like I know, well, the main refugee countries, I suppose, where there's like Christians being persecuted would be Nigeria, right? Because of Boko Haram. That's like the main country where like a persecuted Christian under a Muslim regime would come from. But then I don't know why you would have to say you're Christian to prove you're persecuted, because Muslims get persecuted by Boko Haram as well.
Well, no,
oh, okay. Not responding to any of that. Relief for her, probably. She did not step into a trap by asserting anything that he's giving pushback on. He's going to instead suggest a different country and talk about proving Christianity. Let's see where she goes with that. I wonder if she's relieved. I wonder if she was concerned about that there, as I was for a second. But let's see where Lonerbox, what answer he gets out of her.
This is in Turkey. They're claiming in Turkey I face persecution for whatever reason. So this is people coming from Turkey. So they're not necessarily saying it's going to stick, but your chances of getting a refugee status after traveling through Turkey. Well, the claim could be like, as a persecuted Christian from X country, I don't feel safe in a majority Muslim country again. I need to come to Europe.
You don't actually need to prove that you don't need to stay in the first safe country you arrive in, though. That's not the law.
There we go. Okay, this is what I'm waiting for. I didn't want to say that I knew what the point would be because I didn't want to word it improperly, but I could swear that was something he talked about in his video. So probably would have been good to respond to that immediately after she said the other thing instead of randomly going to this Nigeria point. But I think this is a central thing here. So let's see where this goes from here. This is a direct challenge to Lauren.
So you can country shop?
Remember, her talking point is country shopping. You cannot country shop. He said, very specifically, you don't have to stay in the first country that you seek refuge in or some bullshit like this. So she goes back to country shopping because she cannot understand in the way that he said it what he means by that, right? All she knows in terms of talking points in her mind is you cannot country shop. So she's just going to repeat what she said. And this is why I think, and this is advice for people at home, when you correct somebody, when you ask a question of somebody, when you're in a conversation with somebody, I think a very good technique is to use the terminology of the other person speaking to you in your response to them. So if Lonerbox would have framed this in terms of country shopping, like, so when you said that you can't go country shopping, I think it's important to make clear to the audience that, and then repeat what he had said, right? And then it would look much dumber if she asked this. And if she asked this as bluntly as she asked it, he has a lot of control over the conversation, right? And now he gets to explain his whole point. He gets more talk time. So if you're ever talking to somebody using their verbiage, their terminology, I think is good. I don't think it makes too much of a difference between those two statements here, but it is something good to practice when you're talking with people or when you're in a disagreement with people to use the words that they're using. Cool. Let's see how Lonerbox uses this opportunity, because this is definitely an opportunity for him.
Is that like can you cite where that comes from?
Well, I'm just saying it's the United Nations Convention on Refugees.
Can you read that? Like, I'd be curious.
Yeah, I'll show. Okay, there is a common misconception. I'll find it. I think it was Article 30. My notes for this are fucking enormous.
Because all of
No, Loner! How are you not ready for this? This is one of your main points. Okay. Please don't take too much time. Please do not let her talk a ton, because that is going to hurt what you want to do here. Be very careful, because the more points she puts out here beyond just the statement about country shopping, the more points you're likely going to have to sort through. I get that this is common misinformation, but I'm disappointed that you're not immediately prepared to answer this. Okay, let's hope that this works out fine, though. Lauren reframes the right-wing talking points quite abruptly and directly. It helps to fight her when she is direct. Sure. Hold on. Keep in mind, Booksmarts, these people hate right-wing people. Keep in mind, Booksmarts, these people hate right-wing people. Keep in mind, Booksmarts, these people hate right-wing people. So she had already said this, right? It's not like she's like randomly pulling this out of her ass to reframe. She had already said exactly this. So when she's going back to it, just try not to be too rude to her about like quite abruptly and directly. She had already said this. So I don't think it is abrupt or direct to go back to what she had just said in response to what he stated. I don't think that's a fair framing of that. Try to keep in mind that you do not like these right-wing talking points, but like she had already said that. It's not abrupt, just when you guys say things like this, I'm picking up a whiff of just like disdain. And I think you guys want to keep that in check when you're trying to look at these conversations the way I am, at least. And what about Vosh once? Okay, I don't care about this. He got scrambled by the need citations meme a little bit, but let's hope that this doesn't get messed up too much. Book didn't say only use their words. He just said to use them when talking to them. Yeah, sure. Who do you think would be best suited to talk to her about politics/human rights? Lonerbox on human rights and on immigration issues. So that's why I'm like, let's hope he does a good job.
All of the, certainly I've gone to the European Union a couple times and spoken to people who are policymakers on this, and that was one of the number one contentions that.
Yeah, but you speak to very specific kinds of policymakers, so let's just bear that in mind, Lauren. It's not like you fucking survey all of the most unbiased sources and all of the academics who are just like giving you the take off the top of their head. You're carefully selecting who you're speaking with, so this point is going to mean very little to me, and it's probably going to mean very little to people that disagree with you, right? This is literally only for people that already believe you in your takes. I don't think many other people would consider your research that you do very helpful because you're completely biased when you do your research. This is actually something that I talked about when I reviewed her conversation with Destiny, is that Lauren has a huge problem, and I even confronted Steven about this because he needs to point this out to her, is she has this problem with research where she goes into it with a point already in mind and picks all of her sources, all of her quotes, everything to just keep on a point that she already believes in. This is the same problem with Ray and proving the shit about blue light, right? Like if you go into research already with a conclusion in mind and you only look to create a body of support for that conclusion, it's not what I would call good research. It's what I would call bad research. So I just have very little faith in her research capabilities. So anytime she says that, it falls on deaf ears for me.
Was always spoken about by policymakers was the problem of country shopping.
So within Europe, there is the Dublin regulation, which says you don't have to stay in the first safe country, but it'll probably harm your claim if you do. But that's within Europe.
But that's within Europe, so that's, right? So that doesn't include Turkey.
Doesn't include Turkey, and even.
Oh no! She was specific about Turkey. Why would you say it doesn't apply to Turkey? Oh no. I'm sure this is less of an optical problem as it's appearing to be line by line, but that's not good.
Even the thing within Europe, you could say the United Nations still has a problem with that because the whole logic of saying you don't have to stay in the first safe country is you're just putting a very arbitrary burden on whichever country is next door, right?
Yeah, but this is your opinion. Oh no. I thought he had this. And now he doesn't have this at all. Giving way too much ground, he has to because it's not factually correct. Like, I would rather he do this than lie. That's where we get into the point of conversational potential versus strategy. Sure, you could say that he could strategize by not giving away that ground, but this is where I get into conversational potential. If you know it's incorrect, concede on it, right? And if he has to concede because Lauren knows this a little bit better than him and she knows that this doesn't apply to Turkey, then he's going to have to concede that. I would rather him do that than lie. But it's unfortunate because she was very specific about Turkey, but he had this point and immediately had to give back on it because it doesn't apply to Turkey. because it's not in the EU. That's not good. But aren't they also talking about Italy? Nobody has talked about Italy. If Lonerbox mentioned that, it certainly has nothing to do with what Lauren said. Lauren has only talked about Turkey so far, so no.
The fact that if the nearest safe country is a country of like 5 million people and they're massively in debt, then it would make sense as an international.
She brought up the European thing. He just named it. Like, I don't want to get into like a huge back and forth with you guys. We can listen to this whole thing back if you want, but I feel bad every time we do that because we're killing the experience for VOD people.
From your claim if you do, but that's within Europe. There is the Dublin regulation. Article 30. My notes for this are fucking enormous.
Because all of the certainly I've gone to the European Union a couple times and spoken to people who are policymakers on this, and that was one of the number one contentions that was always spoken about by policymakers, was the problem of country shopping.
So within Europe, there is the Dublin regulation, which says you don't have to.
But the Dublin regulation is not what he's talking about. So why does he let her go on to this European
all
thing?
of the.
You don't actually need to prove that you don't need to stay in the first safe country you arrive in, though. That's not the law.
So you can country shop? Is that can you cite where that comes from?
Well, I'm just saying it's the United Nations.
So he says United Nations, she goes into
Dublin
EU, and then he loses on the EU thing because it doesn't apply to Turkey.
You could say saying you don't have to stay in the first safe country is you're just putting a very arbitrary burden on whichever country is next door, right? Like the fact that if the nearest safe country is a country of like 5 million people and they're massively in debt, then it would make sense as an international community to allow people there to move onwards. So that
don't say misdirect. I'm getting upset with you guys. Like, I don't know how much more I can handle. It's not even this chat that is bothering me. It's not the conversation between these two people at this point. It's you guys. Be very careful because I am in fucking rhetoric analysis mode about being an asshole in my chat. She's the one misdirecting to Europe. Like, she has what she wants to accomplish in this conversation, and she is doing, whether you think it's unfortunate or not, a very good job about it. So like, I don't want to hear misdirecting, okay? Like, it's starting to annoy me a little bit. So just don't be an asshole. Don't use this charged fucking language. Just say she changes the topic. Do not say misdirecting. Do not give me this fucking loaded language or you're going to piss me off, dude. I'm going to remind you of that. Yeah, YouTube best chat right now. She's very attractive. Am I right, guys? Congratulations, you're in timeout. Her whole concern is the country shopping. So she mentioned she spoke to policy people in Europe about their concerns with country shopping. Exactly. So like, I don't think this is misdirecting, but okay. All right, let's just keep going here.
That's why the idea of safe third countries, and I mentioned this in the video as well, but there's also the whole thing. Yeah, so that's the thing about, I'm trying to find this fucking, where is it?
Because obviously
I hope he's looking up UN and not EU stuff. I hope he's looking up UN.
That's one thing that I spoke to a lot of migrants about when I was on the ground. They were like, man, we really, and we didn't film all of it because obviously a ton of migrants.
And here she goes. And because you're looking shit up, she gets to keep talking, which is what you lefty people really don't want her to be able to do. And she's just going to get to keep talking. Okay. I'm sorry if I missed something. Isn't she implying that people from Turkey go to Europe? I don't care. I'm not talking about it at this point. But I'm a right-wing people. Oh, that's unfortunate. I would admit that in a YouTube chat. You might get put in Facebook jail. Why would she even bring that up if it doesn't apply to Turkey, though? I want to explain this to you, but I don't have the patience for it. I'm really, really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I can't explain this to you. I don't want to because I don't want to waste my patience on you guys. So from now on, here's what I'll do. From now on, Booksmarts. From past Booksmarts to future Booksmarts. Please make me a promise, future Booksmarts, that you will not respond to the chat being like biased against Lauren. Do not do it when they say shit like misdirecting or muddying the waters or going off on an unnecessary direction. When she says something from her understanding based on her anecdotal experience, which they also understand is where all of her beliefs come from. You don't have to explain that to them. You don't have to explain that the reason why she talked about Europe was because that's where she had talked to policymakers and that's where her firsthand experience with those laws comes into play. That's where the whole country shopping thing comes from. You don't have to do that. You don't have to talk about how She is just responding to the UN thing by talking about the EU thing that she has personal experience with. You don't have to explain that that's what any normal person would do, regardless if they're right wing or they're left wing. They would go to the experts that they've talked about in the framing that those experts are experts in and have given her advice in. You don't have to explain it to people. Just when you see that, just ignore it moving forward. Just ignore it. You don't even have to read it out loud. Just if you read it and you say it out loud, say, I made a promise, and ignore it. I made a promise. I'm ignoring this. I made a promise. I'm ignoring this. I made a promise. I'm ignoring this. Okay. I have centered myself. I'm back, and we will continue here. I don't get this exchange at all. Booksmarts, can you explain? I'm ignoring this.
Told us, like, no, we're not comfortable being on footage. We don't want to be filmed. And we respected that. We really made sure we only filmed people, especially if they were migrating and potentially, escaping a violent regime in some cases, because I do believe genuine refugees exist within that. Well, I think the majority are typically just migrating for economic reasons.
And she's just spinning and spinning and spinning. And all this time, I would say we're deducting from the purpose that I'm sure Lonerbox wants to do here.
And when we were talking to people off camera that didn't necessarily want to be filmed, they were quite often telling us, like, man, like, yeah, we were really screwed over being told we could actually get refugee status in these countries. We were really screwed over being given this false information that we were going to be given somewhere to live, be given asylum, because we're being told.
I can't keep reading you guys. Now you're fucking with me. I made a promise. I made a promise. Information
that we were going to be given somewhere to live, be given asylum, because we're being told we're illegal migrants, especially because the traffickers will tell them to destroy their passports, so they actually have no way to even apply. And to be fair to the governments, how are you supposed to give refugee status to someone who has no ability, isn't from a refugee, designated country, has no ability to prove who they are, and has zero ability to prove what their background is or even their identity?
Yeah, okay, so
Okay, how is Loner going to respond to this? Is he going to respond to anything that she just said, or is he going to go back to the UN thing? Let's see.
I covered that as well. Like, there are supposed to be international laws around assisting people who don't have documents, because there can actually be a few reasons. Like, some of it can be you can be from a country that is absolutely riddled with human rights abuses, but you can be going to a country like Italy where they consider Libya a safe country, which it absolutely isn't. So
Okay.
like, you can have, but again, like, that's just more of like kind of a separate issue. I can send you that law of, but yeah, that is like something that I covered. This is
a good place to explain what I mean by I like Lonerbox's videos, but I don't think he's as capable in debate. How do I explain this? So in his videos, he's able to very quickly contrast what Lauren is saying with citations from "This was a good answer." I've got to ignore you because I have to make a point here. It's not good for a debate thing, though. So she has put forward now a bunch of different points, and he is behind on referencing the UN thing. He is behind on referencing these points that she just made. He's got a lot of things that he needs to refute. Mentioning that he had already said this in the video, telling her that he could send her this information in the future. All of this is not important. All of this is not helpful, right? Because we have to be able to do this in the moment. He's starting to do this in the moment, and I will rewind and I will listen to it. But those references to his own video or those references to things that he could send in the future do not help him in the present with the conversation, right? I think part of the ability of a good debater is to reference things in the moment. Steven, Destiny, really, really good at this, I think. I think it's one of his strong suits. I'm really important, really, really good at this. One of his strong suits. They're able to immediately go back to internalize information and references that they have about something. Destiny demonstrates this really well in his talks about COVID recently, right? He has an understanding that he's developed of how the vaccines work, how the virus works, talking points from right-wingers about that stuff, and he can in real time navigate that conversation without the need to pause the whole thing to look something up or, search his memory for what the right answer is. Same with I'm really important. When somebody says something that's not true or is BS, he can fact check them on the spot because he has internalized a deep understanding of these different political connections, positions, and the inner workings of government. So being able to reference that on the fly is something that makes you a really good debater. Not being able to is less so, right? Needing to look through an info document, less so. Like if you're not able to come up with those things quickly, it can hurt your performance, right? Now that I've said all this, I'm going to look at the chat, and I know that Weeb said something, so I'm just like, does that make sense to you? Do you understand what I'm saying now? You could think that this is a good answer. We haven't finished it yet, but this is what I'm saying on the first two things that he said in response to her. IRI is a disingenuous white liberal. Well, two of those things are correct. If you want to be a debater, you should treat the central information/studies as if you were studying for an oral exam. Studying for an oral exam is a good way of putting it. They actually are knowledgeable about the topic. Yeah, yes, but I wouldn't say you're not knowledgeable about the topic just because you can't bring it up in real time. For instance, a lot of colleagues that I had while working in essay writing, including professors or other researchers, they're very educated on the topic. They're actually very knowledgeable about the topic. But if I lock them in a room without their studies, without their computer, they can't necessarily access that stuff. Part of their brain is externalized into their research and into their research documents. I don't think you're all of a sudden not knowledgeable because if I lock you in a room, you don't have answers to these things that are specific or precise. I think that you're still knowledgeable. Your knowledge is set in a different place, right? Which is very different than just randomly Googling something and reading on the fly. They know exactly where to go because they have vague ideas of what all the studies say, right? I hesitate to say that they're not knowledgeable just because they can't reference this stuff on the fly. I think that's a unique skill that not everybody has. And just because they don't have it doesn't mean they're not knowledgeable. There are plenty of knowledgeable people that need to look up the specifics of what they're trying to say. Lauren's audience will not be impressed because she made her points and he either concedes or sends her more details later. Exactly. I totally agree, Booksmarts. I now totally agree with Lauren. Fuck all those economic refugees. Future Booksmarts keeps getting sidetracked by the gestalt mind that is chat. Yeah. I'm a bit facetious, but I'm not reading the rest of it. I made a promise. You get it from doing the same thing 100 times like Destiny did. Sure. But some people never pick it up. So, it's a skill for sure. But some people are just not good at it. It's more like the studies and papers they've done works as a table of context. Yeah, exactly. It's just an external place that they store their knowledge or their information. And I don't think just because we separate them from that doesn't mean that they're knowledgeable. Their ability to quickly sort through that information makes it a part of them. It's like an external knowledge base that I do consider to be a part of their general knowledge, because if they can navigate it very quickly, find what they're looking for, I think that's knowledge that they possess. So anywho, let's go ahead and continue here. Young me used to think very differently about this. So if you're of the position that the internalized knowledge is what your actual knowledge is, that's fine. I believe that at one point. But then after doing graduate studies for long enough, I started to realize that if I did a graduate project like a year ago, I don't remember all the points and I fuck them up, because human memory is a very fallible thing, especially temporally. Over time, it gets fucked. So I think that, like, if I were to say that I'm not knowledgeable on all the things that I did writing projects on simply because if I'm put in a room, I can't recall the information, I think it loses out on really the scope of knowledge that I have and the scope of knowledge that experts that I talk to have, right? So it was at that point that I adjusted that thought in my mind to be more inclusive of people who externalize their knowledge, right? They put things into knowledge bases that they're easily able to access. And for me, I looked at notes that way. Notes are an externalized knowledge base of a bunch of stuff. And my ability to quickly look through that and remember all that means that that is a part of my memory. It is a thing that I'm knowledgeable about. Like, for these work projects, I have maybe 30 or 40 different people, all of whose information I have that want to work on these projects. I have a vague idea of who did what. I can't necessarily connect their names together off the top of my head. I can't connect like everything together off the top of my head, but I can control F a Notion document for their Discord handle and immediately find all that information that past me had logged. And I would say that that knowledge is a part of me, even if it's not internalized, right? So don't get stunlocked, Boogie. That's an important point. Fuck you, Ivan. Like, remember, whole part of this stream, I don't give a fuck about Lauren Southern. I don't. I really don't. I don't give a fuck about Lonerbox. I really don't. Most of the time, I don't give a fuck about Destiny. So you have to realize I see the stream, a huge part of it, as talking to you guys and teaching you guys and giving you insights. So if I go into a side rant that is about insights, about how past me thought one thing and new me thinks this thing, I do that. And I think that's way more valuable because then I get messages from people that are like, hey, you changed my opinion on blah, blah, blah when you talked about how you used to think this thing and now you think this thing, and that paved the way for me to do it. Yada, yada, yada. So yeah, I care more about that stuff. When the Rally people raid, let me know and I will welcome them into this. Why did you stop the checking in with chat every 30 minutes thing? Because I don't have this prepared, so I don't really care to. And then you guys start raging and malding, and I don't want to for this one. On my prepared stuff, I definitely will, because I could give a fuck less what the chat thinks when I've watched something like 8 times. But now I do care, because I miss stuff, and I'm a normal person. Who cares about these people? All we care about is Booksmarts. Yeah, sure. Only person Book cares about is Dima Mama. Yeah, apparently. Okay.
A little bit as well, but I've sent you the
Tell
link
me when the Rally people come.
there. The article in the UN law is contracting states shall not impose penalties on account of their illegal entry or presence on refugees who coming directly from a territory where their life or freedom was threatened. So that's why the term coming directly gets misconstrued, but then there are separate UN articles where they explain that coming.
What's up, Rally people? Thank you for telling me that they have arrived. Hello, Rally people. You have probably already covered this. If you're not interested in this, fuck off. I'm interested in it. I'm going through it for as long as I possibly can. This is the conversation between Lauren and Lonerbox. We're going line by line through it. I don't have anything prepared. I'm giving advice as I go. Some things that we've already talked about is Lauren. You want to be very careful with giving her a ton of talk time, because she will talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and she thinks it works good for her. Lefty people disagree. Lonerbox is knowledgeable about things. He makes good YouTube videos, but I don't think he's as strong as a debater. And that was my opinion going into this. We'll see if it changes, but little things like not being able to have internalized knowledge about something that you can draw upon very quickly is a problem. If we look at somebody like I'm Really Important or somebody like Destiny, these are people that exemplify the ability to pull forward information very, very quickly. And if they need a quick Google search, they know exactly where to go for it. They have the ability to recall something very, very quickly. And that makes them very good at live, real-time conversations, because they can contradict what people are saying in real time, right? Lonerbox has to look through these research documents and he has to try to find sources, and it's not organized enough for him to do it on the fly. It makes him less of a strong debater, in my opinion. And if he were able to access that information more quickly or give responses on the fly, that would be good. Because I think statements that he makes, like, I can send this to you later, or like telling somebody you're going to send something to them later means that nobody watching can really get anything out of that. It doesn't really help you perform in the eyes of the audience, and it certainly won't help you perform in the eyes of your collaborator. So you have to be careful about that stuff. Optics wise, it's really not good, and it would be much better if you had all that stuff ready and could quote it very quickly. He's starting to get a hold of it, and he's starting to quote stuff, which I like, and we'll see how Lauren responds to it. Do you think Lauren has that skill? Doesn't seem like it. Lauren has memorized quite a few points about quite a few different things. I actually think that when you guys say anecdote Andy and we look at what Lauren is doing, sure, she has anecdotes, but she also combines that with like talking points and things that she knows. So you may dislike Lauren and the points that she's bringing up, but she certainly does have things memorized that she wants to talk about. She even had quotes from Lonerbox's video ready that she wanted to talk about. So yeah, I would say that Lauren most certainly can do this. So when you say doesn't seem like it, I have to think you're being obtuse, right? Or maybe you just haven't looked at it from that perspective. Just because you disagree with some of her points doesn't mean that she's not able to pull those points up very quickly, which is what we're talking about here. But aren't the efficacy of the anecdotes based on the other debate member? No. Why do you think this? You're talking in front of a whole audience of people, most of which are going to be her audience, because her audience is much bigger than Lonerbox's. If Lonerbox is coming in here and challenging the queen and trying to fight her on points, certainly the points that she makes that her audience agrees with are going to help her. So no, That would be like saying that Destiny's points are efficacious because they're things that his audience believes in that maybe the other person doesn't. Like, no, I don't think, I think you're misguided. So anywho, let's go ahead and continue here.
Directly is based on whether or not they claimed asylum and got settled. So if they claimed asylum and got settled in Turkey and then destroyed that and tried to go somewhere else, that would be a crime.
Okay,
that
so
would be.
yeah.
If they just got to Turkey and then decided to move afterwards before claiming asylum, that's fine.
Okay, so I see what you mean there, and that actually tends to be a big problem is they won't actually apply, not as in they won't apply, they'll try, but they won't have the actual background to be able to get refugee status in a country because they don't have a genuine claim to it. So then they'll try to country shop and see which country will let them claim it because they don't act.
Sure, but that doesn't contradict what he just said. And I don't... So she's saying that's a problem. She's trying to drag him in to say that that's not a problem, which I don't think that Lonerbox will necessarily do. And if he does, it'll be an opinion thing, the same as it being an opinion thing for her. But what she's saying doesn't contradict what he's saying. Like, she is saying that this allowance that Lonerbox is described as a problem, but kind of implied in there is that she agrees that Lonerbox's description of things is factually correct. So let's see how Lonerbox navigates this. Is he going to give his own prescription about the importance of that allowance, or is he going to make clear and get her to double down on that being the reality of things? Is he going to bring up the way that she thought about it before with country shopping not being allowed and talk about how that's not true? He has a lot of different options here, and I think that making her double down on the legality there and making sure that she knows that something she said in the past was misinformation or untrue, I think is where he should go optically. But let's see what he chooses.
Actually have a claim, and that tends to be the problem there, which is a big question I wanted to ask you. Also,
sorry about the music. Lauren put this on in the YouTube video for God knows why. I think it's awful. I think it's distracting. I don't know if that's the purpose of it. I can't imagine it is, but yeah, I get you.
Do you see a difference between migrants and refugees, and do you think that difference is important?
Oh man, no. So remember what I said when I gave advice to Lonerbox, that if you're going to respond to something that she's asking, that you have to put your question at the end to make sure that the last foot of that statement is something that's going to keep the conversation moving in a direction you want. Here is Lauren doing that exactly here. So she said all this stuff in response to Lonerbox, but ends it with the direction that she wants to go. Now the ball is in Lonerbox's court. He's going to have to probably respond to what she just asked. Whether or not he brings it back to this point and emphasizes it or does something with it, though, I'm not sure. I hope that he does, but my guess would be that he doesn't.
Yeah, I mentioned that as well. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
I just thought, so for you'll probably notice, I feel like I'm just repeating my own script. You'll probably notice that I used migrant and refugee kind of interchangeably in that video.
Yeah,
because
it's a big pet peeve of mine.
It's a pet peeve of mine as well. And it's because that's what they are at sea. You don't know. NGOs can't assess someone's legal status. Even Mare Nostrum didn't have the power to assess legal status of someone they rescued. They take them to the country, whichever they're registered to, or just whichever country respects the dignity of those saved. And then the country decide whether or not they're a refugee or a migrant. So that's why you can't really call them either. Which
so
is
why do you use refugee then? When you
I use migrant as well.
It's a bit biased.
No, I've used both.
Okay. I think he had a little bit of an optical stumbly boy with the yeah, it's a pet peeve of mine too, but you still do it. I wouldn't have admitted it was a pet peeve. I would have just explained that I use both interchangeably so that because people have different ideas of what both of these things are, and technically they exist simultaneously as both things at once. A little bit of a Schrodinger's cat, but Schrodinger's immigrant. So how is he going to handle this? Honest to a fault. Yeah. If you guys are coming from Relly's stream, I would say honest to a fault is a good thing to say about Relly as well. Sometimes he's honest to a fault as well. It's unfortunate. Like, I wish we could just be honest, that it make us look dumb and people don't care, but people definitely do care. I think I bite the bullet on just looking dumb. But I also don't pick conversations to do that with people who are going to be very much so against me. I don't know. Destiny's the only person that I engage with that's like that I would do that with.
When you
I use migrant as well.
It's a bit biased.
No, I've used both because it's both. I don't think there's ever been a boat that had 100% no refugees. I don't think I've seen that anywhere.
I don't know, because there would be a lot. I mean, any boat with the majority North Africans, which we've seen, absolutely would be people that would not have, a lot anyways, would not have legitimate claim.
Yeah, well, but again, the point is here is that we're talking about what happens at sea, and the idea is at sea. How do you find out? You don't send them back. You find out by processing them in a country where they can be processed.
So the ideal thing here, as somebody who's completely uninformed, so take my opinion with a big grain of salt, can we not have some kind of term that is neither of these things, which imply a decision that we couldn't make? So what we're saying here is there are people on a boat that come to a country and they are Schrodinger's immigrant or Schrodinger's refugee. We need to sort them in the country. We need to open the box to know if they're one thing or the other. And until they get there, they could be one thing or the other. So they're treated as both. I think it should be treated as a third thing. Is there not some third term we could use to describe the people who have not been sorted into whether or not they're a refugee or not? Like asylum seekers. There we go. Why don't we just call them asylum seekers? I feel like we should just land on some third term. This is like the Loki's wager thing. Like, where does the head stop and the neck start kind of deal? Like, well, how about we label a thing in between the two and say that you can't cut there? Like, I don't know. We should label a third thing here. Sure, honesty is good, but doesn't it depend on what you're going for? Unnecessary concessions can surely hurt your influence. Yeah, sure. That's like a Nothingberg statement, right? Like, yeah, sure, of course. It depends on what you're going for. Heard it here first. Can't be a refugee if you're a North African. Well, come on. I made a promise to my future self. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about because you came from Relly's chat, I made a promise to my future self that when people said some shit that is clearly biased against Lauren, which a ton of people are going to be, I have to ignore it. I have to not spend time explaining it. I have to not spend time critiquing it. It's going to happen in the chat, and I have to ignore it to be a better streamer. Be a better streamer. Be a better streamer. You made a promise to future you. Okay. I just need to keep up with my promise. Lauren is proposing migrant as that word, I think. Oh, okay, cool. I think asylum seekers works, but yeah, migrant maybe. The Silly Serious brought this point up. It is asylum seekers. Good to know. Good on Joe. I expect no less from her. She usually has really helpful insights on this stuff. Better than me, I think, a lot of the time. Silly Serious is called asylum seekers. Okay, cool. Booksmart's going to his next place, yeah. This isn't dishonest. She bases status bluntly off of country of origin. Okay. Shut the fuck up, Pedro. Shut the fuck up, Pedro. Whew, you made a promise to yourself. Okay.
And North
But
African
how do you
countries,
process
again,
people
like,
who are destroying their identification and lying?
there are processes to that. Like, it does take a long time, but there are ways around that. Like, I mean, this is like, there are UN articles about this and what you're supposed to do.
But can you
because,
see
again,
that people are deliberately doing this to make it difficult to ascertain who they are, perhaps because they don't actually
Of course
fit
I can,
into
and
refugee status?
Of course I can, and that's why it's a crime. It's a crime to.
I love it. Okay, honesty to a fault, right? Perhaps to a fault. But this is where my idea of like conversational potential comes above maybe what is strategically best for people. So you guys asked where that line was. Here's an example of me going to the conversational potential more than I am the strategy. This may not help Lonerbox necessarily, but I think it's good to be honest about this. She is asking for what has to be like a basic concession. You have to concede on this, or you're going to get into a whole argument about it when you don't really mean to, when you agree with her. So I like this. Thank you for the concession. This is probably good.
If you're found out doing that, or if like you go through because these vetting processes are pretty like interrogatory, aren't they? Like, they grill them pretty hard to find these things out. And most refugees, like, they come on their own because it's very dangerous to come with your family across the Mediterranean. They come on their own, and then you have to find out who their family is. And if they give you a name and you can't find who they are, then they get stuck as well. So like, even people who do that get stuck in a gray zone, and that can become quite difficult for all parties, which is why I think that's like a problem with the smuggling business, which is why I think you agree with me that Mare Nostrum should come back, because
good loop around. Okay, got a reaction out of her. We'll see what that reaction is in a second. I saw something positive that I'm going to respond to because I need positivity in my life. Fuck yeah, LB, very chat answer. Don't defend the indefensible or you turn into a Vosh. Thank you. Yes. if you get into a point where you've been cornered and you realize you have to admit to something, just admit to it. Because in my opinion, it looks much worse and hurts the potential of the conversation to just lie, okay? It really does. Or to waste time arguing stupid shit. I'm not reading your giant paragraph being 23. I'm so sorry. I really am not, because I have a feeling looking at that monstrosity that it is going to upset me. And I have little enough patience. High view count Booksmart's got to be spicy. I guess so, dude.
Smugglers should not be doing this. I think rescue missions are fine. It turns out that there was actually something in the BBC just yesterday that there are people crossing on dinghies that they just they just buy them and then go themselves because they can't find smugglers. So that's what the rescue missions are for people who are going to come regardless of what's happening. But yeah, absolutely, smugglers getting people to destroy their documents is insane. They shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got distracted by that dumb fuck that sent me a paragraph. How did this end?
There are people crossing on dinghies that smugglers should not be.
Okay, she agreed. Okay, cool. Sorry.
They just buy them and then go themselves because they can't find smugglers. So that's what the rescue missions are for people who are going to come regardless of what's happening. But yeah, absolutely, smugglers getting people to destroy their documents is insane. They shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, and to me, is obviously, and this is something that people really misunderstand, and I think I don't agree with how you portrayed it. You were kind of Lauren thinks it's based and awesome that people just shut down missions to help people. Of course I don't want people drowning, and that's why I personally support the Australian system, which has led to 0 people drowning. But that doesn't work if you just get rid of the NGOs. You actually have
I have a question about that,
the borders as well.
Oh boy, here we go. We're going to talk about the Australian system. Yeah, I heard that Joe went over this. I don't care to watch it because, again, I don't care about this stuff. I don't really like this stuff. I only do it because it's content for you guys and you guys like it, and it gives me a vehicle to tell you how to have better conversations. That's all I really care about. So yeah, I don't care to watch this a third or fourth time.
Because
I have a question about that, though.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so Italy tried to do something very similar to this. What they did was do you know the memorandum that they did with Libya? The Coast Guard?
Explain it.
So Salvini signed, I think it was actually pre-Salvini, but they signed a memorandum with Libya, basically getting them to. Do you have your headphones on?
I do. I've just got
you just moved it. Okay. They signed a memorandum with Libya, the Libyan Coast Guard, saying that they would financially support Libyans to rescue people and then bring them back to Libya. That was their border policing strategy, right?
Okay, so wait, they would pay. Sorry, can you explain that? I hurt myself trying to open my beer.
Yeah, you're not fucking paying attention. That's why he's concerned about you faffing about in the background.
The Italian, it's an interesting technique. The Italians paid the Libyan Coast Guard to intercept migrants/refugees to bring them back to Libya. They were supporting the Libyan Coast Guard to intercept people on dinghy boats and bring them back to Libya.
Yeah. They do things like that anyways, everywhere, without any sort. When I was in Turkey, there were gendarmes looking for us when we were on the water, in helicopters. So they tend to, border security tends to happen both ways in countries like that because the smuggling is so bad for Libya and Turkey as well. But that, to me, from my understanding, that happens anyways. It was happening when I was in Morocco too. When I was talking to the traffickers, they were like, "Oh, we keep monitoring of when the Moroccan Coast Guard are in certain areas for when we launch our boats."
So my question to you is that what you, assuming that the smuggling business in Libya is massive, it's not really comparable to Australia, where I think the numbers of smuggling is comparatively lower because Libya's a big country. So I'm just wondering what you
there's
think
a
should
lot
be
of
done
smuggling that does
regards to-
happen from Asia.
So my question is, if you're intercepting people who are supposedly
Good shit. Do not get lost on this. Then you're gonna have to bring up fucking per capita this and fucking shoreline this and number of people caught that, to really contradict her on what she just said about well, there's still plenty of people coming from Asia. It would be a whole conversation that you don't want to have. Very good on you for not fucking falling into that. That is praiseworthy because some people get very distracted on that shit. I'm loving the background music you added to your stream. Have you had going to have a conversation with Lonerbox? I don't have any plans on it, but if he wants to talk about something based on this, sure.
From Asia,
so my question is, if you're intercepting people who are supposedly they say are fleeing war or terror or whatever, and you stop them making that journey or just send them back, then the question is you might be stopping drowning. I don't really know about Australia. I didn't look into that. But if you apply that to Europe, then the question becomes, if they're not drowning, then where are they going? And in the case of Libya, which Generation Identity wanted to do. They wanted to send them back to Libya. Well, in the case of Libya, you end up in a detention center where you are raped, tortured, abused, you have a forced disappearance, you're trafficked within Africa.
Does she not believe that? I don't know about this furrowing. What do you think happens to the people that are sent back to Libya, Lauren? Is she like, no, fuck. I never really thought about that. I mean, I know Libya's a hellhole, but yeah, what happens to all those people on the boats? Fuck them, dude. They're fucking immigrants. Get a visa. Fucking denied. I don't know. Well, I wonder what she's thinking. I wonder what's going on up there.
Basically, like, you didn't drown, but you might as well be dead. You know, like if you get intercepted by the Libyan Coast Guard and brought back to Libya, that's your life over. You're just a sack of meat with no human rights.
Okay, so see that's an interesting question, because is that not a problem with the Libyan system in general, as with many systems worldwide, many that don't qualify for refugee status but just have extremely, authoritarian regimes in most of the world, rather than that of enforcing.
Well, it's an authoritarian regime.
That almost makes you wonder, why do we have this whole refugee system and people leave and then we classify their country as so fucking bad that then we give them refugees? Like I feel like she's so close. This is an interesting place to stop the video on. She's so close. Booksmarts, so when I see Lauren debate, she speaks in generalities and has a couple of stats. Loner seems to do better talking to her in that capacity for getting her to capitulate. The last part of your sentence I don't understand. How about we not write it in a super wordy way? Because I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Said that pretty enthusiastically there, Book. Well, I'm pretty sure she's pretty enthusiastic about immigration, no? I'm just trying to mimic reality, dude.
Regime that Italy is supporting, though, and that Generation Identity was happy to send rescuees back to before determining their migration status. So if Generation Identity was rescuing people who they didn't know were refugees
let me ask,
and sending them back to Libya.
Good. Continue. No, please. We're at a fight here. Both of us are grabbing for the mic. Who is going to get to complete their statement? Does she get to say some shit, or are you going to make her wait and finish what you're saying?
Okay, this is actually something let me ask.
And sending them back to Libya.
This is actually something that's really interesting to me. What do you think would happen to you if you were a refugee caught leaving Turkey by the gendarme, or a migrant or refugee caught leaving Turkey by the gendarme and brought in?
I don't know. I didn't look into Turkey. Probably bad, right?
Well, that's the thing. There's an assumption that you'll be treated horribly by these countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're these horrible persecution countries that. So I was arrested by the gendarme, essentially as a migrant, because we were.
Well, funny we get around to that question that I posed, because I got an anecdote to answer that one. I was taken captive by the Johnny Dharmas, and not so great. Interesting. Okay. Like, you may hate the anecdote stuff, but boy, is she good at knowing where she's going to go and getting to it. Like, put aside your hate for her for a moment. There's an art to being able to do this in real time all the time. And she is good at doing that, right? Think what you will of the technique. Think what you will of where she arrives at the end of these anecdotes. But, like, she's very good at fitting them into a conversation. And, I don't know. That's what stands out to me here.
Found on illegal border territory. We didn't realize it was illegal territory. We were trying to get filming of the border, and they arrested us as though we were migrants trying to leave the country. And even more so, I was with two gay film guys, and I am a woman who has done quite a lot of anti-Islam commentary. We were terrified, to say the least, right? And one of the big assumptions was, as a critic of Islam with two gay film guys, we are going to be screwed. This is like Midnight Express. We're going to go to jail. What actually happened is we were brought in by the military. We were held for a while, questioned. They actually brought in a doctor to check and make sure our health was okay, and we hadn't been.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I fatigue at these long anecdotes. I just want to hear Loner talk. I just want to hear him talk, and instead I get stories about holding cells with gays and Turkey and the Johnny Garma, and I could care less about any of this, honestly. Uh-oh. I'm starting to approach the point of, like, losing patience for the conversation. How long do we get through this? I'll try to make it to 30 minutes of this, bruh, but I'm
beaten or attacked or anything happened to us by the guards. I remember her walking in and almost falling backwards. She was so shocked to see that we were white, because she's like, I'm so used to dealing with, migrants that are like Middle Eastern, not white people trying to cross borders. But she's like, yeah, it's my full-time job. I come in and make sure everyone's healthy. They gave us chicken, they gave us cookies and cigarettes, and the questioning part was a bit more serious and intense after like 10 hours of being told we might face jail time. But we were actually treated really, really well. So I do wonder, and you know what? I was pulled in for questioning in Morocco too, where I saw...
What are you suggesting here? I'm sorry, what are you suggesting here about Libya?
He's lost. She's saying, well, hey, it wasn't that bad. That's what I'm saying. All right. I thought Turkey, fucking shithole country, fucking, fucking hates gays, hates whites, hates criticism. Not too bad. That's all I'm saying. It's not too bad. That's what I'm saying. I said nothing about Libya. I'm saying I know some Turkish people. I went in Morocco, got in trouble in Morocco. I was fine. What happened in the UK? Fucking banned. All right? That's all I'm saying. Okay, fucking civilized Western countries, and I get banned. And what happens in Turkey? Absolutely fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. Firm handshakes, and we're all okay. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Okay. All right. I think that's what her point is. It's funny, when you initially said you're doing this as long as you can, it sounded like you were trying to stretch it out for content. But I'm realizing you meant for as long as you can stand it. Yes. Racism feels weird, man. What did you think you're signing up for when you saw... Never mind. I won't complete that statement. I'm memeing too close to the sun. I'm going to start burning bridges. Okay, let's just continue with this.
What I'm suggesting, I'm about to finish here. Morocco, I saw someone get beaten by the police when I was pulled in for questioning, which was horrific, but I also saw people just being talked to. What I'm suggesting is, like, does that exact thing happen in every single scenario? Like, I'll have to look into it a bit more, but is that like the protocol of the Libyan police, that if you are caught on a diggy and we bring you back, we rape you and beat you, and that is like...
What I'm saying is, Lonerbox, can you get me some kind of... I know you're a guy that likes documents, okay? You got the fucking glasses, you like reading... He's citing all this fucking bullshit in this video. Can you show me some kind of like police training manual where it says that when you bring them off the dinghy, you gotta fucking rape them? Can you bring me something that says we treat them like a meat bag? Because all I'm saying is, was it too bad in Turkey? People said it was bad. It wasn't too bad. People said Morocco was bad. Yeah, one guy was getting beat, okay? But they were talking to other people, and talking isn't something you would do to a meat bag, believe me. So what I'm asking is, can you substantiate that? It seems like you're making some very big claims about the procedures of the Libyan police there, buddy. Okay. I don't think he's going to be able to provide anything like that. And all of a sudden, this kind of offhanded bunch of remarks he made about Libya, how is he going to handle this? He clearly can't provide that kind of information. I don't think it was his intention when he made those statements, and now he is in this tight spot that she has securely fastened him into, that he couldn't have seen the entire time she was talking about this. So it's just sprung on him. He didn't see this coming. How is Lonerbox going to handle this? Let's see.
Indefinitely your fate. Like, what is the research and data on that? Like, I don't doubt in some cases that does happen, and that is horrific, but is that the actual protocol? What, like, do you have... I just feel like there are a lot of...
Well, if they have a guidebook saying you should beat the shit out of refugees, or just whether or not it happens, because there was a spike after that memorandum was drawn up. There was a spike in detentions and detention-related abuses in Libyan detention centers. So, yeah, okay, let's say it happens to what, like 10% of the people who are intercepted. That's still you sending people who you haven't determined the migration status of. You don't know whether they're legit or not, but you've sent them to a
Good. Handled this well. So first of all, there's not going to be a protocol. Second of all, statistically, these things have gone up. Third of all, back to my original point, we need to sort these people out when they arrive in the country. We shouldn't be making this sorting out, this decision as to whether or not they qualify on the high seas where it's not meant to happen. They should go to the country, be sorted. If they go back, they need to go back. But if they get a stay, then they get a stay. You can't determine these things out on the high seas and then send these people back like prematurely like that. So good on him. Good on him. Good little 3-step parry fucking twirl. Good. I like this. Okay. Brought it back. Yeah, he did bring it back. Good job, Lonerbox. All right. Let's see how the queen handles this here.
Dangerous situation. By the way, Libya is decided by the UN to not be a safe port. They emphatically say you can't send people you rescue back to Libya.
Good other point. Wow. Fucking, he did the parry, he did the twist, and he fucking slapped her. She was like, was that your foot? He's like, yeah, watch. And he did the 2, just like that fucking hairdresser guy. Whoa, okay. Lonerbox out here spitting. All right, let's see how she handles this, dude.
Okay, when was that brought in? Because for me, it's all about like actually applying the maritime law, actually applying the migration law. So if it is,
what's the maritime law again?
Well, first of all, you know, you have to return people to the closest safe port. So if that is Turkey, you return them to Turkey. So you don't.
Oh. Asked her for the law. She gives the law. That's not the law. Oh. She's on the fucking back foot, dude. She took that foot to the face and then she fucking threw a fist and he grabbed it and he fucking Aikido flipped her. Oh shit. Whoa. This is turning around very quickly. All right, how is this going to work out here?
Yeah, you don't have to. Sorry, go on.
Okay, you know, not migrating when you have no refugee status. And how do you, like, this is always a big question to me because if...
Wait, what? Hold on. That seems like it conflicts with everything. You wouldn't migrate already having the refugee status, right? You could seek the refugee status in the country that you arrive in, and then the country would determine it, right? I am no fucking expert. That is my understanding of it from everything that Lonerbox has said so far that you've agreed to. So she said that shit. Now she's changing topics. Yes? Okay. So she said that shit. Now she's changing topics. Let's see where she goes. He let her do this because he let her continue speaking. Instead of like really hitting her on the wrist once he caught her hand. Okay. So instead of doing the Aikido flip, he caught her arm and he pushed her. Okay. So you just let her go. Let's see what she does now that she's let go.
The question becomes, if I am at sea and I leave a certain country and that country is potentially unsafe, like Libya, for me to be returned to, what happens if their passport has been destroyed? What happens here if they come over and...
Now she's looping it back. Okay, so she's getting back in this fighting position. She's winding up, right? The same thing we would expect Lonerbox to do. Let's be good faith. This is her point. This is the where she wants to go with it. She is sticking it back and bringing it back to that. Let's see how these two conflict here.
They, won't tell you where they're from. They have no claim to refugee status. The problem is that you are getting an unprecedented amount of people that can't be identified.
Oh no! Now she's just gaining speed points again. She's winded up for it. He got ready, and now she's just dropping. And now she's saying all this other shit. And he's just gonna let her. Okay. Yeah.
If you return to their original point of wherever they came from, you are told that you are cruel and horrible and condemning people to death, even if you're not. So how do you enforce any laws? How do you enforce any sort of system that keeps people out before they've shown their passport? Or
Okay. Now we're being fair. We're tossing something out there. Okay, so she has a very baseline problem with, like, how do we enforce immigration then, if this is the way that you've described it? Kind of an amorphous question. Let's see how Lonerbox handles this here. Did you notice the misdirect? All right. I swear to God, I already said that shit was banned. MGG. Okay. I promise future me, but I'm making a change here. I have to bring the holy sword upon this person. I'm so sorry. Change here. I'm so sorry, past me. I have to do it. I'm so sorry, past me. I'm breaking the rule. I'm giving them 100,000 seconds because I'm done with that. I don't want it. Okay, there we go. Okay. They pleaded, no, sorry, please. No, I'm treating you like Lauren treats fucking Libyan immigrants, dude. You're getting sent back. I'm sorry. Go somewhere else.
Proved who they are when anyone can essentially dub themselves a refugee in danger by just going into the Mediterranean.
Well, I think if, I think it's like just over half of people get their asylum claims accepted and the rest of them get rejected. So it's actually like, it's a pretty strict process. But then again, that also means that a lot of people crossing the sea, so given that the sea, the central Mediterranean is the most dangerous journey. So you'd expect the numbers of genuine refugees in there to probably be higher, but I can't prove that.
Yeah, someone made a good point in the chat too. They were like, if you stop the boats, they won't enter Libya to begin with and put themselves in danger. That's true
because although people already face risk of getting intercepted, they still cross.
Right, because
that's true.
Borders are open too.
Which borders?
Because it's not like the Australian policy. If you try to enter the country, you'll just be sent to Christmas Island. If you try to enter Australia, you won't be allowed in the country whatsoever. So while there are still countries that are allowing people entry, they're still going to keep crossing. So you need to end both. And your comparison I watched at the beginning.
I'm not putting a list of banned words up. I think it's funny to fucking hit people with the fucking stick of justice. I think it's funny. I think it sets an example. I think it's like putting heads on stakes in front of your castle. It warns people. Don't fuck around and find out, dude. Don't fuck around and find out. I don't put a fucking placard with what they did wrong or whatever. You just know that this is a place where you don't fuck around because you will find out, okay?
Mare Nostrum and Triton 1 is just simply, there was only a 7% difference in actual drowning. Still horrific, of course, but that graph makes it seem like way different. And one of the big reasons that increased the amount of drownings wasn't because there was less search missions by Mare Nostrum. It was because they started using more dinghy boats.
Wrestler Weebs, you are one fucking message away from also getting put on a fucking stake. Do you want to be the next example? Do you want to be the next example? You keep fucking bitching, dude. And you're going to bitch your way all the way up to the top of a fucking stake in front of my castle. Be careful, buddy.
At the time, and dinghy boats unfortunately increased over time compared to fishing boats, and they're 20 times as dangerous compared to fishing boats. That's one other possible explanation. Of course, there's also the fact that significantly less traffickers were being arrested.
Yeah, I mean, the dinghy...
Okay, so she just did this whole thing that I wasn't listening to at all because you guys are fucking distracting me. Very gangsta of you. Thank you, dude. I like this comment. This is stuck in my head. It's not a head on a pike. It's a minefield and a rice paddy. Our fault, Monka W. No more words, Monka S. Yeah, it's because I'm in Romania, dude. I'm Book the Impaler, dude. Oh shit. How's Lonerbox gonna handle this? Let's see.
Boats it doesn't correlate exactly because there was an increase in 2016 of dinghy boats. It went from 67 to 82%, but then NGO presence was higher in 2017 than 2016. But then dinghy boats dropped, so they don't really connect at all.
Dinghy boats went up in Triton 1, which is when the drownings happened.
Well, the dinghy boats
since then.
The dinghy boats, well, they went up and then dropped. They went up and dropped because for a period in 2016, the smuggling hub was moved to Sabratha in Libya, where the militias had control. And the thing with militias is...
Interesting. So this is a classic, like, correlation causation thing, right? She thinks that the cause of the number going down was because of the drownings on this Triton thing that she was referencing. He's connecting it to something internally within Libya. So I have known nothing about this, but this sounds more convincing to me from Lonerbox. Let's see what happens here.
They can smuggle whoever they want on whatever boat they want, and the customers can't complain. So that's kind of where that actually fits better, because the rescue mission correlation, it correlates for 1 year, but then it goes negative the other, so it doesn't really fit. I want to bring you back, actually, if you don't mind. You were wrong about the next port.
Nice. Good remembering, because he tried to make this point earlier and was interrupted. So good shit from Lonerbox here. I'm about an hour back and I was just about to ask Booksmarts if there's a list somewhere with all the banned phrases. It's not a banned phrases thing. It's don't be fucking rude to Lauren. You don't have to. And it pisses me off and distracts me when you do it. So like, just don't. Like, just shut the fuck up. Ask questions. Talk about what I'm talking about. But this is not a place to just like hate on one person or the other. It starts to fucking distract me. I love Lauren. Congratulations. Keep it to yourself, bruh. I don't care for that either. I don't care for that either at all.
You were wrong about the next port of safety. The term that the UN uses is next port of call, which can mean the next port of safety. But they also actually say at the end that there are plenty of instances where this is unclear. Like they actually say it's unclear. But the overriding concern is the safety and dignity of the crew and the people rescued, which is why it's very contentious sending people to North Africa because. First of all, Libya is obviously not a safe port. It's a disaster, which is why I'm still so confused about why Generation Identity wanted to send them there. And then Egypt has had kind of authoritarian problems. And then Algeria, well, they recently deported a bunch of migrants without due process. Tunisia, I think, actually has a chance, but they don't really have an asylum process at the moment. So.
Good job on this. He's appearing very, very knowledgeable about this. She's Googling and half listening. Let's see.
It would probably be useful to start funding that instead of Libya. But yeah, that's why. And obviously different EU countries have different impressions of what a safe country is. But again, I wonder if what you're saying we should do when these people are rescued, because the first big spike in refugees happened in 2011 when there wasn't a refugee response, but that was because the Libyan civil war happened. So I think the problem with pull factors is you're actually ignoring push factors, like why do people leave? Because even on a good year, your chance of dying in the Mediterranean is 1 in 50. Even when all
it's so good that he's getting to talk and talk and talk. She's been able to talk and talk and talk. Any opportunity that Lonerbox cuts out for himself to do that, even if it's because she's Googling and shit, he should take advantage of. We saw this before when Lonerbox had to Google that stuff about the UN and about the EU, and she got to talk and talk and talk. Take advantage of that. If she has to Google shit, if she's confused, talk and talk and talk. Spread your thing. Create your points, right? Lay down a foundation as quickly as possible. If you're building a sandcastle and you're going to be at the beach all day and it's low tide when you get there, use the low tide as the moment to build up as much of that sandcastle as you can. Put in the moats, put in the walls, and then start building the stuff that's intricate and important to you, because the more defenses you put up, when that high tide comes back and she takes back control and she's able to talk and talk and talk, maybe those defenses, maybe those things that you put out there earlier when it was low tide are going to help you keep these arguments, keep that castle secure. So let's hope that that's the case here.
Rescue missions were there. You are 1 in 50 chance of dying. So
when you got a genuine refugee crisis, I obviously think that's a very different question. But certainly in 2016, 2017, when I was covering this stuff, the majority of people that I was meeting in refugee camps were, not from Syria, not from Libya. They were coming from countries which were not listed as refugee countries, and that's because these traffickers
listed by who?
Not in a current state of civil war or war in general, and actively listed as being able to apply for refugee status, which is why there are so many people living under bridges in Europe and living in camps.
And she brings it back to the anecdotes. Okay.
With refugee status all over the place. And this is another aspect that is really horrific. Camp Moria that I went to was burned down.
And she's just going to keep going.
Just this year, because people were so sick of being there. They were like, I'd rather be back in Turkey right now. This place is horrible, and it just becomes a pay your way through system. Can you actually afford that? That's what it becomes when it becomes through the smuggler system. It isn't, are you an actual refugee? It's, can you afford to pay for the best trip over? And then once you get to Greece, can you afford to pay the doctor for a fake doctor's note that says you need to go to Athens? And then can you afford to pay a lawyer to make a good argument for you, even if you don't have the data? It actually kind of bastardizes the entire process for getting refugee status, sadly. But I do have to ask,
and we bring it back around at the end, and now the important part starts. Let me pay attention.
Do you understand that there needs to be a limited, this is unfortunate, I'm still saying definitely some, but do you understand that there needs to be a limited amount of dependents brought into a country under refugee status in order for that system to function?
What do you mean by dependents?
So people who obviously are in refugee status are typically leaving their country in a moment's notice. Right now, it wouldn't be somewhere within Europe. There's no country in Europe that is in an active war, other than, I mean...
Lo-fi beats the study and watch immigrants drown too. Oh my goodness.
You could maybe argue Ukraine, but so typically people are migrating to countries where they don't necessarily speak the language, they have no connections, in a lot of cases no family, if you're a genuine refugee, no money to pay for a home in a lot of cases, somewhere to live. You need support, undeniably. You're not going to be able to just waltz in and get a job right away. So do you recognize that for these people to enter a country and for them to be genuinely supported and put into a position where they can continue to live their own life in a meaningful way, that number has to be limited to a certain amount?
Yeah, that's why I think this first safe country thing is really stupid, because what happened in Europe was that you had this concentration.
Good. Yes, good, Lonerbox. Good. She believes this thing. She thinks there needs to be a number, blah, blah, blah. Aikido. Flip her around, use that momentum, say that's why that previous idea that you seem to be so fond of is stupid. Good, good. Let's see how you flip this around, though. It's all about the follow-up, Loner.
And like, it's southern Italy and southern Spain, places with massive like economic issues and debts and all that couldn't like handle more people, whereas they could have easily gone up to places like whether it was like France or Germany or northern Spain or even the UK, where the UK definitely
no more French braids. We bring them to France. That's not good. No more French braids at baguettes. Big brown people neighborhood. No good. Nope, not France. Okay, yeah, we get it. Loading anecdote. Oh, no. I'm sure we'll hear about France after this.
They're massively full in Italy, massively full in Germany. Like back in 2015, they were all packed in Porte di La Chapelle.
But Italy bolsters his point, right? His point is this first country idea is dumb, and that these people should then be sent to countries that could support them, right? Like, they shouldn't all end up in the first countries, because the countries with coasts that are connected to these other countries are just going to get fucked and flooded, and they're not the best to receive them, right? Like,
right on the border, and they were all packed in. Sorry, Porte di La Chapelle wasn't near the border. That's oh my goodness, this is where I got arrested. Why can't I remember the name of it? Is that
have you forgotten anecdote? Oh, major misstep from Lauren here. Major misstep. I'm gonna put a flag on that play, dude. Not good, Lauren. Not good.
I know. How could I not remember this?
Too many times.
Starts with a C. I'm going to get a map up here, but Porte de la Chapelle was like Paris. Map of France.
But again, that's why I would say that what the EU should have done, the EU should have actually been able to gather their resources.
Yeah, she had a misfire, dude. She loaded up that anecdote and she got a fucking jam. Oh, no. Oh, my fucking anecdote gun. What the fuck? I swear to God, this doesn't usually happen. I can usually unload the whole fucking clip at once. Jesus Christ. It's fucking... Oh, man, I was going to make a bad joke. Never mind. I was going to say it was engineered by a particular country. Anywho, let's just go ahead and continue.
In a much more useful way. Calais, yeah. Which is why the EU should have been able to pull their resources a lot better so they could allocate people more evenly and in a much more pragmatic way. Whereas right now, you have like
what is
one
a much
country...
more pragmatic way? What is that?
A pragmatic way is like, well, one thing is getting rid of work bans on people who are currently seeking asylum. So if your asylum claim is still happening in the UK, you're not allowed to work, which is stupid. Like, these people want to work generally. And then the other thing is just actually looking at ways that different countries might not have the infrastructure to take refugees and other countries do. I don't buy for 1 second, by the way, that Germany is full. Like, there have been refugee crises throughout the centuries of like millions of people arriving in countries of less than 15 million people. And economies can function like that because you add workers to the economy.
I think the problem there is typically...
All right. This is the last thing that you got to send for tonight. So I will read it, and then you will promptly be timed out for 100,000 seconds. Booksmarts, you are responsible for this debate. How does it feel finally making your own content? Nice. Congratulations, dude. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. You know what other country is fucking full and can't take any more of you fucking refugees? It's this chat. I can't have any more of this nonsense, weebs. You're gone for the night. Yeah. 07, your falling comrade, dude. 07, we're sending him back. Let's hope the Libyans don't have any protocols on beating and raping, okay? Lauren says that they don't. Lonerbox has no evidence, so I'm sure you'll be okay.
The people who have come in, they actually don't even have the capability to work, because in Paris, maybe a bit different, and this was actually quite sad because...
You'll get a sub when you get a job? Well, I hope they change the policy and get you a job. I could use that 250.
Obviously, a lot of people coming from different countries in Africa that had previously been colonized by the French could speak French, so they could actually speak the language, but they just had no legitimate claim to asylum. So they couldn't get any papers, they couldn't work because they had no actual right to migrate there.
Well, that's what I think. That's why I think that's a problem with Paris, with France, and a lot of these countries that are drumming up anti-immigrant sentiment is they're not really thinking about pragmatism. That whole thing of like just leaving undocumented people under bridges is a waste. Like those people want to work. That's what they said to you. They said
why you can't give someone status who hasn't applied for it, right? You understand why you can't just have no immigration laws.
But that's not really what he's advocating. I feel like we've completely missed the mark on the point that Loner made. So if their shit's being processed, then they should be able to, in the meantime, get a job so that they aren't like homeless on the fucking streets and dirtying shit up like you videotaped, or, fucking stuck in a country with no prospects or unable to pay their way through because they have no income, right? Like all of the problems you're talking about could be remedied, at least in part, by allowing them to seek gainful employment while their stuff is being processed, right? And not having these documents, they're still going to process them. They're going to try to figure out who the fuck they are, where they're coming from, whatever, even if they destroy these documents, which, if they find out they did, is illegal and they will be in trouble, right? So, like, it doesn't conflict with what he's saying. And what he's saying is not they should have, like, no immigration laws or whatever. He's saying that you should allow people to work while they're processing their refugee status, right? Like, I feel like this doesn't have anything to do with that.
Because every single person worldwide would want to move to France immediately. That was in a poor country. And I'm not saying, like, it sucks that there's a large amount of the world that has been born in impoverished countries. That's horrible. We want to change that situation. But you can only have so many people that migrate into your country that are largely going to be dependent. So you can't change your migration laws just because someone's already there. Oh, you already came? Well, I guess shrug our shoulders. We'll just give you the right to work and live here if you don't actually fit into the status, because then that opens up for everyone. I'll just come over.
Okay, now she's bringing it back around. Now I kind of get it. But it's all temporary. So I feel like it's not the full picture, but we'll see how Lonerbox responds to it. I'm no expert in this shit.
From India, I'll just come over from China. I'll come over from Canada, and can I be French now and work and live here, even though I haven't put in any application? That wouldn't.
Well, nobody said you're fucking French, so let's just hold on right there. French people are very, very picky about who gets to be French. Okay, and if you don't speak French, then you're not treated super duper kindly. So let's hold off on that a little bit.
Fly anywhere in the world, doesn't matter if it's a European country or not. I wouldn't expect any country to do that for me. I wouldn't move to India and say, hey, give me citizenship because I'm already here anyway.
Well, this didn't happen, though, because when the Balkan route opened, most people stayed in Syria and Jordan and Lebanon and Turkey. The vast majority of refugees...
Nice! He's got fucking historical citations. He said some shit I don't even know about. Sounds legit. If she does to challenge it, I'll assume that it's correct. So, ball in her court. We'll see how she responds to this, if she even knows what the fuck that thing is.
...did not enter Europe from the refugee crisis. Barely.
Yeah.
And even when the Balkan route opened...
Now I believe him. Okay. Not looking good for Lauren. Okay. So, then... Your shit's problematic, right?
Viktor Orban, that fucking dipshit, was like basically directing people into West, basically directing people.
Yeah.
And even when the Balkan route opened, even when Viktor Orban, that fucking dipshit, was like basically directing people into West, basically.
Why are you doing that? Of course she's gonna call that out. You're on such a good roll. Why would you do that? Calm down. I don't know who the fuck that person is, but he just randomly said this dumb shit. Like, just, we don't need that. We don't need that shit at all. I have no idea who that dude is, but he talks so calmly and so precisely, and then just randomly pulls out the fucking dipshit. Like, I don't even know who the fuck that is, right? Like, we don't need to give her any footholds to grasp onto to interrupt this, right? All she needs is one fucking factoid and 3 anecdotes, and then she could take the mic back for 15 more minutes about whatever it is that she wants to talk about, right? So that's all she has to do. And, okay, Hungarian nationalists. How familiar do we think that Lauren Southern is with a Hungarian nationalist? So all it takes is a few anecdotes and some information for her to interrupt and go, Well, here's the thing is like, Orban was actually responsible for like blah, 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 blah. As a matter of fact, when I was in Hungary with this project who actually work with helping immigrants, which is something you would like, actually Orban's policies, if I remember rightly, was blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. And then she just gets to keep going. So you're giving her a foothold that you don't need to give her by letting your rhetoric slip like that. So it's not good for Lonerbox to do that, right? Yeah, chat started going off. I don't know who this person is. You guys clearly dislike them. Lonerbox does too. That's no mystery to me. He made it very clear. But I'm saying is you're giving her an opportunity that you don't need to give her. You're clearly controlling your inflection and your language through the rest of this. Be consistent on that, because that is definitely helping you here, and you don't want to give her an opportunity to butt in.
Directing people with his little half-built walls into Western Europe.
Oh no, he's continuing to go.
Like when he was doing that, people stayed in Lebanon and other places
his
anyway.
people didn't want mass migration.
Here we go. See, this is what I'm talking about, dude. This is what I'm talking about. Let's see how long this goes on for.
In their country, are they not allowed to have their opinion and vote on that?
I think if you want to be part of the European Union, then yeah, you should probably abide by international laws. Yeah.
Oh, thank God it didn't keep going. Please keep talking. Please keep talking. She's Googling. Now is your chance. We're in low tide. Please build something, Lonerbox, please. Because you just dug a channel in the middle of your wall, and now she's going to try to squeeze through it. So please plug that up. Please do something with this modicum of time that you have. Please. Loner! Say something, brother. Please. You had another point. Go. Oh, no.
So you think that the European Union should have more power than the people within a country?
Oh no, now we have this conversation. Because the whole country of Great Britain has a bit of a bone to pick with you about that, mate. I don't think that some international fucking organisation should be able to say what I do in my borders. You're really going to go against the will of the people, yeah? Is that really what you want to do? Oh no. Oh no. Now we go off on a whole fucking random tangent that Laura wants to go off on. Fucking Lonerbox. You've dropped the ball, my friend. You've dropped the ball. Hopefully this isn't as disastrous as it could be. But now we're going to talk about this. Okay. And sorry about the British voices. You know the reason why I keep doing British voices, as just a bit of an aside. I've been listening to all of the... Oh, here. Let me switch scenes here. Yeah, we're going on full tangent mode here. Full tangent mode here. I've been listening to like all of the Witcher audiobooks. All of them. I've been listening to all the Witcher audiobooks. So the dude that narrates this is really fucking good at his job. Like really good. This Peter Kenny guy, he's so good. I love that he gives them all language, like gives them all like different accents and stuff. They're Polish though. Don't be a dumb fuck. Don't be a dumb fuck or I'll put you on a stake in front of my castle, motherfucker. That's also why we're having castles and stakes and all these different analogies that I keep going for. Doing voices helps your throat. Yeah. You know what else helps? No comment. Rank The Witcher out of 10. I don't often listen to fiction, but it's really hooked me. I don't know, like a 7 or an 8. I like it. I definitely like it. I mean, I've listened through like, now I'm on what, the 5th or 6th book? Like, I've been Rochambeauing it, dude. And I'm listening at only 1.3. 1.3x. That's how much I enjoy it. And I turn it down to 1x when a very heightened scene happens. Like, saucy dialogue between two characters. So I've been listening to that shit slowly as well. It's just really, really good. I think if I read it, maybe I would enjoy it less, but the audiobook performance by Peter Kenny is really, really good. So that's half of it for me. Anywho, enough distractions. I'm very, very sorry for that. But I have to recommend that book. Okay, let's continue with this. And I'm going to take this opportunity to shill. If you have a Twitch Prime that you have not used on a streamer, I would love it. If you would like to sub and get some funky emotes from this community, I would really appreciate it. If you would like to donate, That's super helpful as well. Any of that stuff, I really do appreciate it. Exclamation point dono gets you the link, and then you could do that. Do it. Tell them what helps their throat. No. Tidbit, Orban got a little slap and called a dictator by the old president of the EU Commission. Sounds like somebody that doesn't respect the rights of individual countries. I shouldn't meme about this stuff. I really shouldn't. Have you ever listened to any BBC audio series? Nope. Don't care. Didn't listen.
On some things, yeah.
Thank you for that one. I'm going to go take a little bit of a break. I will say this. I will listen until 1:55 in the timeline. We are at 1:48 basically. I will listen to 1:55 and then we will move on to just chatting or something else. If you would like me to continue, I will continue for $40. It can add up to $40. Any donations that want to contribute to continuing to listen to this conversation. Otherwise, I'm getting bored of it. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, put on some music for you guys, go pee, pour myself some more water. Thank you for those. I do appreciate them. BBC Audio probably doesn't respect the rights of Victor
Prime
Orban.
showed up in mobile, or that I had better observation skills.
Yeah, well, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to remind you. So I really do appreciate that, base tickler. Actually, the act of base tickling is actually what I meant earlier about helping your throat. Zing. Okay, there you go. There's a joke that communicated what I wanted to communicate earlier. So I will put this on the waiting screen. Please explain this joke. I don't want to. If you're in the know, you're in the know. Oh, okay. I'll play this and then I'll go pee and take care of some other stuff. Be right back. Thanks, Dekai Bear, for the 10 gifted subs. If you caught one of Dekai Bear's gifted subs, go ahead and shout them out in the chat and give them a nice, solid, firm handshake and a thank you. They're deserving of it. I will be back in a little bit. Do not coom. I'll mute the mic when I do. I'll be right back, okay? These songs are all by Jacob. The next one is also by Jacob. Enjoy. You guys enjoyed that one. Again, these are all by, I think the command is !DJ samples. I should make some extras like !Jacob or something so that I remember it in the future. I think it's DJ samples. So yeah, thank him for all those. I think everything he puts out is like a bop. Like this isn't a mark on PictoChat. I don't mean it this way, but I definitely do have to select which of Picto's songs that he's given to me I'm going to use on the stream. With Jacob, it's like every single one except for that rap song you guys didn't like, are all good. So that's always a nice thing. Has anyone ever told you, you sounds like Emergency Awesome? Well, I don't know what the hell that means. What is Emergency Awesome? Is that like a YouTuber? How is the weather where you're at? It's good. You can see the window I cracked open in the background there. There's a certain quality to the stench that actually makes me nostalgic. There's like a river outside and a bunch of cars, And that mixture between like the smog exhaust of the cars and the nastiness of the river and wet cement kind of reminds me of Thailand a little bit. It almost makes me like a little bit nostalgic, that stench. So I have like a kind of nostalgia when I take a big whiff of it from outside. Are you actually voluntarily staying in Romania? Yes, because thanks to Lauren and people like her that like to restrict immigration and the free movement of people across countries that all get along with each other, visas make it to where I have to be in certain places for certain amounts of time. So yeah, I'm working out my visa here. Smog reminds me of California. No. Contrary to popular belief, Thailand is not located in California. Little known fact. When I say Thailand, I'm referring to the country of Thailand, not a city within California. So while you're so incredibly close, separated only by a few thousand miles, I mean Thailand, the place that is in Asia. So I hope Bookie washed his hands. I did not, because my wiener is clean. Okay, let's move on before you guys argue with me about my cleanliness. Thailand, Canada? No, Thailand, Asia. Thailand, Asia. The Mootin take? What is the Mootin take? I don't understand what you mean by that. Let's see. I'm gonna ignore all of this. Okay, I think we should be good to continue with this video. Did we hit what the requirement was on the donations there? We did not. Okay, we did not. So that's totally fine. Like I said before, if we hit $40 in donations, then I'm happy to continue with the video. Otherwise, I'm just going to go into the onto the 155 timestamp mark for the video, which should be another like 6 or 7 minutes, which means it should be another half an hour of streaming. God, I'm so bad at pause champing. You guys distract me so much. We got 10 gifted subs, but they said to do whatever you want. When I say $40 donated, it does not mean gifted subs. One of the dumbest ways... Oh, man, should I actually say this? I'm going to say this. Fuck it. One of the dumbest ways that you could support a streamer is by gifting subs, because half of every dollar that you're spending is going to a company that the socialists pretend that they dislike. So if you would like every one of your dollars to go to a streamer, I would recommend that you donate. I'm very appreciative of the subs. I do like that. That's great. But when I set these donation goals, I am... I mean donation when I say donation. So if we get $40 in donations, I'm happy to continue. Tell that to Train. I don't know if partnered streamers get like easier rates on stuff or whatever. If they do, maybe it makes more sense. But certainly for you guys, it wouldn't. Anywho, that being said, let's go ahead and jump into this and finish off however much of this video I'm going to do. So we're at I got a Dan moment there. We're at 1:47:58, and we will go until 1 hour and 55 minutes into this. So let's go ahead and continue here.
On some things, including who should be allowed to enter their country.
When it comes to refugees, yeah.
Well, we're talking about migrants.
No, we're talking about people who are making
people who have not
claims.
been decided, and in a lot of cases, they're moving once again through these countries because the refugee status has been rejected in the first country.
Well, how do you?
Because they aren't actually refugees in a lot of cases.
Well, no, you're just speaking to like a few examples that you found. You don't know if someone is a refugee or a migrant until they claim asylum. So you need to give them the opportunity to claim asylum. And we
good to focus on this point, though she clearly still doesn't understand this. Maybe clarifying this more would be helpful. I feel like it's very contrary to the entire perspective she's putting forward, so I don't know how willing she is to educate herself on this topic. Given all of her other work, I would assume she doesn't really care about getting educated on that topic, but it might be good to clarify this. I know this is a point that's been repeated several times, but I wonder how well this is sticking in the mind of her viewers in particular. So it might be good to flesh that out a little bit more, but I do appreciate the pushback from Loner here.
Have laws against existing in a country and not claiming asylum. That actually incurs deportation. So, again, how do you know unless they kind of arrive? Because what you're saying, and it seems like what Generation Identity is saying.
I have friends of mine that are like refugees that have immigrated, for example, to Australia, Bosnia, and they were part of, their families were in a lot of the wars in that were going on in Eastern Europe. and you know, they were able to put claims in before they actually left their country to go to the new country, and that happens in a lot of cases. In fact, that's typically how refugee claims occur.
No, that can happen. It's not typically how claims occur.
Okay,
because
so
what if
not
the embassy...
typically, but that is a possibility, and probably looking at the crisis occurring right now is...
Cool. We got a concession from Lauren. Maybe it's not most of the time that that's the case, but some of the times it is the case. Lonerbox could push back here and say that maybe in situations like Libya, it is a less practical option for most of the people that are impacted. Like maybe most people can't apply through the Libyan government, like to the country that they want to arrive in, right? Let's see how he handles this.
Is the better form of making an application.
Book, are anecdotes good rhetorically? That's like asking me like, is wood good for creating things? Like, yeah, I guess, but it's going to be really dependent. Like you probably don't want to use wood to build like a fireproof structure. So like, it's such a weird question. Are anecdotes good rhetorically? Yes, sometimes. Like, yeah, you could build arguments with anecdotes that are rhetorically effective. It's a weird question. Like, that's a yes? Yeah, whatever. I'm going to ignore you from here on out, Cecilia. We're so close to the end. I'm just going to start ignoring you. A tale as old as time when it comes to right-wingers. Yeah, maybe, dude.
Then ending up in Camp Moria and having it burned down because you're so miserable where you are and you can't get status because you found out you don't actually have a right to asylum even though your human trafficker told you would.
Yeah, so again, like if you can claim asylum through an embassy, people would do that rather than risk a 1 in 50 chance of dying across the sea. Because the thing with the embassy, like you said, it's an option. They don't have to do.
Oh, that's $5 towards the 40. We're at 5 out of 40, party people. Let's see if they had anything.
Hey, Booksmarts, I see you're late on your book return again. I told you this is the last time, but you really get my pages turning. Come over here and be a good bookworm.
What the fuck? Book, can words be bad? Yeah, it's one of those types of questions, dude. Are words good rhetorically? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Do that, and you probably have to assume that every journey into Europe is dangerous. Even the Balkan route is dangerous. So if they're not claiming asylum in an embassy and just coming over instead, it's because that's their human right. That's their right under international law. So again, it's an option to claim at assembly.
So what would you do? What would you do about the mass amounts of people? And I do remember reading European Union data. I'd have to go back and find it, saying it was actually the majority who were coming over for economic reasons at one point in around 2016, 2017. What would you do about those who are attempting to make refugee claims, but they're actually just economic migrants?
Well, if your refugee claim fails, then you get deported. That should be the case anyway.
So just send them all back?
Not all of them, the ones who fail their claims, yeah.
Yeah, so you'd get them on airplanes and send them home? What if they've destroyed their passports so you don't know what home is for them?
Wait, why is she laughing so much? I don't understand. Like, yeah, if their shit's rejected, they get sent back, right? Why is that funny that we send them on a plane? But anywho, we're on a new question, so let's see where this goes.
Again, that's like a legal gray zone, but that's not speaking to the larger issues. Like,
no, that is almost,
anyway.
if you don't have a legitimate claim to refugee status and you're coming from a country that you know you can be deported to and you want to stay, a lot of them, a large amount, destroy their passports like before they even get to the water.
I know, I'm just really interested in this claim about
destroyed passports all over the ground. So like, what do you do about that? Because this is
okay.
I saw some passports, buddy. You can't make me forget those fucking life vests on the shore. What do we do? We don't know who those people are. What are we gonna do? So at this point, given she keeps repeating this, Loner has to find like a good, suitable way of like putting to rest this point that she keeps bringing up, and we don't really have that. Like, I get that we keep repeating we'll have to process them, but I don't think it is satiating her with her problem here.
Question at hand.
I don't doubt that you saw a bunch of destroyed passports, but again, like, what are the stats on that? Because most people who arrive, as far as I remember, they make claims.
Well, they attempt to, and a lot fail, unfortunately. And then you have a bunch of people stuck in limbo under bridges and in camps, which, as you said, has increased anti-migrant sentiment all across Europe.
Yeah, but oh man, she like tucks in the concession in the very beginning, like a little bit, like, yeah, a lot do, but some don't, and those some end up under bridges. Like, Okay, but you're saying that it's a huge problem that we have all these people that are destroying their documents and stuff. He says that doesn't represent the vast majority of people. The vast majority of people apply beforehand. You're saying sure, but then we have people under bridges like we're like looping in a disastrous way here. And unfortunately, here comes a hot take. Lonerbox has to get us out of this loop. It has to be him because she will continue to reinforce it. The longer we can stay in this loop, the better it is for Lauren, but it doesn't help Lonerbox at all. So Lonerbox's job here has to be to get us out of the loop.
It's a problem, and it's a problem that I can accept is complex, and you bring up good points, but you still, you've still massively got the problem when you don't stop where it's occurring. As you've said, one thing is to potentially stop the push factors, and I am all for investigating and what we can do there. But sometimes the push factors, and in a lot of cases, are just general poverty. And I think if we're speaking in a sane manner, we know world poverty is unfortunately just never.
You see what she does? He talked about push factors. He talked about factors in the country. She includes that in her response, and then tacks that onto the economic factors are also push factors coming from those countries. And that's what I want to address. Like her or hate her, this is a good example of what I encourage you guys to do when I'm saying use the words of the other person. If the other person gave you talking points, working those talking points into your own points demonstrates an understanding of what the other person is saying and puts it into language that they may be more easy to digest or address, right? And she's doing that here. So props rhetorically to Lauren. I think this is something more of you guys should do. So if you're in a conversation with a spouse or a friend or family or professors or... Oh, good God. Okay, so we continue with the video.
Am I doing it right?
Yeah, you're doing it right. I appreciate it, Prince Mononoke. That's it. That Princess Mononoke is a good anime, good movie. One of my favorite Ghibli movies for sure. So yeah, we continue with this now. So yeah, I like that. Do that in your own personal conversations. I think it's good. No, why? Well, because somebody paid money, bro. That's how the world works. All I ever do is fight in conversations. Well, that's not a good thing. People don't enjoy that. Yes, actually, Lauren does this often, where she ties the talking point of her opponent into her own framing. Yeah, and it's good to do. Like, regardless of your position, it's good to do. It's good in communication with people. Can I pay not to watch this? Huh. Yes, but I have to set it reasonably high. If you donate $80 to not do this, I will not do this. And I can add it up. You could put it in your dono message. Hey, this is $5 towards not doing this anymore. Sure. I'll set it at 80 though. I'll set it at 80. People from wealthy countries can afford that. That's for certain. What was the payment for it to continue? Make it 100? I'm not making it 100. You can make it 100 by donating 100 and saying, please stop. And I'll certainly do it with haste. But otherwise, yeah, I'm going to continue. 80 is a scam. 40 sounds fair. Well, 80 is to stop and 40 is to keep going. I want to keep going. I want to make content. Buddy boy. Is that Destiny's voice in the donations? It is. It's Destiny on the TTS.
Going to go away. So in that case, you have to go to the next push factor, which is the fact that, you know, you just have a trafficking service happening in the Mediterranean and open borders there. So
I mean, are you still describing the NGOs as a trafficking service? Because I thought we kind of just established that they were doing everything within their rights.
Oh, I think the Mare Nostrum mission, that was actually arresting traffickers while picking...
If somebody were to donate $80, would that mean league stream? If they said they wanted to league stream, I'd entertain the idea.
People that were...
Thanks, Prince Mononoke. Good to have your donation and good to have your sub. Welcome to the crew. Enjoy the emotes, my dude.
Genuinely in distress wasn't a trafficking service, but if you were just a service...
Yes, the TTS command doesn't work. I didn't put it in. Shut the fuck up. It's a bunch of work, and I could be fucking bothered to... I couldn't be bothered to do it. I'm working a lot on the booksmarts.twitch website. I'm working a lot on fucking hiring people. I'm working a lot on reviews. I could give a fuck less about your stupid fucking TTS thing.
That is going off into, you know, foreign waters, picking people up and bringing them back in. That's a trafficking service, of course, and that was exactly what was occurring. I even explored...
Stop! Exclamation point TTS. I'm gonna ignore you guys. You're right. I'm getting stun locked. I'm so sorry. This is gonna take much longer if I get stun locked. I'm gonna ignore it. Remember the promise, Booksmarts. Remember the promise.
Libya, but I explored the other two largest points, Turkey and Morocco, and that is exactly what was happening there.
Well, Morocco, okay, but again, NGOs doing I think when you were talking about NGOs like actually doing trafficking, like you don't actually buy that those investigations are not turning out any evidence of them, including with smugglers, though. Right?
I think they are absolutely going and picking up people that are not in distress. Of course, you don't think that's happening?
Well, no, because
you don't think if they find a boat of people that are doing just fine, they don't pick them up anyways? Like, because I know how I would think if I were doing that. I'd be like, yeah, help them out. Let's pick them up, and then we'll just say they were in distress when we get back. Of course they'd do that.
Why would they? Again, because they're globalists or whatever. I don't know.
Well, because they want people to come over no matter what. They're open borders. Of course, they support that. They just say, yeah, we have to skirt the legal thing. And I know this because we've talked to them.
Okay, so yeah, that's just like, okay, maybe I'm sure that some of the ones you talked to were, but again, like, when NGOs have been accused of this, they have to publish. You can look at the Juventa case. This was one where they actually had to publish all of their logs, like, because NGOs film all their missions. They have evidence of them doing this.
Do they?
And yeah, you can look up.
Uh-oh. Well, sounds like he can get pushback here. Let's see what he's got cooking in the kitchen here.
You can look up the Juventa case if you want. They released all their archives.
I'll go look at it. It can be really. Do you actually have the court documents? Because it can be so difficult. Like with the Panos case. Like they're actually ERCI are still under investigation, you know. Like they're.
I know they are. So I mean, the Aquarius are still under investigation for dropping AIDS into the sea. You know, these investigations.
Yeah, so these investigations aren't over, and as we both know, sometimes excuses will be made that are legitimate, but are made to actually discover further criminal activity. So someone who's a massive gang member will be arrested for, you know, having pot on them, but the intention will be to further an investigation into their activities or give the police rights to be able to have a search warrant for their home to find something bigger. And I assume certainly Salvini, and I at least think you'd agree with this, Salvini and the prosecutors working with him are probably hoping to investigate more with this case than just AIDS blankets.
Yeah, but why would I don't know if I can trust anyone who's worried about AIDS blankets, but anyway.
What I'm saying is there is a bigger thing going on than just the AIDS blankets, but the AIDS
you
blankets
don't know that,
like they were able to get them on, because of course they've been accusing them of people trafficking for years. So
I would really just not engage with this at all if I were Lonerbox. Like, sure, yeah, maybe through the course of the investigation, they're seeing if anything else comes up. If something else comes up, then of course they would look into that further, yada, yada. It just like move off of it. I don't think this is worth arguing about. I really don't, but maybe Lonerbox has a different idea of what his goal is here.
Of course I know that. I know they think that.
Yeah, so why the AIDS blankets though? That's so
because
weird.
They could catch them on that, because they actually have the physical.
How can you catch someone?
Clothing, here's the.
How can you catch someone in AIDS blankets though?
It's HIV infected clothes, as you stated on your video from.
But you can't.
Yeah, but he pushed back. Wait. Okay. Please handle this well, Lonerbox.
Can't get HIV from clothes.
What do you mean? So it's
no. Well, somebody don't know how HIV work. This bitch don't know about Pangea.
Clothing that has been contaminated.
Yeah, you can't get clothing. You can't get HIV from clothes. Even if there's blood on the clothes, you can't get HIV.
Can you get HIV from clothes? No, she wouldn't say can you. She would Google HIV from clothes. Let's be real. Let's see what she digs up. Let's see what she digs
from
up.
Like touching HIV like clothes. HIV dies as soon as it leaves.
Good reference. I actually kind of want that as one of my soundboard things. Like, this bitch don't know about Pangea. It really does encapsulate. Sometimes in my brain, when I'm listening to these debates and people just like are missing out on like basic details of like statements of facts, Little Dicky does play in my head, and I think about that brain being like, this bitch don't know about Pangea. This reminds me of when she said that data was the plural of anecdote. Okay, bro.
Let's look it up, because there must be some sort of law that they're going under. Like, I assume they aren't contaminated.
They were going under toxic waste, but again, like clothes, the clothes of people who have HIV is not toxic waste. It was just labeled as special waste, and that was it. Like,
okay, well, I'd have to look into the law, because I'm sure like medical clothing, you know, when you go into a hospital and there's like the blood bins, you throw it in there and it's considered toxic waste.
So
it's people who have diseases. So I mean, I assume there was some legal precedent for that. As I said, I have not done a full legal analysis of your video, and it can be, and after doing your research, I am sure you would agree with this. It is a bitch to find European actual case documents, especially using like English Google, having to put in all the little preferences and be like, no, put it in Greek.
And now she's like establishing rapport with him through proving at the same time that she does a bunch of research. And if you trust the research of Lonerbox and the extents that he goes to, she also can commiserate with that because she does tons of research. Okay. I mean, like, I can't shit on her for rapport building, but this is certainly benefiting her and taking up talk time, and it's all good for Lauren.
No, from this time, no legal cases, Google Scholar, and it's just like you're getting to the 11th page of Google.
This one I'm going to send you actually has like images as well of the
contaminated medical waste or biohazard.
Yeah, but it's not biohazard if it's clothes that someone who had AIDS wore. Like, it's just such a strange accusation. It's like, I think I know why they did it.
I assume the media, like, as we both know, the media like to.
And she's going to keep on going with the rapport building. I don't know why we're talking about this. This is very, very silly. I know that he is very opinionated about it. He has been from the very beginning. He's put out all the signals that he thinks this is one of the most ridiculous things to come out of his video. But I don't feel like it's got a lot of substance to it. It doesn't have a lot of teeth. If I were Lauren, again, and my goal is to avoid scathing critique that had come from the Lonerbox video, I am happy during the hour that I have assigned to you to have a conversation with you to spend as much time as possible talking about something as silly as AIDS blankets. Of all the things I said in there, some of which may have been incorrect, the more time that you allow me to divert to AIDS blankets, the more happy I am with your participation in the conversation. So he needs to see that, though. He does at certain points, but then he gets caught on stuff like this. And we spent a considerable amount of time so far just now on the AIDS blankets.
They're like AIDS blankets. They won't actually...
No, this is what the prosecutor said. They said it was clothing contaminated.
Okay, do you have the actual, like, prosecution document not interpreted by the media?
Do you think she consciously employs tactics like that, or is just kind of how she acts in a convo/debate? Well, I know that we may have a parasocial relationship, you and I, but I need to admit something to you. I need to come forward. I'm not God. I don't know. I have no way of reading Lauren's mind or knowing what the fuck her intent is with this shit. I don't pretend that I do. You want someone that makes assumptions and inferences about the intentions of people very, very harshly and with a lot of conviction. Go watch Destiny. I don't do that. That's not what I do. So I have no idea. I don't think it matters, really. I don't think we need to know that to have a conversation about the tactics she's employing. So I have no way of knowing, and for that reason, I don't care about that line of questioning or reasoning or whatever.
Is that what you had? Because you're the one that made the claim. I got the claim from you.
Well, that's what I read from the media, that's why the ship was shut down.
So you took the media at their word. I'm doing the same.
So
like,
I'm saying that's why the ship was shut
said...
down. But if you're saying that it's like a bizarre legal claim that has no precedent, we'd have to actually look at the legal documents. Like,
well,
I get what you're saying. Like, oh, you can't catch HIV from just this clothes. Well, let's see what the.
Well, I know why they said. Because if you accuse someone of something, that has to get...
What a strange thing to say. I know you said you can't catch AIDS from blankets, but I think we should look at legal precedent, buddy. What a strange statement. What a strange statement. He's going to let her go on it, but what a strange statement.
Get investigated, and if you say they were mismanaging toxic waste, then they have to investigate that. Mm-hmm. But since the toxic waste they're referring to is clothes of people who had HIV.
Right, okay, well, like I said, I'll have to actually look into what laws are around that and why they have that law in. And that's just what I know, that the ship was initially impounded and shut down by Italy anyways. I know it had been impounded and shut down in multiple other countries before for their activities, but yeah.
What other activities were they impounded for?
I just know that other countries had taken away their license and ability before.
No, that's not impounding though. If they take away their, I mean, there's a whole.
I'm pretty sure they were impounded in Spain as well.
Oh man, here we go on more stuff that I don't think is super important. Now I get what you mean about the boring part. Are we at the boring part now?
Impounded.
Were they impounded by Spain?
A black hole of nonsense. Just move on to important issues. That's where I'm at with it. But I could be wrong, right? Like maybe Lonerbox thinks this is super important. I would hate to think that that's where his mind is at, but I I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter if you can catch AIDS or not. If the law is it must be considered as toxic waste, then the law is what matters, not if you can actually get AIDS from clothes. Yeah, but we're talking about two things at the same time, and that's why it's annoying. Can you catch AIDS from clothes? I'm pretty sure the medical answer is no. Now, do you have to sort garbage and set it aside that was from people who were infected with it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's what the law says. But to conflate these two things and use them interchangeably muddies the water in a way that's not super helpful. That's why I'm saying, like, and then if we zoom out, the AIDS blankets is just not an important point at all. So the fact that we're like 8 levels deep and mixing up two things 8 levels deep on a topic that doesn't matter at all, we lost sight of we lost sight of the light here. We lost sight of what the point of the conversation is, and we're 8 levels deep arguing about this stupid shit on a point that doesn't matter. So that's where we found ourselves here.
Were they just there?
Let's see.
I know, because I know their charge is for AIDS clothes. Like that's what they're under investigation.
Okay, no Cal Mike, congratulations. You are getting moved into the timeout corner. You are getting moved in the timeout corner. And if somebody wants to explain to them why they were moved in the timeout corner, you can explain to them why they were moved in the timeout corner. But I could give a fuck less. They're distracting me with their nonsense, and now they're getting moved. Goodbye. Goodbye, my friend.
It's so hard to find information on the Aquarius case, though. I was like, I couldn't find anything in the last year from the short Googling I did before.
Well, I'm just wondering why you brought it up.
Wait. Because I'm saying, like, that beyond people are like, you're trying to be a a non-government enforcer of the law, Lauren, and I'm like, well, the government have actually impounded and
well, they
taken
didn't
the ship in themselves.
Well, no, they took the ship in a year after you did your thing with the boat.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the ship.
So there was nothing.
The ship had been accused of illegal activity, and they had been taken in and impounded by the government, and were not allowed to sail anymore. So people were accusing me of being this force of like, you think you're above the law, but I'm like, no, the law actually decided that the ship was problematic as well. And we'll have to go through the specific things that they have put forward. That was one of the reasons, the toxic waste, which I'm sure there is more to that than just what the media have reported, because we'll have to get the exact case documents, but that was the reason the government have impounded the ship, and the government have decided that there was at least some premise or standing for them to do that and to stop their missions.
Cool, let's move on.
Again, like, so yeah, again, toxic waste didn't come up until after that's first talk.
Thank you for your subscription. I do appreciate
an offering
it.
to God.
Inshallah. Thank you for that.
And again, trafficking. There wasn't even an investigation or like a charge.
There was an investigation.
The investigation didn't start until 2018, didn't it? 2017, 2018?
So there was an investigation.
Oh, no. Now she's getting these little rhetorical wins because we're 20 levels deep on a topic that doesn't matter. And I heard the comment earlier that what matters to us doesn't necessarily matter to them. Yes, but what a silly statement, because we are us and we know from our perspective. We're talking from our perspective. They may not know that in this moment, but we're the hindsight people and we're watching it, so our perspective matters just as much as theirs. Boy, this is the thank you for paying more for me to have to sit through this.
Oh, but you're saying
I know there was an
after.
investigation, but it didn't. Yeah, it happened after, didn't it? Because you weren't talking about them. You were talking about them bringing in.
That's irrelevant, because the point was that there are illegal migrants coming in that don't actually have refugee status, and we're finding that out more and more going forward, that these people don't actually have claim to refugee status.
Now I get to say something good, because I had a chatter that chatted something that wasn't fucking nonsense. I noticed Lonerbox is getting baited pretty badly. I find that hard too. How to steer the conversation away from the dumb points. I get easily trapped into discussing points and positions I do not really hold or know nothing about. I suppose it's important to agree on what to discuss before going into the convo. Sure. Or, because you have only control over what you have control over, keep in front of you and keep at the forefront of your mind what is the purpose of your discussion and where will you not allow it to go, and constantly evaluate that. This is a mindfulness exercise, right? So when I talked to Lauren Southern, I had in front of me 3 or 4 main points on a piece of paper, and from those 3 or 4 points on my piece of paper, I made sure that I was always following them. One of those was don't get into a debate with Lauren Southern. So when I catch myself breaking one of those points, I bring myself back. All right, we need a charter course out of this debate. You could iterate those points or say them, I guess, at the very beginning so that you can reference back to what your purpose was. That's good for sure. But yeah, you need to hold yourself accountable. So Lonerbox at any point in this could say, sure, well, I think there are probably interesting things to discuss about with the AIDS blankets. I would really like to focus on or ask you about blah, 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 right? And then if Lauren chooses to have a tug of war on that new topic and this topic, she can, but I doubt it. I think we would just move on and go to something else, right? But he never makes that effort. Instead, we're sticking to this. So I think that the number one thing is do not contribute to being stuck in the topic that you don't want to be in, right? Realize that you need to make course for getting out. That may take a couple of conversational steps, but it's going to take longer and longer the more and more time you waste in a topic you don't want to talk about. So have that at the forefront of your mind, have it written down in front of you or externalized so you're not dealing with emotions and human memory, and then constantly check in with it as if it were a mindfulness exercise. You see that you're going out of bounds, bring it back into bounds. I don't think bringing it back into bounds is that difficult, as long as like you're okay with abandoning whatever point you guys are presently on. Like when I find in my private helping people with their debates, which by the way, exclamation point work, and you can have me help you with debates or conversations, and you can commission me privately. From my private commissions for reviewing debates and stuff like that, I find that people, when we really drill down to it, it's not hard for them to escape. It's not hard for us to pave a path outside of a certain topic. What is difficult is they feel compelled to continue, and that's a personal problem. That's not a Lauren Southern problem. In this case, if we're talking from Loner's perspective, it's a Lonerbox problem. Loner needs to let go and be okay with letting go, and so do a lot of the clients that I talk to in private advice with debate stuff. They personally need to let it go, and they have to get over that. That's the hard part, is being okay with letting go of the topic that you're currently on. Like, you have to take a step back and have a sober moment of like, this isn't what I want to talk about. Even if I score points here, it doesn't make a difference in my larger purpose for this conversation. And once you come to that realization, you hold on to it for a little bit, you realize that whatever the cost, you need to get out of the current topic. Losing points on this current topic does not necessarily have a larger impact on the conversation you want to have. Whatever you're going to gain out of shifting the conversation is going to be greater than what you lose by exiting this topic that's unimportant to you. That's how it's going to be most of the time. And I think you have to do that equation in your head and realize it's worth it to pull out, often regardless of the cost.
And something needs to happen about this, because at the moment, sorry about to sneeze.
Yeah, so this again, this has nothing to do with illegal activity or infected blankets.
Okay, the first illegal activity is migrants coming in without refugee status, so they're committing.
Yeah, it's a matter of restraint, Kat.
It's not the boat. Is the boat doing that? Because the boat's supposed to take people to the next port of call, which was Italy. The boat was supposed to do that.
I'm still not sure. So let's see. Can you link me that European Union document, next port of call?
Next port of call is...
Yay, we're moving on.
I think I've got it open here. It's UN. Here we go. Yeah, it's actually in your DMs. It's in the one that ends in 9.4 PDF.
I assume that after you get used to switching topics rapidly, you could become pretty good after a while from not getting bogged down. I don't think it's learning how to switch topics. I think this is the least important skill. I really want to focus you on mindfulness. Mindfulness is the important skill, not this ability to switch topics. Switching topics is very easy. It is the mindfulness of staying on topic and realizing you're off topic that is the skill you have to hone. So I want to make that as clear as possible. There is not an important skill of segueing topics. That's not the important skill. The important skill is realizing as early as possible that you're off topic, and keeping your mind's eye on what your purpose is and what the topic you want to discuss is. That's the skill you have to hone. That's what's going to help you. There is not some magical, like, charismatic guy that can switch topics. So I heard you mentioning blah, blah, blah. I think that blah, blah, blah is the best. As a matter of fact, that reminds me of this time that blah, 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 right? Like, that's not the skill. The skill is like the internal dialogue in your head that goes like, wait, why are we talking about the AIDS blankets? What did I want to talk about? Oh, I wanted to talk about this refugee versus migrant thing. That would be way cooler to talk about. And then the execution, that's easy. Like, okay, Yeah. Setting aside the AIDS blankets thing, I was curious to get an answer to this. It's super easy at transition. Transitioning is easy. It's keeping in mind when you go off the path and doing that as quickly as possible. That's the hard part, in my opinion. So yeah. I don't care about what you're saying, Thinking Cat. I'm sorry.
And if you just look at page 8, next port of call.
So that's UN though.
Someone in chat's calling me Lonerbox. That's really funny.
Lonerbox. Oh, I hate doing research while on stream, but let's see this. All right.
Thanks, Book. This is really solid advice. I have been aware of this. I usually go with the flow, so I tend to sort of get wrapped up on what the other person says. And before you call me out for pause champing, I care more about this and the advice to normal people than I do about Lauren Southern versus Lonerbox. Okay, so any opportunity I get to talk to people about people conversations, that's what I want to focus on. So yeah, like, if you're the person that usually goes with the flow, you will find that if you are not the one steering the boat, that river is going to determine where you go. Or even worse, if there's another oarsman on the boat that cares about steering it more than you do, like Lauren does in this conversation, she will steer you wherever the fuck she wants. So you don't want to cede, like, paying attention to where we're navigating. You don't want to cede the rudder to somebody else. You want to have that hand on the rudder and have your eyes on where you want to go and constantly check your bearing and make sure you're heading in the right direction and navigate between that hand on the rudder and your eyes looking at where you want to go. So having these two things happening at once is important. And if you go with the flow all the time, you will find that it'll always put the other person in control, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. If you can, through subtle nods and conversational practices, get that person to go where you want them to go, that's amazing, right? If they feel like they're in control and they're following exactly where you want them to go, that's awesome. But it's not normally the case, I find, in like everyday conversations, not between spousal partnerships, not between boyfriend and girlfriend, not between mom and son, not between, not in any of these relationships is that normally the case. Between good friends, maybe. But a lot of the time when you're in conflict, that's not what's happening. Both people have a tug of war on where they want the conversation to go. And if you choose not to engage in that game at all, yeah, the conversation is going to flow off into a place that you never wanted to go because you're refusing to take control of it at all, right? And so, yeah, if you're in the habit of that, that's definitely gonna hurt you there. I find conceding into discussion is a lot less dangerous than most people think. Yeah, especially in real life, guys. Remember, you shit on concessions because we're watching online debates. In real life, concessions are amazing. They're like free gold that you get to pull out of your ass and give to people. And it's like fool's gold. It could mean nothing to you. You can't go out there and sell it and get anything for it. But other people value it a ton, right? Like, it's free money. Like, you just get to make the money printer go brrr and make people happy. Like, concessions are free for you. As long as you don't have an ego and you keep that in check, as long as you don't get prideful about concessions, like, they cost you nothing. And they're super valuable to other people. It's like giving somebody a compliment. Like, if you guys ever read How to Win Friends and Influence People, this is a huge part of that book, is like honest, good, like, feedback and compliments are free.
What is this?
And they're worth a lot to other people. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So yeah, like, remember, in real life, concessions are huge. Use them to your advantage all the time. I concede all the time. As a matter of fact, one of the thought processes in my head is constantly, can I look for concession? And it's usually triggered by knowing that a conversation is turning into an argument. Like, when I talk with Relly, when I talk with Supreme, when I talk with Luxifer, when I talk with anybody in private, when I talk with my mom, for fuck's sake, my dad, my brothers, my sisters, if we get into an argument, I'm always looking for where I could concede. It triggers something in my brain where I'm like, what is this person saying that I agree with? Where is this person pointing out that I'm wrong, that I may be wrong? Because even saying, I might be wrong about this, blah, 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 feels like a concession to them. And it costed you nothing. And it's a nothing statement. I could be wrong about this. Yeah. And I could equally be right about this. But rather than saying I could be right or I think I'm right, saying I could be wrong has a huge benefit to the other person and costed you nothing. It means nothing. So yeah, use that. Usually your opponent is trying to make a correlation between a fact and some outcome that doesn't have a correlation. Whatever. I'm ignoring that part. But yeah, Let's see. What if you're under the false assumption responding to the AIDS blanket is what you need to do to convince Lauren in this case? If it's false and you've convinced yourself when you were mindful, then that's a personal failing, and maybe you'll notice that in hindsight. If you don't, then there is no helping you. You are lost, right? So that could be the case. And if that's the case, then we can't do anything. So it's not helpful to talk about, right? So if even watching this back, he's like, I actually think the AIDS blanket thing is like pretty important to talk about. Like, okay. Then there is no helping it. I would hope that you would realize in hindsight that this wouldn't be helpful. The actual advice to tell myself actively to keep the topics I want to talk about in mind, to keep drawing back to, is actually super helpful, especially for when the other person is super emotive. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, don't get wrapped up in the theatrics of the other person, which is really easy. Lauren is somebody who especially can do this, right? When she's agreeing with you, when she's building rapport with you, when she's telling stories, it can be very easy to get wrapped up in that and distracted. When she makes digs at you and laughs at you and like it, all of these things are goading you into certain positions, and she is guiding you, right? And you have to be careful with that, whether she means to or not. That's certainly what's happening. Let's see here. Hold on, what did this person say? I agree with the flow of the convo point book, but a little context. Yep, no, there's a but. I think this was supposed to just be a discussion about one of Lauren's videos and Loner's response, and the AIDS blanket thing was a point. It is a point. Did I not say that? Yeah, it's a point. What am I saying, Blue? What am I saying? Did I say it's not a point in the video? No. Did I say it has nothing to do with Lauren's initial video? Or our conversation? No. Did I say it's not something that Lonerbox covered in his video? No. What am I saying? The importance, if we take this point about AIDS blankets and we compare it to every other point we could discuss with Lauren, where does that rank, right? We're talking about importance here, right? So it's not as important as other things we could talk about. That's the thing. Thank you, Arkle Quit, for the sub. Hi, Booksmarts. You probably already said this earlier, but is there an example of a really productive? I talk about that all the time. I don't want to. I think concessions and questions and debates can be amazing too. I want better conversations on the internet. It's a far bigger win to convince your opponent, in my opinion. Can do that by asking questions. Sure. Maybe I should repeat this because this is super important for me, and maybe it'll help you in real life. When I am in a conversation and me and somebody else disagree, I don't want necessarily to convince them. That's a very high level thing. What I want is for them to respect a thought that I have. I want them to respect an outcome of thought. I want them to respect a perspective. I'm willing to respect theirs. All I want is for them to respect mine. I want them to look at my position and go, I can see how you arrived at that. Perhaps we agreed to disagree on these fundamental things, and that's why we led to these different conclusions. But if I believed what you believed, I would believe this thing. That's all I want. It's a very small one. At the end of every, argument, that's all I want. That's all I'm looking for. Just tell me that you respect the position that I put forward. Because if you can respect my position, I can respect your position. We won't be assholes to each other. So that's all I want, I don't hear anybody ever say that. I don't hear anybody ever talk in those terms. But for me, it's all about respect. I just want you to respect what I'm putting out there, what I believe about something, and that's it. I'm okay with us having different opinions. I don't necessarily want to convince you to my opinion, because all of that has to come after respect. If you don't respect my position, I'm never going to convince you to believe in it. Respect comes before you change your belief. You have to respect and understand my position before you can even hope to adopt it for your own. So I go for that ground floor. As long as you can respect and understand this position, we can build off of that, But if we can't get there, there's no way in hell that I'm convincing you to take it on as your own, right? How do you justify absolutely demolishing their positions, though? Especially if they're immoral. I don't care about this. I don't care. I don't look to demolish people's positions. It's a stupid, fucking wasteful way to spend my energy. Will Booksmarts do a review of the last Destiny debate versus BxBullet? Hopefully on Saturday, yes. Saturday, 10 p.m. Pacific time. It's usually when I stream. Booksmarts, God told me you were dumb as fuck, and I can respect you. Don't think so, but whatever. I don't care. Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude, but I feel like this is the kind of research you'd want to do before making claims against a refugee boat.
Well, no, at the time I had of course done a lot of the research. It's been what, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's been like 5 years, right? 4 or 5 years. It's been a minute since I've been looking into this ship and its actions, and the first time I've done a whole lot of looking into it was probably that last video I did, the Vindicated one you reviewed, and then like yesterday doing a bit of Googling about and looking through some of the data you posted below your video. So it's been a minute since I've actually done a look into the update. And in Borderless, obviously I was reporting on the specific organizations between Turkey and Greece and Morocco and Spain, which is why I have a lot more to say on them right now than I do about the Aquarius, because that's been the most recent research I've done into it.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anything about next port of call in this document you sent me.
If you control find, are you on page 8, next port of call?
Or did you send me something after that? Blaming the rest?
No, I sent you something after. I said,
Remember, we have a limited time to have this conversation. All of this time we're spending on this shit is really, really good for Lauren because it means less time we're spending criticizing her. We're just chilling. We're just vibing.
94 PDF.
So this is UN though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Background
I said it
note.
was UN.
United Nations High Commission. Oh, of course, my quick search isn't working. Oh, find on page. There we are.
So you have to understand, the longer that we spend on this where he is not talking, the more I'm just like, all right, Lauren is winning. This is all time that helps Lauren because we're not discussing criticisms of her content and she just gets to spend time Googling and it's dead air. This is all time that Lonerbox could be using. Advice to Lonerbox, use this dead time to talk because she certainly uses that when you start Googling shit, right? Anywho, let's just keep helping Lauren here.
Okay. The ship port of call. Which page was it? 8? Clearly.
8. It's section 30.
Okay, there we go. Next port of call. In summary, the executive committee, blah, 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 blah. In summary, the executive committee pronouncement taken into conjunction with the obligation under international maritime law to ensure delivery to a place of safety call upon coastal states to allow disembarkation of rescued asylum seekers at the next port of call. In accordance with international practice, support by the relevant international instruments, persons rescued at sea should normally disembark at the next port of call. This practice should also be applied to asylum seekers rescued at sea. In cases of large-scale influx, asylum seekers rescued at sea should always be admitted, at least on a temporary basis. States should assist in facilitating their disembarkation by acting in accordance with the principles of international solidarity and burden sharing.
Wow, thanks. Thank you, Rusty Hots. I do appreciate your sub. If you guys have a Twitch Prime and you haven't used it for the month, consider using it or consider just spending only $5 to sub to me. I do appreciate it. Or donate. That's all cool. He takes great pleasure in finding ways to destroy his enemies with outrage mobs. Who serves? Music is from the video she added in post. Yes, she did.
In granting resettlement opportunities. Okay, so this is UN. Now, of course, not everyone agrees to or signs on to UN rules, as we know. So what is it?
I know, it's just that you brought up maritime laws.
Okay, but yeah,
So
that's
that's
what I'm saying. Let's look at the maritime.
Yes, because we get distracted. We're just going to keep not talking about criticisms. Okay.
Laws that actually cover Italy. Like, is this the maritime law?
This is maritime law. This is it's background note on the protection of asylum seekers and refugees rescued at sea.
But that's
International
just
maritime
one-
law.
Okay.
Yeah, this is international maritime law. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to actually look into this a bit more because I'm not sure if from the time that I was looking into this, it was definitely the closest port you have to drop them off at if it is someone at sea. So.
And again, well, first of all, I think the qualifier, even if that's true in the case of the Aquarius, it would be the closest port of safety. Libya is not a port of safety. Morocco is further away. The Moroccan waters are further away from Spain, let alone Italy. So.
And I also wonder, because this is a document entirely.
I like how someone in your chat is quoting like half of the paragraph and saying it debones me. That's really fun.
What did they say?
Sorry.
There may be instances where the next port of call
yeah.
may not be the closest one, but rather the one best equipped.
What would be a good thing to talk about while Lauren searches? Exactly what Lonerbox just did, like the whole time. Bringing up other points to overwhelm her with stuff that she can't respond to. Like literally anything. We could literally say anything. This is why it's important to know what the purpose of this conversation is and fill that time with the purpose. So let's say, for instance, that I have 20 points in front of me, and in those 20 points, they're all things that I would like to bring up with Lauren.
You keep making the bitch don't know about Panjujek so much ad to. How about of the stream and find out WTF is the deal with that? Anyways, it's a good song. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm happy you enjoy it. That's by Lil Dicky for everybody else that's wondering. So yeah, like anything, dude. This is why the purpose thing is important and being mindful. How am I spending my time? Am I getting time to talk? Do I have time to talk right now? What should I talk about? All these points that he has in his video. He has a ton. Questions that he has for her can be asked while she's looking stuff up. Points that he has about her could be brought up. Like literally anything to fill this space would be helpful, and we get literally nothing. So it's unfortunate. Gish galloping more or less. I swear to God, didn't you say some other stupid shit in here? A temporary cat. You have got my attention. No, you haven't. Okay. You're fucking lucky. You look like somebody else. You look like somebody. Certain somebody. No, it's not like we don't use debate terms in here. Saved, yeah, they're saved. We don't use those debate terms. That's all I'll say. Remember, you promised future book smarts. I will stick to that promise. For
the purposes of
Close
receiving
call,
traumatized
yeah.
and injured victims, and subsequently processing any asylum applications and other situations involving state vessels intercepting illegal migrants, the nearest port of that state could be regarded as the most appropriate port for disembarkation purposes. So I do think that this does say intercepting illegal migrants, you put them in the most appropriate state, which means the state they came from. Would you not agree?
How do
Oh, it says put them back in the fucking best state. All I gotta say, it ain't the best state where they came from now. It's not fucking Italy. It's not fucking France. Okay. That's how we're choosing to interpret this? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So she dug through this for any point that she could make, and this is the one she's making. Will he get stunlocked? Will he know how to handle this interpretation? Let's see.
you know they're illegal if you found them at sea?
Why no debate terms in debate analysis? Because you motherfuckers ruined all those terms. Congratulations. Congratulations. You ruined them because you overuse Gish Gallop, you overuse Mott and Bailey. All of these terms are fucking morally loaded, and I'm not engaging with them. We can explain these things in common speak, and we can talk about case by case, which is what we should be doing. But the moment I say, oh, well, no, and it starts a whole conversation because then I have to explain to you what the fuck the debate term means. It's not gish galloping if she has the opportunity afterwards to respond to these points. Like, you guys use them improperly. And so rather than go on a whole rant like I'm doing now, where I have to explain what the fuck the term means and why you're using it improperly, and then I have to wait for your dumb ass to give me some fucking half-hearted response as to why I'm wrong. Well, Dusty says it's actually the Webster's Dictionary. Like, instead of going down that whole fucking path, I'm just going to avoid the terms and all their baggage and just speak in layman's terms, right? Same reason we don't use philosophical jargon here.
Maybe if they were coming through trafficker vessels through countries which typically have no one with migrant applications, like Turkey, which is a safe second country, or like Morocco, which the vast majority of people are not coming with asylum seeking applications.
Again, coming from a safe country. So I'm coming from well, first of all, this is where, again, these people came from Libya. They come from Libya, not Turkey. And again, they're in the sea from Libya, and being in a safe country, even if they were, doesn't instantly make you an illegal immigrant. The people who rescue them are not determining their legal status. How do you
Which we've repeated for the 100th time.
know they're illegal when you found them at sea?
Mate, like, I don't know what to tell you. There's a reason why Australia has the policies they do, and why
my God. She doesn't know because she is wrong. I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on. I can't, dude. I'm cringing, dude. Okay, how are we gonna?
it worked so well, and why Europe is currently dealing with a bunch of people living under bridges and burning down migrant camps in Greece.
Oh man, she's pulling us serfs. Memory leak detected. Cannot process information. Rebooting to clean save. Boop, 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 boop. Here's my outline of points. Did you know that people are living under bridges? Do you know that Australia has some wonderful immigration laws that keeps all those illegals out? They just turn them back. If we turn them back, that would be... And she just like goes back to the beginning. We broke her, dude. She did a fucking soft reboot, dude. She's restoring to a previous point of her operating system. That's too much, dude. That's too much. Oh, fuck. All right. Yeah. Okay.
What is happening right now is not
okay, again, that's just, okay, so why are you making all these claims then? If you just want them all to get sent to, like, whoever, Christmas Island, or even just to stay in the country that they would otherwise
is a solution. Maybe they should be sent to an island to be processed first, so there isn't this drive factor, which is saying, yeah, you get into Europe and you can just keep shopping around until someone accepts your asylum claim. And if they...
She really is rebooting. Let's... Oh, no.
Don't, well, the traffickers probably lied to you and told you that they'll get it anyways. Like... There are, like, can we at least agree something needs to change? Because right now, it's not working. And if you hold the policy which you're suggesting, which is you just let everyone in because you may or may not know if they're a migrant or not, that's going to resolve.
That is what we already do.
Yeah, and it's not working. It's not working.
It's not working because people are, first of all, they keep on declaring countries like Libya as safe countries, like, which is kind of difficult. And then the second thing is...
So should anyone from Libya be able to come, like, should the entire country of Libya, every single person who lives there, be able to come to Europe?
You don't have to...
Yes, my lord.
I can't believe you Jish Gallop chat about Jish Galloping. Very modern belly of you.
Yeah, it's fascinating that even the Destiny TTS can't pronounce that stupid fucking made-up word. Good shit.
You don't have,
Thanks for the 5 bits, thinking Sabercat.
Like that.
You don't have to go with the slippery slope fallacy again.
No, it's not a slippery slope. That's, you actually have to consider these things. Like, should anyone from Libya be allowed to come to Europe and claim refugee status?
Do you say anyone or everyone? Again, that's
anyone.
different. Because
anyone.
Yeah. In Libya, yeah.
And
unless they're like fucking no. Like, again, claim. You say anyone or everyone?
Libya be allowed to come to Europe and claim refugee status?
Yes, right? They could claim it. They get approved or denied, right? Like,
do you say anyone or everyone? Again, that's
anyone.
Different. Because
anyone.
Yeah. In Libya, yeah.
And
unless they're like fucking no. Like, again, claim. Unless they're like, I don't know if they're part of whatever that group's called. Not the GNA, the other ones. Yeah.
Lonerbox is in chat. Would love to hear you two chat about it. I don't really care. I don't care. He should just watch the fucking review. I don't want to repeat myself over and over again, dude. It's the same shit. I don't have written down what the points were, and if he asks questions, I'm gonna break. No, it's fine. Like, Lonerbox, here it is. Here's the TLDR. So, number 1, fill empty space with your points. Number 2, when she gets onto something like AIDS blankets, some process in your brain has to notice that, like, you guys are on a point that I'm sure you in hindsight would realize is not the most important one that you would want to discuss, and to pull back out of it and reframe to another point. Another one, but this is like way more minor. She sets up traps and she will continue talking. So managing the talking, looking out for traps. These are 2 important things. More of a problem at the beginning of the talk than it was at the end. But yeah, I think the filling the silence is like a big thing. The other big thing is just making sure that the points that you're focusing on and spending time on and using your limited time on the mic for are things that you want to talk about, and back out of things that you don't want to talk about. Maybe a third or a fourth thing is you have a really good point about we need to process the people that are coming over. I think she just does not understand it. We get so close every time we get there. It's like edging. I feel like we're so fucking close, and then it all falls apart, and we're not able to make a point that I feel like we would want to make. I don't know what the solution to that is, though, because you got her so close that one time and she turned into the serfs. She just like froze up and fucking powered down, and she rebooted and she just repeated her points over again. Like, so I don't know how to get through to her, but that's definitely like the leap, right? That's definitely the leap that we have to get past. I just don't know how to get her past that. It's so rough. I don't know how we do it. I don't know how we do it. I have no prescription for you there. She understands it just ruins her whole argumentation, so she goes back. That's a big assumption. We don't know if that's the case. I get that you can make leaps that I can't make because you're willing to be bad faith. She may be deserving of bad faith. I'm not even saying that she's not, but it's like, if it was more crystal clear, I would agree with you, but I don't know because we don't have follow-up on that push from Lonerbox. If we had follow-up like Lycan had with the serfs, I could buy into this. Lycan did that with the serfs. When he saw that there was a point that serfs just wasn't looking to explain, or there were questions he just straight up wasn't answering, and he asked them 3 times. He pointed out at a meta level, you're avoiding this thing, and serfs responds the way that he responds, then I can make the call. Okay, he's honestly doing this on purpose. So, then I can make the leap. But every time we get her close there, she says some other shit, and then you talk about the other shit. We don't go, okay, I know the points that you're making. I hope that's clear. Like, I understand all the stuff you're saying. I feel like the conversation is shutting down every time we get to this one concept. So I just want to make sure you understand what the process is, right? For like determining this. We have to determine it in the country. So we have to bring them to the country. They're there for a temporary amount of time while we process them. Now, you may want to put them on some fucking island while we process them, and that has its own problems, its own pros and cons, but you understand that there is a process here where we have to process them, and then we make the determination as to whether or not they could be here. But I need you to realize that in-between point is very important, right? Like, you guys got so close to it at the beginning. We keep getting these close moments where we're able to, like, make that clear, and it's where I feel like she shuts down, and so that to me tells me that that's an important spot. It's like if you looked up in the night sky and there was one like odd shape, one triangle where we don't see any stars, like maybe there's something there. There's something blocking the light from getting there. There should be stars there and it's missing. It's like in Star Wars when they looked at that one region of space and the whole system was missing. And Obi-Wan Kenobi's like, oh, there should be a system here. Like, yeah, there should be. That's where we got to go. Because some motherfucker deleted it off the map. For some reason, there is not a system where a system should be. So we have to focus there, right? Yeah, I get you. I think dragging myself out of bed at 3 a.m. after a DM from Samantha was my first mistake. Perhaps. I don't know. I don't think this is down to tiredness, though. We could put it on tiredness, but I think we've seen a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers in the past go to this tiredness defense, and it just never looks super optically good. I would advise against that. Like, I don't know if this is tiredness, but like it's just an observation of like where I think the conversation breaks down. I just don't know how we would get past it. I don't think you being fully awake would get you past it necessarily. But maybe there would be creative juices flowing that otherwise aren't flowing. But yeah, I wouldn't attribute any of this to being tired because you do fine on other stuff. And you pick up on when she's going down paths that are dumb other than the AIDS blanket thing. So, you know, like I don't have like scathing criticism for you. The main point I want to focus on is getting that across to her. But man, she could just be so dense and she shuts down that like, I don't know what the solution there is. It's unfortunate, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, like we do a lot of reviews on here where I have to be super duper rude to people and I have to fucking roast them. I have not had to like be super duper rude and roast you. So yeah, relative to other people we do debate reviews for, you did not do a bad job. And this is versus Lauren Southern. She's not an easy nut to crack. So, you know, like nicer people that I have liked more have done worse with such opportunities. So yeah, like you're definitely in like the upper 50% of like debates that I've covered. And I didn't have a lot of expectations from you coming out of the get-go. I said in the very beginning, I'll be honest with you, bruh, you talk real fucking slow on your stream. Yeah, I can't listen to you at 1x because you talk so goddamn slow. I saw you on one other panel where you didn't perform very well. Panels fucking suck. Not everybody's good at them. Like, that's where I was at with it, you know? And then we started this and I was pleasantly surprised, you know? I'm constantly looking for where you're messing up, but I think you've navigated this really well so far. So I don't have a ton of like huge complaints. So those were like the TLDR.
But again,
Toxic smarts. I'm just honest with you guys. You guys ask if I'm biased in one way or the other, what my opinions are. I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass. I'm not gonna like save the ego of a streamer. If I think something, I'm gonna say something, and then I'm open to changing. My mind has been changed. You know, like I was kidding. Yeah, now you're kidding, huh? I didn't see a fucking kappa by your toxic smarts comments, bro. So yeah. Anywho, we'll keep watching this.
you have to find that in the processing, sir, in the processing.
So what do you do when you like? Let's see. How many refugees? Do you think there needs to be a cap on refugees and migration in countries?
Like an absolute number.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So now we're just zooming out hugely, bigly zoom out.
I don't think so, no.
So, and I know you're going to call this a slippery slope, but the amount of people who are in poor countries in turmoil actually probably outweighs the amount of countries that are not in turmoil and have a bit of wealth.
Yeah, and believe it or not, most of them never like have the opportunity to come to Europe now, and they don't do it. Why?
Thank you, Truffle Shuffler, for the 5 gifted tier 1s. If you caught one of those, thank Truffle Shuffler over there for their gracious contribution to the channel, and enjoy your emotes.
Everyone calling this open borders? Like we already have like international law for refugees is already open borders, and people don't leave.
Well, no,
Most
a lot of
people
people
stay
don't
to
leave
Jordan,
because they
Lebanon.
can't. They just don't have the ability, and they know that.
So then what you're saying with the slippery slope doesn't make any sense. Like, the implication is that if most of the country is fucked, or most of the world, I'm sorry, is fucked, is filled with fucked countries, you're setting a gnarly equation here if you're just okay with anybody coming in and asking for refugee status, because a lot of places are fucked and those people are going to want to move. And then he says, yeah, but that's kind of the way it's set up right now, and people aren't all fleeing to these countries, and we don't see that, so why would it matter? And then we get no steps further from that. And then she just goes like, yeah, but I mean, and then we just go somewhere else. Like maybe there needs to be a follow-up there from Lonerbox. I'm not sure what it would be.
That they wouldn't be. They probably realize they'll be sleeping under bridges because there's just no more money to support them in a lot of these countries. There's no more. The systems are overburdened.
Well, they do. I mean, I think typically they would know.
Like if I had the money right now, I'm not joking, I would take you on a trip, and I promise you right now, I'm pinky swearing, if I win the lottery and you have to promise back to me, I will take you on a trip. You can come with me on a trip to Morocco. We'll go to Porte de la Chapelle.
You have to give her points for her anecdote transition. She is good at it. I know we've pointed it out before, but holy shit. Where is your beer today? I didn't want to drink today because I'm doing a review. And I wanted to take it seriously because we've never covered Lonerbox before. I wanted to be fair to Lonerbox. I didn't want to be mean to Lonerbox, so that I decided not to drink today.
We'll go to Calais. We will go to the Greek islands, and we'll meet these people. And you can tell me if you think that we should be letting everyone in Europe. And if this,
No,
this
Lauren, I'm not
working.
gonna go on a little trip and like
No,
with a
you're
bunch
saying
of preconceived.
no.
I'm not gonna go.
You don't have to accept anything I say. I'm just saying I'll take you there, and you can go loose, have your own time.
Yeah,
drink a
because
beer, meet everyone.
I mean, I personally don't agree with the idea of going like with a bunch of preconceived notions and just looking at
I didn't
things.
tell you to
I don't
have
really gather
preconceived
information.
notions. I told you I'd just take you there to see it for yourself.
Everyone goes with preconceived notions. That's why I
Well,
tend
you're
to look into
preconceived.
Oh no, now we're off the rails. I don't think this matters at all. Okay, if Lonerbox is here, here's another criticism. Why focus on this? Because you've repeated this several times, and I don't think, like from her point of view, her idea is you don't need no preconceived notions, bro. You come out here, you fucking see these people living under bridges, see these people fucking drinking, fucking smell like piss, shitting in the gutters. Don't worry, bro. You don't need any preconceived notions, bro. I'll just walk you down. I'll show you my friend Muhammad who lives under a bridge, bro. You'll be convinced. Like, that's her idea. So she doesn't, like, this is irrelevant. It doesn't matter about this. So yet again, we're kind of focusing on stuff that's not super important. So she totally distracted you with this trip idea. And now we're focused on this trip idea. And now we're going to probably talk about this trip. It is yet another AIDS blanket thing. So the criticism that I gave before about keeping in mind, what are we spending time talking about? This would be a good example of that. So now we're going to waste a bunch of time talking about this probably. Lauren just wants to take a Lonerbox on a date to Greece. Yeah, maybe, dude. She just wants to have a romantic evening, bro. Yeah, maybe. My takeaway is that living under a bridge in France is better than Libya. What the hell is going on over there?
Notions are probably against my opinions anyways, so
Well, like you exactly, but me finding something finding something that suits me and using it against you wouldn't prove anything. I could just film a bunch of cherry-picked situations
No, but,
and then
like-
say like this proves my case. Again, like this is what happens though when you do things that way, is you end up forgetting about maritime laws on ports of safety or following through with cases on AIDS blankets. You have nothing. Like you just end up making like these kind of strange like kind of proxy arguments.
This was almost worded really, really well. Almost. Like, I think it could be done better, but maybe this is the 3 a.m. sleepy time thing.
So again, like, what do you want to do with these people when, like, even generation identity? I'm asking again. I'm not sure if you've answered yet. People getting rescued in the sea. They don't have to be an NGO. They could be a commercial vessel going fishing. What are they supposed to do?
what do you mean? What are they supposed to do if they're a commercial vessel fishing?
Like, if you're a commercial vessel and you receive a distress call, maritime laws, you have to rescue them. What do you do? So what do you do? What do you do with them?
Of course, if you are
Or even a generation identity? What?
if you are receiving a distress call, you have to help them. That is, of course, maritime law. But going out into waters and with the deliberate intention of picking people up in boats, working for some of these NGOs that are deliberately coaching people to try to get them refugee status they don't apply for, as they've told us, having missions where you go out on sea-doos every day and pick people up and bring them over, like, something needs to change here. And perhaps...
Look, okay. So maybe you're obligated to go help somebody drowning in the water. If you see him drowning in the water, you have to throw him a life jacket. That's not, that's the law. I'm not going to argue with the law. What I am saying is these fucking professional lifeguards out here, goody fucking two-shoes, trying to fucking look for people drowning and going out and helping them and doing all this fucking training, and they buy all this fucking equipment. They're out there on fucking sea-doos helping people, going farther than the average man could swim. That's what I have a fucking problem with. That's what I got a problem with. I just don't like that. Don't make a whole thing out of it. If you see him, you see him. But to go out of your way to help people, fuck that fucking shit. And then on top of that, fucking teaching them how to deal with the stingray wound and shit like this. Nah, forget about it. Forget about it. You pick them up in the water, you bring them back, that's it. Don't be fucking talking to them. Don't be fucking helping them. Don't be fucking giving them advice. The law isn't that you fucking help them with a bob in their foot. The law is that you stop them from drowning, okay? Don't get fucking ahead of yourselves. These fucking NGOs out here. My God. Okay. All right. Well, let's just keep going here.
That change is only allowing embassy applications for refugee status the same way they do in Australia, or only allowing the application to come from a place like Christmas Island. Maybe they get an island where they make all the applications happen from there.
But I thought you were saying that you
making it happen from somewhere which is already like largely inhabited tends to ruin that island and cause a lot of conflict, because you have a bunch of people, anyone, doesn't matter where you're from or what your background is, I'd be the same, a bunch of people with no hope, no opportunity, no status for, no potential future because they've destroyed their identification and they can't apply for refugee status. Putting all those people in one place, whether it be in Italy or an island or in the middle of France, causes a lot of violence and chaos and destroys communities. So you have to ask yourself, right now the system is not working. It's not working. Do we keep going as we're going?
How do you think that was a Brit-bonger voice? How is that a Brit-bonger?
And that seems to be your suggestion. Because I'm saying the Australian system is better. Just shut it all down, because you can't even help the people in your own country.
I did not say keep going. First of all, distress calls can be received from boats that are docked or Coast Guards. The Italian Coast Guard does like a quarter of the rescues in some years. So even you're not going to get rid of the entire Coast Guard, right? Because that would mean there'd be a potential for rescue missions.
I didn't say to get rid of the entire Coast Guard.
Well, yeah, but the Coast Guard can do rescue missions. So again, so you're saying like rescue missions will happen, people will move, and then what, they get put into a detention? I don't know. I feel like I'm going to look at Australia for the next day or two and find that there's massive like human rights abuse that's happening in Christmas Island. And again, if they can't come over to Australia...
Well, don't say that, because then you're just as bad as her about this preconceived notions thing, right? Like, I don't think that's it. That's a good rhetorical thing to say. I don't think that's a good rhetorical thing to say. This is like the Libyan thing. This is going to lead to a whole other smorgasbord of problems. That was unnecessary. Okay.
Where do they go? Do they stay in the island that they would?
A lot of people live there
typically
for
be
a long
fleeing?
time. A lot of people live on Christmas Island for a long time, but it's a question of,
How many people are in Christmas Island right now?
let me see. It's the amount of people that actually leave and try to come now is massively reduced, and their drownings are down to 0 though.
Again, drownings. Like if you applied this to somewhere like Libya, the number of drownings decreasing
Okay,
doesn't mean anything if they're just ending up
as
in
of
Libya's
2010,
attention.
there were 1,400 people living on Christmas Island, but that says population, so I'm not sure if those are the people impounded or how
Again,
many
I'm
people...
thinking we're talking about where they come from. So again, if you stop the boats from Libya, then I don't really care if drownings go down. That means they're in Libya. They're in detention centers and facing human rights abuses where they might as well be dead.
You're not understanding, like someone just mentioned in the chat, when they stopped the boats, refugees, quote unquote, stopped flying into Indonesia, right? There was a draw for people to actually go to these countries, and that's what was happening. People that were, and I'm going to use Morocco as a context because that's where I've been on the ground, but I know it's happening in Libya too. People were going to these countries. They were going into these situations. They were putting themselves in situations where they were potentially going to go into capsized boats, where they were going into countries like Libya, where, yeah, if you get caught, you're probably going to have a pretty bad time. It's probably going to be horrible. But people are going into these situations because there is a draw there. There is a driver, which is the fact of open borders, the government. And you know, I don't blame these people because the government in Europe and NGOs, all these activists have been telling them for decades, yeah, open borders. Smugglers are telling them that too. Open borders. You come in, you're going to get a house. We're going to take care of you. Our home is for refugees. Everyone's got the signs out, you know, we reject no one. So they're going into these situations. A few things are happening. One, they get caught anyways, doesn't matter what the policy in Europe is, and they go to a Libyan jail and it's horrible. 2, their boat capsizes and it's horrible. 3, they get across to Europe and they don't get any refugee status or any status at all because they were illegally migrating and didn't have a right to it, and they end up living under a bridge or getting killed in one of their camps.
More than half of the people get their claims eventually accepted. I think it's 40% immediately and then another 29% after.
Okay,
that.
so you still are left
again,
with hundreds of thousands of people in limbo.
I'm saying that's a problem, but I'm saying it's not worth.
Thanks, Xanarada Gamer.
I just joined. Is this lo-fi debates?
Maybe. I didn't hear what was said before debates, so I'm just gonna say maybe. What did Lonerbox say? It's important.
Hundreds of thousands of people in limbo.
I'm saying that's a problem, but I'm saying it's not worth sending a bunch of people who, in your words, who get their claims accepted.
What is the stat? The half of? Is it half of people that come by sea, or is it half of actual refugees, or half of people who make claims?
Why do you keep contrasting people who come by sea and with actual refugees?
Because not everyone that comes by sea is an actual refugee. Plenty are
not everyone that
migrants.
Not everyone that comes across in any way would be like an actual refugee, though, right?
Yeah,
you would
sure.
expect you would expect people coming from
so
sea.
what is the
dangerous.
And then we get back to this problem of like Schrodinger's refugee, right? We don't know if they're a refugee or not until we process them, and we have to, in order to process them, we have to bring them into the country. Willow Bay. I am fucking melting, dude. Lonerbox is highlighting that refugee claims are normally accepted. That is the default. Maybe? Does he make that clear here? I don't.
People who make claims.
Why do you keep contrasting people who come by sea and with actual refugees?
Because not everyone that comes by sea is an actual refugee. Plenty are
not everyone that
migrants.
Not everyone that comes across in any way would be like an actual refugee, though, right?
Yeah,
you would
sure.
expect you would expect people coming from sea the most dangerous way.
Of half the people.
Okay, so he doesn't say that, Timmer, but thank you for that.
People who get accepted.
Asylum seekers, Chad. Yeah, we have to follow Joe's advice. I think asylum seekers is probably good. Maybe I advise this too often, but maybe I love it. I love pulling the emergency brake. Can we just pull the emergency brake and like draw it out? Like, okay, so every person that comes to a country, regardless if they throw away their passport or anything else, starts as an asylum seeker. The asylum seeker Pokemon can level up into one of 2 different kinds of Pokemon based on the conditions. If you use the Fire Stone, they can turn into an illegal immigrant and be sent back to their country of origin. If you use the Water Stone, they can evolve into a refugee, and they will be accepted by the country that receives them or the next safe place, and they can have asylum. And then, like, can we just lay it out and then like talk about? I see no other way. It feels like we have to like break it down like super duper simple to be on the same page. Maybe Lauren means they should distinguish the affluent looking white people. Oh my god, bro. I don't know.
People who claim asylum.
Half the people who claim asylum, right. So how many of that is the actual portion coming over?
What do you mean the portion coming over?
Like the actual people coming over on boats that are trying to migrate to Europe. What percentage of those are actually get accepted as refugees?
I don't really know if they would file that. Would they, if they're like in the asylum process and they're gathering data?
So there you are, Temer. He's definitely not making the point that you said he was making because he doesn't even know.
Saying we need to gather stats on asylum seekers who came by sea. Asylum claims by sea.
Now he's looking it up. So you were wrong. You were wrong. Temer, I want you to type something, otherwise I will time you out for the rest of the stream. Admit you were wrong or you were spoiling. I will give you an out, but you need to tell me you were either wrong or spoiling. I would like you to say both. You were wrong because he didn't say that. You made me fucking rewind it, and now you're making me pause. And he hadn't said that. I need it. This is my Discord or ban. If I don't get that in the next 5 seconds, you're going to be timed out. I'm going to type out the timeout command, and if I don't get that from you, I'm timing you out. And you're a regular around here. I'll take the timeout. Brave. Wow, Revan got it before me. Nice. Solid. Okay, he fell on his sword.
I don't know. Why does that matter though? Because again, like you keep saying like actual refugees versus people from boats.
All right, I have to end the stream pretty soon here, so I'll just really try to clarify. No, I'm 20 minutes over. I just realized.
It's fine. It's
and
fine.
I'm fine to talk to you again. Yeah, I'm totally good to talk to you again. But no, I'll just really clarify my position here.
Do the BxBullet pivot and pretend you never said. Jesus Christ, you guys. You guys are really hyped about that BxBullet conversation. Good God.
There are a lot of people coming over. I would say the majority, based on what I have observed, the majority that do not actually have any claim to refugee status, that are not being processed in any meaningful way into the systems in Europe, whether they be in Greece, Italy, Germany, France, Spain. They are disappointed, rightfully so. They've been promised things by human traffickers that could never be fulfilled. In a lot of cases, they're homeless. In a lot of cases, they have no hope. In a lot of cases, they have no ability to work or make a living because they, once again, could not make any claim in these countries. And it is going to lead to disaster, both for these people and both for the European people, because a lot of people that are miserable with no hope is dangerous in any situation. Doesn't matter what your skin color is, doesn't matter what your gender is. A lot of people with absolutely no hope, no jobs, nothing, that were sold a lie, that is dangerous. That is dangerous anywhere you go. And there's going to be a lot of misery, a lot of disappointment, a lot of crime, which we are already seeing in these places. And I mean, once again, just this year, the camp was literally burnt to the ground in Moria because the migrants there were so pissed off with the situation they were in. And it is not good for anyone. And something needs to change. Something needs to change. And for that to even happen, for the problem in Europe right now to even be dealt with, they need to actually stop and just figure out what the hell is going on, to pull a Trumpism here.
Stop and figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Again, that doesn't mean you stop death. It just means...
Okay, I'm done with this. I'm done with this. It's over. Thank God it's over. I can't. He doesn't know Pepe laugh?
Stop death at
I don't
sea,
know
right?
what.
You continue the deaths of people who would otherwise flee in places like Libya.
But if you
and
can't
in
help
Algeria
those people
and
anyways,
Niger.
like if you aren't helping those people in Europe anyways, you actually need to, it's like, you know, putting the mask on yourself.
You
before
can't help
helping
them.
the
You let
person
them claim
beside
asylum.
Oh
No,
my-
but
you
have
can't help
those-
them. How-
God in Heman? What? Why is there so much more of this conversation? What the fuck? What? Why is there so much more? Look at my ads. Oh, F? Oh, I had Fs? Look at my ads. What do you mean? Revan, just type it. Your stream was dropping frames? Oh, okay. Is it better now? Sorry, everybody. Not that it mattered. Gott in Himmel und Gott mit uns. You were dropping in and out. Oh, sorry. It's better now, though, right? Maybe you should just finish the lo-fi beat at the end. One can just hope this conversation stops now. Seems better. Yeah, it's okay. Seems to be better. I thought it was just me. No, I'm sorry. When your solution is figure out what the hell is going on. Heart emoji. Okay. I'm not going to open the floor to pay for more. I think this conversation is thoroughly done. I think we're all done. I mean, I can check my well, it doesn't say I've been having oh, I have drop frames. 81, huh? Well, that's not the worst. Not great, but not terrible. We missed the best part. I don't think anybody's going to donate to continue this, so I really don't want to. And I need to take a break. I have to pee. You said we should tell you about stuff like this? Yeah, I appreciate it, definitely. Thank you for telling me. I hope I'm not punishing you for that. Go pee? Yeah, I want to go pee. Can I go pee? Can I go pee? Tell you what. There should have been more numbers, perhaps. Tell you what. I'm going to go pee. I think 40 is fair. I'll set it at 40, but like, I don't think anybody's going to pay for that. I think this conversation is getting to be very, very boring. So unless there's something interesting somebody wants to pay for to watch me react to, I think we're all done with this. We've given Loner all the advice we could give him. We've given Lauren all the advice we could give her. I've talked to you guys about advice related to this conversation. Like, I think we squeezed every like important thing we did out of this. Book DSP over here wage quitting. What the fuck does wage quitting mean? Diaper smarts or you're a phony? No, bruh. $40 for 20 more minutes? Yeah, but that's 20 minutes not pausing. No, like, yeah, I mean, I'll keep going, yeah. So you guys can ask the Oilers for that. You can say pretty please and thank you. I will be right back. I'll play some more of Jacob Sample's music, and then we will proceed, okay? So let's see. Let's do this one. This is Interstellar. Enjoy. Yep, it's a wrap. Yeah, it might be, dude. Real men hold their urine until it's unbearable. I can hold my urine a long time. You could ask like all of my hosts from Poland to Switzerland. They're always surprised. They're like, "What? Aren't you gonna pee?" And I'm like, "No, I just don't pee." They're like, "I never see you go to the bathroom. What the fuck?" I'm like, "Yeah, I wait till we get home." I just hold it forever. But when I sit and stuff, it collects a bit quicker. But yeah, normally I can just hold it forever. Okay, I'll be right back. Enjoy. Jacob Sampson. Wait, did something happen? What are you guys memeing about? Why these reactions? Did I miss a raid or something? You guys have me scared because you have like not like this and shit in the chat. We're fine, right? You guys aren't reacting to anything? Stream is melting? What do you mean? Whatever. Enjoy the rest of the music. I'll be back in a second or two. F? Wait, really? Why are we F? I don't have any drop frames. Oh, it went F multiple times. I don't know why. I have no idea why it's effing. He doesn't know? Fine on YouTube? Huh. I mean, I can close some stuff to like see if maybe I have tabs open that are using the internet. Here, Control-Shift-Escape. Yeah, my network's being used like a motherfucker, but it's literally only OBS. I can watch other streams just fine. Maybe Twitch as well. It's okay on YouTube. Yeah, my cast is tripping the F out. Weird. I have no idea why that is. It's been several seconds already. Words matter. Could be Twitch. Sorry, guys. Anywho, I'll continue with the music. Hopefully it'll fix by the time I get back. Weird. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I really do. I don't know if it's this Lonerbox thing or... I really do. I feel like I'm gonna barf. So I went to the bathroom and tried to throw up, and I couldn't throw up. I have no idea what's wrong with me. Sorry about that. I got this, you know, when you get the watery feeling in your mouth, and then you feel like you're gonna like vomit. That's what I had. I'm so sorry about that. Like I was literally like dry heaving. I have no idea what it was. It might have been the monster like hit my tummy the wrong way. I don't know. Like I got that super duper watery feeling, and I was just like drooling into the toilet. I don't think it's Rona. I don't have other symptoms. But yeah, I felt it like all of a sudden. Like I thought I was gonna throw up on stream, and I don't want to do that. I still feel like kind of really sick. Ugh. Like maybe indigestion. I have no idea. I don't feel like any acid is coming up or anything. I feel really sick. Radioactivity in the air, Monka S might explain the stream. Maybe. Book, you may be pregnant. Get that checked out. When was my last period? Maybe I have periods. Alibrel has periods. Could be possible. I won't rule it out entirely. Monster has that effect on people. It doesn't normally on me. Do you have a headache as well? I did when I was like trying to puke, but like not like right now, not before it either. I just felt like super nauseous. Books are full of periods. True, not untrue. Can you force a burp? Sometimes I feel similar, so I aim my mouth at the sky and burp. I don't know how to burp. No, I've never been able to make myself burp. I suck at that. I can't force a burp, so I drink soda before. That's why I got soda. I thought maybe it's gas, but I don't feel any tightness, so I don't think it's gas. Have you checked the blankets for HIV? No, but they might have AIDS. Well, we didn't hit the goal, so that's totally fine. I will trash the rest of this conversation, this debate, whatever you want to call it. Poof, that's gone. I still have a bunch of energy to stream. I don't know where all this energy is coming from. Maybe from my gut. We're at like almost 5 hours, and I feel like I still have like a ton of energy. Violently vomits on stream. He is a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. Yeah. 15% skill, 80% will, something 100% blah. Who would have thought he'd be the one that set the West in flames? I heard he fucking with the crystal meth, the name of the game. Went back, dropped Megadeth, took him to church. I like Bleach, man. Why you got the stupidest verse? This dude is the truth. Everybody giving him guest spots. His stock's through the roof. I hear he fucking with Best Buy. Y'all know that one? I don't think I did any of the words right, but maybe it'll remind you of the song. Bookie Baby Coffee is catching up to him. Maybe, dude. Maybe. I had a bit of coffee earlier. That coffee was gross. Actually, it was the coffee. It was definitely the coffee. I got this like canned coffee that was supposed to be like a latte, and it did not go down smoothly. I think we found the culprit. It's probably the coffee or some mix of the coffee and something else. Fort Minor, yeah. Fort Minor, Shinoda. Styles from Beyond. Crisscross. Crisscross. How low can it go? Can it go down low? I'm out of here, y'all. Peace. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. I'm loving it. I think I just mixed up like 7 different songs there. I'm like a real-time remix machine. Don't be friends of vapors or smokers. They will fart. Okay. There has been salmonella going around from onions. Well, I don't have any onions. I did cook eggs earlier, and I normally undercook my Now I'm feeling really sick. Let's stop talking about it. Let's stop talking about it. How do you get salmonella from onions? Is that a thing? Is that a Romanian thing? Wait, can you link where you got the Jacob Samson songs from? They don't seem to be on the SoundCloud. That's on Jacob. If Jacob doesn't fucking unprivate these songs, that's on Jacob. I can plug him all he wants, but if he doesn't do the work of making his songs publicly available, that's on him. I'm not going to link you to songs that he doesn't have publicly available. Do Ghetto Vet by Ice Cube? No thanks. I do not like canned coffee or bottled coffee. I don't know why. I don't dislike canned coffee and bottled coffee. I think they're less than regular coffee. I would prefer regular coffee over them, but I don't dislike them really. They're definitely a hit or a miss though. Like sometimes they're decent, but a lot of the milky ones especially can be just like straight up gross. I think the black coffee in cans is normally okay. Like I feel like it's tough to fuck up like canned coffee that's black, but latte stuff for sure. For sure. Talk about Pepto-Bismol. Wiggy, Pepto-Bismol. Upset stomach, diarrhea. Ooh, Pepto-Bismol. Pepto-Bismol. Salmonella can easily spread with cross-contamination at plants, but also some raw plant products have it already, like flour. I had never heard of this. Interesting. Lattes are calorie bombs I avoid. Oh, okay. I don't avoid calorie bombs. I drink soda and Monsters and bread. So I'm definitely not avoiding carbs or calorie bombs, but most of the ones with milk will make me feel sick. That's probably why. It probably is. Man, I'm getting so much like saliva. I'm just like, I keep dripping with saliva. If you are getting Fs, move to the YouTube chat. I don't know what to tell you. It has to be a Twitch thing. If I open up the stream on YouTube, it doesn't have any problems. Like, I can show you right now. It would be funny if this lags. I can show you right now. Like, I can show you right now. It would be funny if this lags. No, it's perfect. I can show you right now. So if I go to Twitch and we check on Twitch, like, I don't know what to tell you. It has to be a Twitch thing. It is a Twitch thing. If I open up the stream on YouTube, it is a Twitch thing. This is just doesn't have a any Twitch problems. Thing. It's like, only a Twitch thing, guys. I can show you right now. It would be funny if this lags. If you move to Twitch, it'll fix it. So otherwise, I don't know what I can tell you. YouTube has been fine the whole time. Yeah, so blame Twitch. That's not on me. That's not on my internet. That's purely on Twitch. They need to apply for refugee status from shitty Twitch chat first. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, Wow. Dropping that as you head out. They need to apply. Yeah, I already read that. But YouTube chat smells bad. Well, so does France, and a lot of people from Libya want to go to France. They will bring their emojis. Oh, if you didn't know Twitch chat, you can get a membership to the Twitch chat and use emojis, some of which are not available on Twitch. So if you want emojis in Twitch chat, you can get a YouTube membership on the channel, and it'll give you access to that stuff. FYI. So much more lag. Books is now reviewing Booksmarts. No. You can watch on YouTube but stay in Twitch chat. Yeah, you could. Can I plug anything on my YouTube right now? Do we have anything out? I know that we're dropping some shortened video versions of some other stuff that we've worked on recently on the channel, but let me see if anything is... Nope, nothing new that I would want to plug, really. If you didn't see the review of... So you guys asked that we put out much shorter versions of the reviews. So Tack tried that with the Irrelevant versus MX Vivian Wolf thing. If you haven't already, leave me a comment on that and tell me what you think, because the actual stream for that was much longer than the review that we posted on YouTube. I'm interested if you guys liked that shortened review, or if you felt like it missed a bunch of stuff that you wanted, or if there were any problems with it. Because I think that Tack did a good job. I think that this gives me hope that we can turn the reviews into much shorter content, which I hope to keep doing on the YouTube. I'm putting shenanigans if you mention anything about Twitch chat. If you mention anything about Twitch chat, I'm calling shenanigans. Don't bitch about Twitch chat. Move to YouTube. You dropped 2 vids recently, one about the dough thing. Yeah. I dropped the dough thing. I dropped Expectations versus Reality. I dropped Rally versus Vivian. So yeah, there's several out there on the Twitch. I'm sad that the drawing video didn't perform as well. I feel like you guys should check that out. It has less than 1,000 views. Same with the Back for Blood video. I thought the Back for Blood video was really funny. It really depends on the length and debate sometimes. Short reviews are better versus long. Yeah, definitely. I liked it. Okay, cool. The wolf doesn't ask, she takes. Yeah, I guess so. Pump Shotgun, this is an invasion on YouTube soil. Yeah, we got to put you all in an island to get you sorted. Australian immigration policy is based. Don't tell Joe I said that or she'll hate me. We're only accepting refugees from Daily Motion chat. Yeah. And Facebook chat. Facebook chat. That's where the good people come from. I think it's just the content people come to your channel for, sadly. Yeah. I need to strangle them out. That sounds really bad. I need to strangle out the debate people by like posting a lot more of the other shit and forcing you guys to watch it. Because I think the other shit is more of what I would like to do, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on your perspective on that. Yeah, I would like to make the channel about more than the debate stuff. I hate the debate stuff. I really want to just do something different. But like we're nearing a point with the debate stuff where like we'll be good to go on the debate stuff for like forever. I think we've reached the final form. After I have these commentators, and the commentators work well, like I get comments from people, I put out the video in 3 to 4 days, then I've reached my peak form. I've reached my final form. That's as good as the debate reviews can get and as efficient as they can get. So once that's done, then I have that content on lock, and we could do that all the time, at least once a week. I hired, or I'm in the process of hiring somebody who is going to help me manage all of my YouTube and stream content. So they're going to make sure that multiple editors are all like working on projects, and we have like 3 to 4 videos coming out per week on the YouTube. And that'll also put pressure on me to make sure that I have stream content set up and ready to go 3 to 4 times a week. And we have all the segments planned out. I have people that are going to manage those segments, like the Ask Booksmarts email. Everything is set. This gun is almost fully created, my content gun. Then it's just about making the content gun a little more efficient so I have time for other kinds of videos. And then I'm just going to start making YouTube videos and not focusing on Twitch as much. So like the Squid Game video, I really want to do a video on Squid Game. And I'm in contact with the editor that wanted to help me with that project. And then I just want to do video projects and then have the stream on autopilot to where like other people are helping me do all the prep documents for it. And those are all done. And then it would be easy to just produce Twitch content. I don't have to worry about it anymore. That would be the ideal point. Like it would be cool if it's a job where I just walk in and I look at like a document and they're like, here is the document. Read it over before stream for an hour and then go live with it. And then I like, if I could do that for 3 of the 4 streams every week and stream 4 times a week and have a bunch of free time for other shit, that would be ideal. So that's where I hope we bring it to. Exciting stuff. Yeah, for sure, Tack, for sure. That would be ideal. It'd be really cool if we could do that. And I think we're close. I really do feel like we're close. Like I see the end goal. I have 2 boards over here out of frame, and they track like my different projects I'm working on and how close they are to completion. And we're on like the last couple sticky notes for like every project. And I'm just so excited. I just have to get like I'm so fucking close. I have all the people that want to help. I have all the people that are selected that I can have manage those people. And all I have to do is like pull the final lever on the machine and get that to go and pay the initial money for the people to manage stuff. And then the Twitch channel will be on autopilot. And I cannot wait. I'm saying like we're so close. I cannot wait, dude. I'm so fucking excited. It's the final form of Twitch. And I'm so happy for it. I can't wait. I love the Booksmarts content. Glad to hear you're so excited. I am. Yeah. Like, oh man, it'll be a normal job. Here's the thing. I've always done weird jobs that are entirely reliant on me for everything, from the planning to the execution to the work. I always dream, like Jiro dreams of sushi. I always dream of showing up, clocking in, and somebody else tells me what to do. I want to be dominated. I do. I want to be a be careful with that. I want to be told what to do. I want to just come in and there are instructions for me on what I need to do, and I just do them, and then I'm done. So like we're getting so close to that point, and I'm so excited for once we get there. The new Dune was awful. It was all about looks and aesthetics, dialogue all ruined. I have a lot of faith in Villeneuve as a director, so I haven't seen Dune because again I live in God's country and we don't have that here. But yeah, I'm sure it's not that bad. I haven't read the book, so I have no opinion on that. But like, I'm sure it's great. I'm pretty sure it's a fine movie, dude. I thought it was supposed to be the sub, not you. Well, I mean, we could all be subs, dude. We can be subs together. You need Big Daddy government? No, I need Big Daddy systems. That's what I need. Booksmart's dreams a submissive but also fun job. Yeah, like being a teacher. You just build on creativity around processes. That's what I want to do. I'm sure the reality of teaching is different, but like I always like the idea of like I show up dressed in my cute little outfit and I sit here and I look at a bunch of notes on a piece of paper. And I go, oh, okay, here are my notes. Looks like we're talking about this and we're doing this. Very interesting. Couple of Booksmarts ask emails. Okay. Don't have to worry about the YouTube. It's all managed by somebody else. Like, that's totally fine. All this will get turned into YouTube content. I have one meeting a week with all my main people, with TAC, with my editors, with the video lead person, with Mark from marketing. Mark tells me what I have to do for stream. I tell people what needs to be done for that stream. They prep all the content, and then I just show up and I do it. That would be great. The other thing I'm going to do, and this is really weird, very Booksmart specific, I don't know if you would like this too, is having one person 1 day a week who I have to report to at the beginning and the end of a shift. So I come in, I message my assistant person. We talk on a Discord call. I talk about what I want to get done that day. And then I do my 6 hours of work. And then at the end of the 6 hours, I check back in with them and we talk about what got done, what didn't get done, and when it's going to get done. And that would be great. So I can bring forward tasks like adding all these exclamation point TTS commands, whatever, all throughout the week. I just put that into a getting things done style task list, and then we figure out how long those tasks are going to take and just get them out of the way. If there's stuff that person could do, that person could do it. Like that would be wonderful. That's the next step. That's like a whole other bit of the process that I still need to figure out, but I think I could do that. I think if I had like a day or two to actually focus on that, I could do it. So I'm looking forward to it. They removed all the good inner dialogue from the old one. Yeah, but you can't have all that. Like, you have to realize that if that's like a key part of the book, it's not something that's going to be done in the actual like show itself. Oh, I missed the judge costume on the Naruto panel. That one was really funny. Hope it can get used again somehow. Yeah, it's in the US, but hopefully. I feel it's just overhyped Hollywood nonsense. Okay, well, there's an opinion. The ticket cost me $50. Fuck. I bet you're more mad about the ticket cost than the movie itself. Finding your content on YouTube is weird. You have to type Destiny along with your channel's name in order for your channel to appear. I don't have that experience at all. When I look up Booksmarts on YouTube, I usually get the results pretty quick, and I look on incognito mode all the time. Because I'm a weirdo and I watch when other people watch my content. Like Sydney is somebody who is often in the chat, and I realized that Sydney had a stream this week, and I listened to Sydney talk about me. He or they were upset about me burping into the mic, and it was cute. So yeah, I look myself up on YouTube and find videos of me all the time. Booksmarts, what's your favorite movie? This is like asking what's my favorite anime. I can't give you an answer to that, dude. I don't really have a favorite. I like Iron Man a lot. I like How to Train Your Dragon a lot. I like all the Ghibli movies are good. I don't know, dude. I don't have any favorite movie. It's a tough question. Booksmarts loves the movie Triumph of Will. Is that a Nazi movie? That sounds Nazi-ish. Oh, look, Truffle Shuffler, you got a thanks for the sub. Congrats. When my mom made the career switch to high school teacher, she imagined it to be some sort of Dead Poet Society job where she could have interesting discussions with motivated students. Unfortunately, she became an underpaid babysitter. I hope you will realize the dream I think you were doing. Yeah. I want it to be something I look forward to. And the more and more prep I have to do, the less and less I look forward to the stream. It is the Nazi movie? Yikes. Yikes. Yeah, like, I think I would look forward to it more if I didn't know what was going to happen. Like, if I just sat in front of a document an hour before stream and was like, oh, this is what I'm talking about? Interesting. I think I would enjoy it a little bit more. Because when I'm planning something, and maybe this is a symptom of ADHD. It's certainly one of those things that's listed out. I'm not diagnosed with ADHD and I have no way of diagnosing myself, but it certainly fits in line with this. When the planning is all done, in my brain, everything's all done and I completely lose interest. I don't get dopamine anymore. And it's really hard for me to follow through. Like this aristocracy versus Anna thing. All of my energy has been lost from it. If a bunch of people didn't sink a bunch of hours into it, I probably wouldn't continue with the project. I would like dump it because I already did all the planning and it's already done in my mind. And so much time has passed. I don't even think it's worth covering, but like, alas, the momentum of this has kept it going and I'm going to have to see it through to the end. But yeah, like, I don't know. Everything's done for me when I'm done preparing it or when I'm done planning out what it needs to be, which is why I would love to have like a project manager person, again, booksmarts.twitch or gmail.com, who just guides things along. Because the funnest part for me is in planning it. The next funnest thing is in realizing it. And the in-between, I could care less about. Following all the steps, I could care less about. It's got a lot of strapping blonde guys showering. Yikes. It sounds Nazi-ish to me. Yeah, that drama is so boring by now. Yeah, but I saw that Eris had talked about it a little bit. Maybe it's still relevant, but yeah, I doubt it. I saw Cherry talking about it a little bit. I have that problem too. My brother has ADHD, and I've been thinking that I also may exhibit traits. Yeah, my brother has it as well. Booksmarts, will you debate me on throwing used car batteries in the ocean to recharge the electric eels? No, I don't care to. Hassan's favorite prostitute. I can plan something and have so much fun the whole time, and the planning sort of becomes satisfying enough I never actually do a thing. Same. The biggest issue with the new Dune is that it's basically half of a 5-hour movie. It ends in the middle of a story beat. Yeah, I can't comment on that. No idea. I didn't watch the book. I mean, I didn't read the book. So, oh well, that sucks. I'm a project manager. Well, if you want to help and you're willing to work at a reasonable rate, you let me know. Exclamation point email, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. Email me with details about how much you would cost and how you could help. So yeah, like whenever I end this stream, I'm probably going to message my assistant person who I think is going to be the best for the task and get them started on prep documents and stuff. I need to make some Notion guides on like how to do the work. That's my favorite part. That's my favorite part. And if you have worked with me at all, you know my prep, my like information about the workflow is very detailed and leaves nothing up to question. Like, it's funny. Everybody that I talk to, like that I interview after I show them the documents, I'm like, do you have any questions or whatever? They're like, no. It was a very thorough document. It does not leave any room for questions. I know exactly what you want because the document is very specific. Like, that was always fun for me when I did essay writing jobs too, is like writing the training documents and stuff, because I feel like the value of return on writing a training document is huge because people get to use it and reuse it, and I can build on top of it. It's like a good foundation. So I need to finish that for the assistant person that I'm ready to go. Lol, that Squid Game ended on the most predictable cliffhanger with the tug of war. I don't know about cliffhangers in Squid Game because I like marathon the entire thing. Why have a cliffhanger if everyone knows it's going to happen? I don't know, bro. You're such a negative Nelly, Hinky. You just whine and bitch about every fucking show and movie you bring up. You're just so whiny. How about you look at stuff that you actually enjoy? Why do you bitch and moan about everything? Like, I know so little about you, but just from these comments, I feel like I wouldn't really enjoy your presence in real life. You just bitch about everything. Anime people are like this sometimes too. They never talk about shows that they like. 80% of the jabber that comes out of their fucking drooling jaw is about this like nonsense that they didn't like. Like, Sword Art Online is so fucking bad because I can't believe that Kirito would do this, this, and this. Like, all right, what kind of fantasy shows do you like? well, definitely not reincarnated as a slime. I fucking hate that. What, like, really? We're gonna, like, dude, all you do is bitch. Like, what a fucking sad life to live where you're just complaining about everything. Just focus on the stuff that you like. That's always been my experience with, like, art and media. I kind of just try to focus on stuff I enjoy. Even in stuff that I don't like, I try to focus on the stuff I did like about it. Creating documents, I'd rather chat and plan with people. Yeah, I don't know. I like the documents because it's not people related. I know it's necessary though, just not something I particularly enjoy. Glad you enjoy it. Yeah. I'm sorry. I needed your reaction to that question to add to my collection of streamers I've had respond to it. Okay, bro. He complains because nothing has been as good as Game of Thrones season 8. That's yet like Game of Thrones too. Like, you're really going to bitch about like the last season or two when all of it was good? Like, you got like 10 episodes a season for 5 or 6 seasons. That was amazing. Amazing. Totally rewatchable. Super duper good. Interesting characters. All like brought from the books in a really good way. And you choose to focus on the last season or two that you it doesn't make sense to me. That's why I hate talking with people about Game of Thrones too, because people get like that, you know? And I hate it because it's like, well, why are we going to talk about that? Why don't we talk about the stuff that was good? Cliffhangers just happen to enjoy the show and make your own headcanon if you love the story that much. True. It's like that South Park episode where Stan sees everything as shit, so everyone stops hanging out with him. Oh, I haven't seen that, but yeah, it sounds like it. It's called critique. It's literally what you do. Yeah, but I don't enjoy this, dumb fuck. Like, a whole undertone to every review I do is I don't enjoy this. It's not fun. It's not a fun state of mind. It's not a fun thing to do. Like, it's pushed me so much that like I've thought like maybe I need to get back into like transcendental meditation and just focus on the things that I like, even in this god-awful fucking debate sphere. Like, focus on the things you like. Just sit there for fucking half an hour to an hour and a half and just have a notebook in front of you and breathe and think about planning out stuff you like to do. And just do that once or twice a week. And then bada bing, I'll have a bunch of shit that I actually want to do. Actually, maybe I should do that after this show. Fuck work, dude. Who cares about work? I'll just do my transcendental meditation, dude. That's what I'll do. Sorry. I feel everyone does this with the one thing they really liked. Maybe. Good critique doesn't happen in Twitch chat. Yeah, I've learned that for sure. I appreciate that idea, but sometimes the entire thing can be ruined when it's all about telling a believable narrative. Maybe. How do you enjoy the bear dynamics? I got no complaints. They're fine. I will say this. I won't be able to hear you for a moment. I bent them. Can you tell? It's like bent. It bent so early on into having it too. It just it got wonky. So that's my only complaint is and this, it looks like I could replace it, but I can't twist it off, which worries me because that's definitely gonna break. I feel like it's gonna break in like a year or two. How do you bend that? I don't know, dude. It fucking happens. I'm rough on stuff, dude. Why does he prefer YouTube chat now? Because YouTube chat doesn't bitch about the stream lagging. You would watch a transcendental stream. I wouldn't stream it. It would just be something I do on my own. As your potential project manager, fuck work, who cares about work is not conducive to meeting our deadlines. Like, tell me if this is crazy. Here's what I want to set up. I want to have a council of dads. A council of dads who looks over me and they argue about where to spend my limited time, energy, and attention. Like, you as the project manager dad is like, well, the Booksmarts website doesn't need his input on these color palettes, and then he needs to do some research about the references for these websites. And then Tack in editing is like, yeah, that's great, but he needs to review this here this document. He needs to review these 3 videos, and then the personal assistant person is like, that's great and all, but I need his input on these like prep documents and blah blah blah. And then they have to agree on some way that they can fit that into my limited availability. Like that's what I want. Is like a council of dads that looks over me and just picks what things I need to do. And somebody just tells me at the beginning of the week, from 4 to 6, you're going to work on this. From 6 to 8, you need to work on this. From 8 to 10, you need to work on this. And then if I fuck it up, they figure out how to fix it. Like I just need that, dude. I need that. Don't go so rough, Bookie. Yikes. I do get what you mean, though. After a certain point, it's just like, I want to enjoy something. I don't give a fuck what random person thinks about X. Yeah, me either. I just want to say it's super funny when comparing this See the Bright Side with the IRLs with Streamlabs. I don't know what the fuck any of that means. Audio equipment breaking like headphones and microphones is endlessly frustrating. Yeah, my other mic broke. I had to get this one. Granted, this one looks a lot more sexy. So, you know, I don't mind, but it is annoying to have to replace this tech when it breaks. If you ever consider selling real estate, I can be your dad. Okay. How about you sell real estate for me and give me some of the money, Pedro? Pedro, you sell real estate and you're not even donating? Oh my God. You must not be selling very much real estate if you're not like donating. Just grill, fix motorcycles, and shoot the shit. Yeah, when I'm rich. Like when I have a house and I'm constantly saving money every single month, bro, I can't wait. I'm in the long game now with streaming. I'm hoping that one day I'll have 500 to 1,000 people in the chat and just subs all day and donos all day. And then I go home to my 3 motorcycles and my dog with no roommates. One day I'll make it happen. You know what else? This is crazy. Can I be the financial manager, including the one deciding everyone's pay? Maybe, dude. Maybe. Make me a proposition. Make me a proposal. Maybe we can make a channel for dad posters in Discord. Yeah, maybe. Sorry, when comparing this the bright side mentality with those ranty dog shit streams, with Streamlabs ruining everything. Oh yeah, it's not great. Ooh, 200 sec. I do like sec. Let's hear what you have to say.
What an impossibly unattractive human being Zek is. Just looking at him, you literally can't believe your eyes that he actually exists. What do you think about this name change where Facebook will just be called Meta now?
I heard it was changing its name. I didn't know it was just called Meta. He says he wants like a metaverse or something, right? And he wants to make it like in the 3D world or something. I don't know. I've never trusted Facebook, nor will I in the future. So whatever they call it, I won't trust it. And yeah, Zuck does look very strange and he has strange opinions and he's a strange human being, I think. Yes, I pray for the day Booksmarts is financially independent. Oilers, nodders. Yeah. Oh, the ideal is that you don't need Oilers, like that by some combination of tons and tons of people that want to support you, you make that content. Here's the worrisome thing, okay? What the fuck are sex? I have no idea. I think sex is the thing that Twitch people don't have, right? Sex is the thing that Twitch people don't have. Maybe I should bring down my tablet and like draw this out. Probably not necessary, actually, now that I think about it. So, what was I gonna say? I completely forgot. Oh, one day, I have to make a transition. I gotta transition. I gotta come out of the closet and transition. That's gonna be a hard day. One day I'm going to have to transition from not doing debate stuff anymore to doing other stuff. And there are easy ways to set up that transition. And then there are hard ways. And that's the next huge step in my Twitch career that I need to do. I need to do more interviews, more talks, more independent content on YouTube. And that's scary. It really is, because I know I can get viewers and money and whatever by doing debate reviews. But I think it's at its cap. I don't think I'm making more money or whatever with debate reviews. So if I want to be sustainable and I want to have a decent life, I need to transition to other content that brings in different kinds of people. It's just scary because that content always gets less viewers, but like, I don't know. It's so tough. It's so tough. I have to find the next thing, and it's scary to transition to the next thing. This is actually something that Tumat and I used to talk about a good bit, is this transition you do with your content, which Tumat has gone through quite a few times, is so tough to make work. And yeah, that's the next step, and it's a scary one. Especially when so much of my time is occupied with the Twitch, which is why I'm having people help and stuff. And like, yeah, so that's the scary next thing, is I have to do that. Sometimes I just worry Booksmart's content is too niche. Yeah, it is too niche to gain a big audience. That's 110% correct. I definitely think it helps to stream more often to build a larger audience. Yeah, I do. The problem is I need those days off so much to do work. I really do. Because when I stream, it takes so much energy out of me that there's no way that I'm working like before or after the stream. And there's so much work to do behind the scenes. Less now and less in the future because I'm going to have people help. But man, it just takes so much off-stream time to do it the way that I'm doing it. And other streamers don't work that way, right? So they don't have to worry about that. Like Relly. Relly doesn't do any off-stream time to do shit. He doesn't have to. But I do. And it's because I'm building something. I'm building a gun that will be able to do stuff later. And I'm building experience in ways that other streamers aren't building experience. And I'm building it early. So when I have all my resources to like blow up, I can capitalize on the blowing up. Like if tomorrow I got 1,500 concurrent stream like views all the time and tons of money, I would immediately be able to hire a bunch of people, pay them money, like good money, and like build a whole thing on top of that. Everything is basically ready to go, which is amazing, right? Because it means that like if the lottery hits, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to receive it, right? I got my mouth open, and I'm like, I'm ready to take it, right? Ugh, that probably looked really bad. Ignore that. So yeah, like I'm all ready to go. It's not shots fired, dude. It's we act differently behind the scenes. Like Relly doesn't have to do a bunch of prep work. I do a bunch of prep work. Most streamers don't. So Wicked Supreme doesn't have to. This isn't like something against like a particular streamer. It's not even a bad thing. It's just I work differently, right? Because I'm trying to build something else. And like one thing I learned about when you work at different companies and stuff is try to get a lot of experience with different things, right? When I was doing essay writing, I used everything in my power to talk with professors, to get access to books, to read all that I could read about a variety of different subjects. And then that helped me transition into ghostwriting for books. And when I ghostwrote for books, I tried to look for every opportunity to do research, pay for transportation costs to go on site to look at things. I learned a bunch about prisons and nursing and this and that and the other thing. I'm doing the same with Twitch. Like, if people want to help me, I want to build up managerial skills. I want to build up training skills. I want to build up like a bunch of other different skills. And I look at every working opportunity as one where I could learn a bunch of skills that are applicable in a ton of different other situations, right? So that's what I'm doing. And other people take this opportunity differently, and that's totally fine. I'm not judging them. It's just I operate differently. Hey, Book, I can manage your bank accounts. Just send me your social security number and mother's maiden name. Okay, do you need the name of my first pet and the mascot of my elementary school and stuff as well? Rename yourself to Bob Smarts because you're building so much. Yeah, maybe. What about book reviews? They take too long in the background. They take too long. Your talk about how discussion can be better reminds me of Getting to Yes, for example. They take too long. Book reviews take too long. That's the thing is like, if I don't want to submit myself to obligations that are going to take too long that I can't offload on other people. Interviews I can. I could pay somebody to go through all of somebody else's content, give me the highlight videos, give me good questions, stuff like that. So interviews, I'm more than willing to do. Same with conversations. I can have somebody else do scheduling and talking with the streamers and arranging for the topics and yada, yada, yada. anything I can offload to somebody else, I want to do. If you have an idea for a stream segment that you would love to manage and help me produce, email me, booksmarts.twitch@gmail.com. I'm hiring people to do that. I'll pay you for the idea. I'll pay you for your time to work on it. Yeah, like that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Ask Booksmarts, which is something that we're going to launch soon. Somebody else can just manage the email and go through that and write down the best ones and plan that every week. That's something that one person can do entirely on their own. So, you know, that kind of stuff. He's not wrong, chat. Relly himself admitted he doesn't do prep for debates off stream. Yeah, most people don't. So it's not like a really specific thing. That Hinky Hank guy is super cool and really smart and is right about everything. Okay, Hinky logged onto a different account, it appears. When is Booksmarts going to get orbiters? When I'm big? Boogie's hiring a producer. I think I have like a good producer in mind already. Yes, Book's going to hire for a PA. Yeah, maybe. Have you ever done rhetoric reviews of presidential senator debates? Not really. I think we did one of Biden versus Trump, but they're boring. They're boring. I am unemployable, Lamau. Yeah, maybe, dude. I'm totally not Hank. I totally don't believe you. So yeah, I'm excited about all that. I always rant about work, but that's because that's all I do when I'm not on stream. I listen to audiobooks and podcasts and YouTube videos, and I work, and that's literally all I do. So I'm boring. When I lived in California, I did more. I hung out with streamers. I smoked pot and went out and did funny things. I went on hikes. I did a bunch of other shit. But like, while I'm living here, I literally don't do anything but work in consume media. That's all I do. Wow, 4,000 sec. Jesus Christ. What is that?
Right in the mouth.
Oh my God. Isn't that a lot? That You shot a fucking $500 load at my mouth. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. My goodness, that is a lot. That is a lot. My God, sex are Swedish monies. I thought you said Swedish monkeys. I was about to fucking ban you. Don't make fun of fucking Mr. Sex over here. Thank you, Daniel. Holy shit. That is a lot of sex. I'll put that towards something good. Jesus Christ. Miss donated Omega Lol? Did they? That's one too many zeros. Take it back. God bless the Oilers for the sex. Yeah, I mean, am I allowed to say this on Twitch? No, never mind. I won't make the joke. Holy shit. Thank you. Your personality is good, lol. Yeah, thanks, dude. Damn, Daniel. Yeah, damn, Daniel. Holy shit. Let's take a moment to pray to the Oilers. Oh, heavenly Oilers who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thank you for your sex. Thank you for squirting your load of 4,000 sex straight into my bank account. I do appreciate it. Oh, humble Oilers who give the money necessary to do the streams and to live the life. Oh, holy Oilers. Inshallah. Thank you. No takesies backsies. Yeah, hopefully not. You're very good at making fun. Thank you. Bookie, you got to be careful what you say. Try something less risky, like a bikini hot tub stream. No, thank you. 4,000 sec load poggers. Yeah, I feel like I'm on one of my... man, I have so many tempting jokes to make, and I can't make any of them because I'm going to get in trouble. You said Twitch viewers don't have sex. Oh, true. Well, good thing that was a YouTube person. I'm still correct, dude. Daniel's a YouTuber, dude. He super chatted that shit. So, yeah, I'm still right. Twitch viewers don't have sex. Let's see here. Bookie, you got any vodka to feed your cat? I don't have a cat. Do you see a cat? I don't have a cat. Twitch Oilers have sex though? I haven't seen any sex from Twitch people. Never seen such a clippable moment in my life. Well, good thing you can do clips on YouTube and on Twitch now, so enjoy that. Oh, goodness. He can afford a cat now? Yeah, I guess technically. Thanks again to Daniel. I really appreciate that, dude. That's really cool. Like, I don't know what else to say. When I get these big donations, I feel bad if I just spend like 2 minutes on it and then move on, because it's like, it's so tough to scale up what your response is going to be. Like, I give a big response on like $40 or $50, but when I get over $100 in donos, it's like, what do I say? Like, get cat for content? Amaranth, don't you throw cats? Oh no, that's the other boob lady. What's the other boob lady's name? What's the not the I shouldn't say boob lady. What's the lady who throws cats? Aren't you a Twitch viewer? You have 4,000 now. No, because if I was a Twitch viewer, I wouldn't get any. Alinity, yeah, Alinity. She's on all the OTK stuff. I've been enjoying her on that. She's kind of funny. If you got like 10K, would you just have to like pass out or like vomit or something to scale up severity? I would give you a close-up of my feet. I would give you a close-up of my feet, and then I would twerk. And then I would like try to touch my elbows together in like a tank top. I would go full booby streamer, dude. That's what I would do if I got 10K. Please don't. Well, don't donate me 10K then. Such degeneracy. Yeah, maybe a little bit, dude. Oh, you meant those cats? Yeah. The cat that she threw. Which, I'll be honest, I don't know if this is a hot take. I don't think it was bad to like throw the cat. I don't think it's that bad. I think if you threw a dog, I would probably like look at it a little worse, but it's a fucking cat, dude. I don't know. I do not, in fact, have 10K, even for myself, Sag. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I do not just have 10K sitting around either. So this is all the motivation I need to get rich enough to become an oiler. Here's the thing. You all are like my little children. I hope for success for all of you. A rising tide picks up all the ships. I hope that all of you become financially successful using the techniques that I teach you. Actually, I've had this from multiple different people now that I think about it. Marketing people messaging me saying like, hey, I'm handling like marketing calls or marketing at work differently because of what you said on stream. My sales have gone up. Here is like $100. And they've done this off stream. They've done it off stream. They're just like, hey, I just landed a sale because of something that you told me about, like conversation. I didn't argue with the person and yada, yada, yada. And I locked down a sale. Here's like a toss back for that. Like I wouldn't have done it without you. Like that's rad, right? Like, or if you marry a beautiful woman that you swayed by using empathy or whatever, like anyone toss them back, dude, I'm fine with that. Hell yeah, brother. I love that. I love hearing that you guys are having better lives, whether it's financially or otherwise. Like, this was really cute and like totally at the other end of things in terms of like severity or whatever. Somebody DM'd me on Twitter a picture of, what was it? Brussels sprouts that they had fried in oil. And they were like, hey, I got inspired because of your stream yesterday and I cooked for myself. They came out pretty well. They were really tasty, whatever. And I was like, oh, that's so cute. They cooked Brussels sprouts for the first time because they saw it on the stream. Or like I always mentioned that uncle who's taking his niece out on like a trip around the state parks. Like that's so cute. Like it's good to know I have a positive effect on people. And the people that say like I stopped arguing with my family because of your family argument take and now I get along way better with my brother or with my mom or conspiracy theorists at work. Like I love the positivity that the stream provides people, and that's why I keep doing it. That's why I'm okay with interrupting this Lonerbox versus Lauren Southern video that I could give 2 fucks less about to give some personal advice, because if even one person takes that personal advice and it improves something in their life, it was worth the diversion. I would divert an hour of stream to giving personal life advice if it meant 1 or 2 people have a better relationship with their mom or with their dad or with a coworker. You know, like That's the value I put on that. And that's why I keep doing content. That's part of why I got into it at the very beginning. Dr. K inspired me with the idea of like AoE healing. Like, I want to AoE people too. I want to squirt my like positivity over everybody, and eventually it'll inseminate somebody and turn into something. And that's what I want. So, you know, I've been watching so many Ragusia videos ever since your stream Tuesday. There you go. That's positive. Ragusia's fucking base. If he stays consistent, his community will grow and he will become an e-celeb. Hopefully, dude. Hopefully. That's the idea. Just because I think it would be a positive community. Like, I know I made fun of Sykkuno that other day, but Sykkuno is a similar, like, positive character that people orbit around. Like, he's a nice guy on stream. That's what he puts forward, and I think that's positive for people to see. So, Dr. K as well, for sure. What's his family arguments take? I'm pretty sure there's like a whole video about it, right? If not, I got to ask Tack to do that, and we got to find the stream that happened in. If you're listening to this now and you're on the Discord, link me a timestamp where we talked about that if you are like a Booksmarts archivist, because if that's not a video already, I should turn that into a video. I think it's a good take. I don't want to rehash it. Yeah, your stream has super positive vibes. I usually feel really good after stream. That's good. I'd rather you feel really good than disgusted, which I am after some streams. Some of these debates and conversations and arguments, dude, I come away feeling like I just ate like a whole bucket full of KFC chicken, dude. I just feel lethargic. I always feel good when in Booksmart stream, but last V Omega Lol D felt different. Uh-oh. What was the last V Omega Lol D? What was it? The last one was Valkyrie drama. Huh. Maybe that one felt bad. It's F on Twitch because Twitch is fucking up. Just watch on YouTube. Well, yeah, and who wouldn't want to be? I don't know. Twitch streams has problems. If you experience that switch, yeah, just tell them that, Rev. Oh, okay, there's a vid I'll watch. Yeah. I don't know if... Oh, did you find a vid? Is that vid in here? I don't know if we made it a standalone video. Oh, there's one that's don't argue unless it matters. I don't know if there's a specific one. Yeah, I guess don't argue unless it matters is the take, but I don't know what we should go back to that video and make a proper video out of it. I think it's more fun to see Booksmarts going over back and forths and dialogues than one-sided apology videos. Yeah, probably, dude. It's probably better to go over the back and forths for sure. But I have to get the viewers and I have to have the people in the title and whatever to succeed and have a chance at like getting donations and people to see the stream and appreciate me. So unfortunately, I have to make those kinds of decisions. No, I just do !YouTube to link people to the YouTube stream plays. Oh, okay. I think it's more fun. Okay, I already read that. Yeah, so is there anything else I want to discuss? I don't think there is. Pretty sure we could start closing things up. I'll do my plugs right at the end here. If you support the stream and you like it and you ever come into a bunch of money, you win the lottery tomorrow, kickback. I would love a kickback. You know, bring me into it. You marry a lovely lady or dude or NB, and that MB is rich and they give you a bunch of pocket money, I would appreciate some of it. That would be really cool. If you want to donate or gift subs to the community, that's rad. If you want to just sub, you have an Amazon Prime account. You can link it to your Twitch account. It gives you a free sub every single month. And that free sub is $1. You know, you're already paying for the Amazon Prime account. It's one of the benefits you get. So link it to your Twitch, and every month you get a free sub that you could use on any channel. I would appreciate it if you gave it to me. Best way to support the channel is by donating. !dono. Second best way is Patreon. If you go onto the Patreon, we have a bunch of deleted VODs, full high-res versions of all the art stream stuff that we do, all of my notes documents if I have any for a review or we draw one up on stream. Yeah, all that stuff is there. I think we even have some videos that are unique only to the Patreon, like my travel tips video, I think. And there was a rally conversation on there. Yeah, so all that is Patreon exclusive content that you could get access to for only $3 to $5 a month. When I get a better paying job, I'll commission all of the Zerka reviews for you, Bookie. I would appreciate it. I know from experience that there are definitely some developers and real estate and other kinds of people with money that are in the chat. If you ever want to commission me for help on or advice on a situation, it's $50 an hour. I think that's more than fair given how little time I have. If anything, it's lower than what I should be charging. It's lower than what I charged when I did essay writing. So you can always do that too if you ever want to commission me for a project. As is famous or popular or whatever now, Doomer commissioned me for that Vosh video that blew up. I'm happy to give advice on whatever. So if that's something you want to do, that's a good way to support me. And I would appreciate it. So lots of ways to support the channel. Definitely. Exclamation point work for any commission stuff. May kick up a stream and tell off some 16-year-olds for calling each other rarded. I think I know what you mean by rarded. That's not good. But yeah, I appreciate that. Zerka reviews sound fun. Yeah, maybe, dude. If they're paid for, they're fun automatically. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do them of my own accord. I kind of don't enjoy the Zerka stuff. I don't at all. But yeah, good positive end of the stream, I think. Good positive end. Who else is online right now? Let me check. We have I'm Really Important. We have Sansel. We have... Arigato datte bayo. Thank you for the subscription, Wookie Goldberg 69. What a hell of a name. There was a Zerka infrared debate.
Hey, Book, just catching up on the VOD. Does the plus in the stream title mean anything?
No, I talked a little bit about the BxBullet versus Destiny talk that I'll go through on Saturday, hopefully. But that was it. Yeah, just that, basically. Good stream today. Thanks, dude. I'm happy you liked it. I'm going to toss you over, whatever Twitch people are left, to, I think I'm Really Important, right? We should probably do I'm Really Important, I think. Yeah. Because it's between I'm Really Important and Chud. I think we rated Chud last time, right? Sunsel was in chat before, too. Yeah, we could do Sansel. I mean, do you guys want to see Sansel? What is Sansel doing? Wow, we keep getting Fs on the Twitch chat. Sorry, Twitch chat, for the Fs. No, he's going over the Manifesto. Fuck that, dude. I'm not sending you guys to the Manifesto. I'm not sending you to the Manifesto. Get out of here. Let's do IRI. He's doing productive stuff. I appreciate people doing productive stuff. WH Omega lol. Well, check him out. He's good. He's good. Guys, you're wrong. Pick Sansel. No, bruh. No. You can go watch drama if you want to watch drama. There we go. The raid is out. YouTube people. VOD people. I love you guys very much. In case it's not clear already. I appreciate your support. I appreciate the comments you leave under the videos. I do read them. I appreciate when they're nice. I feel bad when they're bad. So you guys impact me in that way. It was cool. You guys were the best chat tonight because you didn't whine and bitch about the stream going down. YouTube is the better platform. Sometimes it's the better chat. I won't say all the time, but I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I'll talk to you later. Bye.